Am I back now? Fucking OBS crash. Fucking Christ. What did it do? Blue screen? You know that little face and it's like a blue gradient kind of screen? Yeah, did it actually restart the screen? Like it usually shows black and then you have to refresh. Did you have to refresh or it just kind of like came back? Turned as is? Okay. Thank you, Levin. I appreciate you, bro. Buddy. Mac OS. Yeah, basically. Thanks for helping me out though. Yes. That's what I'm doing is trying to reward people with points and they can use it for stuff. For following our like one rule, which is building people up, right? Because they like I can be in here and people don't take the time to, and they don't have to. I'm not saying that, but like I just want to encourage it. Like you taking the time to give me feedback and help because OBS crashed or whatever. I needs help. Okay, let's keep going. So we learned about three-way matches. The company misstated research and development expenses. Eee. The company attributes the errors to a material weakness in its internal control activities due to a failure in the design and implementation of its controls to review clinical trial expenses, including the evaluation of the terms incurred. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom, but I think I need to redo all the data. Oh my god, I really don't want to do this, but I should. Bah. You guys hear the construction? I wanted a nice breeze, but I don't hear it because I have noise canceling on. I don't take, yeah, I don't take, I put it on the desk. You insane? Need some light. Yeah, I have noise cancellation on. Do you hear the construction, Levin? Like when I'm talking, the construction is going, talking, the construction is going, talking, the construction is going. There it is. It's hitting it a little bit. I can hear it. Oh well, we're just gonna have to deal with it because I need light and a breeze. I'm gonna go turn off the air. Hey, I'm gonna open the doors, okay? Okay. Okay, how am I gonna structure the data? I think I need to structure the data like the papers. It's brighter. That's nicer. Put this here. Do you want to see the view too? Now I get a footrest. Millennial was talking today about how he really liked your video, Clavin. We showed up and there was construction, and I called the lady and she's like, well, we can move you, or I can refund you, or I can give you a discount. And I took my discount. Because I didn't want to move all my shit. So that was my choice. So I'm looking right now. If you give me a second, I'm looking. I still have to figure out how to sync my bookmarks over. Wow, the light is making me feel better. Let's go. We'll just put the view instead of my face. It's a view stream, guys. Plug it. All right, let's paste my paper. I think I'm gonna structure my data like that. Oh no, it's not the details. I think I need the other one. More bookmarks. Here we go. So let's look at how they organize the data. So this is a little r restatement, which is different than a big R restatement. Big R restatement goes in item 4.02 and a little one goes in. Okay, I would like to see this paper because I have because I recently got dorked in AZEC, which was so I lost that trade because well, I'm restarting this trading strategy and I wrote check for earnings, but I didn't say what to do with it. So they announced their earnings at the same time, and I think what I used to do was not trade it with earnings, but to see it was like your breadcrumbs that you leave should be really good.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I'm gonna go run a couple of errands. I'm gonna go try to get a haircut and park the car.
Okay.
Okay.
If you're gonna go all that way, can you drive in front of that other place?
You mean all that way?
How do you like looking at the view instead of my facial reactions? You know, it's great. Thank you.
All right. See you in a little bit.
Peace out.
Okay.
So that didn't work. We're gonna look for Bamber. There we go. What's my style? So yeah, I recently lost a trade because the Because earnings was announced at the same time as negative news, and sometimes they do that so that way it doesn't negatively affect the stock. Suggests that differences among individuals can affect corporate outcomes. Extant research and voluntary disclosure follows the traditional financial economics perspective, yet even the most comprehensive empirical models leave most of the cross-sectional variation and disclosure unexplained. We find that top executives do exhibit unique individual-specific and economically significant disclosure style. See, economically significant, that's good for us. That is, their evidence suggests that individual manners significantly influence attributes of their firm's voluntary disclosures. Even after controlling for techno-economic determinants of disclosure. We find that managers promoted from finance, accounting, and legal career tracks, managers born before World War III, and managers holding MBAs tend to exhibit more conservative disclosure styles. Right, Marvin? These associations between our estimates of managers' fixed effects and distinctive characteristics of their own personal backgrounds provide evidence confirming that our estimated manager fixed effects capture systemic, long-lived differences in managers' unique disclosure styles. Not accounting review. Kind of interesting, right? Okay, I think I'm gonna document. Where do I put it? 8Ks, the idea cache. You could put it at the end. Voluntary disclosure. What heading is this one? This describes managers, executive, this describes managers' choices around being transparent about company decisions and events. They may not be able to choose what they report on, but they can choose at times. Timing, verbiage, format, of their disclosures. Okay, so we'll put okay, so we will paraphrase, attempt to paraphrase it. Here's the sentence. Managers that tend to be conservative are those who were born prior to World War II. Did it say World War II? $1939. So how old that make them? 1939. 85 years or older. Managers that come from finance, legal, and or accounting. Or managers holding MBAs. Wow. Anybody holding MBAs is conservative. Disclosure style. Systemic long-lived differences. Okay, let's just look for what conservative means. Managers promoted from legal backgrounds primarily issue forecasts to guide expectations down. Managers promoted from accounting and finance tend to issue more precise forecasts. This is cool, right? Okay, let's see if they do anything about earnings. That's really what I was looking for. No, I don't think this is going to answer my question, but at least saved it there. Okay. So let's look through this thing again for earnings. When it comes to disclosures, companies can be tactical in revealing them to the public. With regards to negative effect, little r restatements, disclosure outlets specifically, I predict that companies issue the restatements transparently. Wait. Okay, well there it goes. There it is. That's why I got fucked. Do Bizu and Salehu investigate earnings persistence in the period before and the period subsequent to a restatement and provide evidence that restatements normally enhance earnings persistence? Oh, I thought it said perspective. It's persistence. What does that mean? By declaring a negative effect income statement, a negative effect income statement restatement transparently, a firm is clearly acknowledging it made a mistake, which should add credibility to firm reporting. As a result, I predict a positive association. However, I failed to find a significant association. Okay, I think that's the paper we need to look for. What does the persistence mean? Earnings persistent. What the fuck? Okay. Now let's look up this paper. Okay, it doesn't have that. What are the related ones? A better quality of earnings. Okay, give me the DOI. Give me the DOI. Okay, so can I get the PDF there? No. Boo. So we have one paper that I can't get. Oh, let me get this one. Findings show that restating firms exhibit a larger increase in earnings persistence. So whoopsies, I fucked up my earnings, but or fucked up my financial statements, but here are some new ones. And then it goes up. Like that's just weird. Of course, the restated numbers are better. That was the whole purpose of the restatement, right? However, there has been some evidence that relative predictive abilities of the original and restated earnings for future operating firm can vary depending on the intent. In addition, while there's research on restatement firms' earning quality and characteristics, there is no research that directly compares the originally reported and restated earnings to each other, nor has any research analyzed earnings persistence for any kinks in the time series. Dude, they keep using the word persistent, but they don't define it. Okay, so the whole point of doing this, right, if anybody is here, is to improve your little details like this can improve your trading, right? Maybe I'll just outright search for it. So it's called concurrent disclosure restatement. There it is. Pre-restatement disclosure choices reduce the marginal market impact of concurrent disclosure characteristics. Okay, give me the DOI. Give me the DOI. Okay, so you can put the DOI into Sci-Hub. What? I guess I can't search inside of it? That sucks. Fuck. Maybe they have a table. Can I flip this around? Does anybody know how to flip this around? Fuck me. Okay, well, I'm fucked. There it is. Concurrent disclosure. Maybe open with preview and then I can actually search it. They call it an earnings torpedo. Are you seeing this? The negative market impact would be similar to the effect of the over optimistic expectations in Skinner and Sloan's earnings torpedo argument. So if you really, really hype it up and then you're like, sorry, we didn't get it, that's called an earnings torpedo. I love it. Three aspects of concurrent disclosure: officer quotes, saliency of the restatement announcement, and specificity of the information of the restatement announcement. We expect that an officer quote in the restatement announcement mitigates the negative market response to such an announcement. What is saliency? Motivated by theories of cognitive capacity limitations? Earlier research on investor behavior that predict differential investor reaction to information, depending on the saliency of the information. We use two proxies for saliency. Emphasis in a headline and venue of the announcement. Emphasis in a headline and venue of the announcement. What does that mean? For instance, Bowen measured the emphasis on pro forma earnings based on when the metric is first mentioned. And show that greater emphasis corresponds to greater market reaction. Oh, the venue. Okay. Like the method more. Either in a standalone press release or included within an earnings announcement. Okay. That's kind of cool. There we go. An alternative reason for inclusion in earnings announcements suggested by the popular press and practitioner journals is that firms choose to make so-called stealth restatements. Look, our data led us to some interesting things and we will reprocess the data. I love this, right? And then I can avoid losing $270 on a trade. Money in my pocket. Money in my pocket. Like my water. Stretch. Get up and stretch. That's what I'm doing. We found it. Only took an hour. What do you think? Consistent with this view, some evidence indicates that companies delay announcing large income decreasing restatement. That's a good tweet. That's kind of cool, right? Cool beans. Wait, why did it go from my place? Did I close them? Preview statement? Oh, because it was in preview. Okay. You're bored to tears, aren't you? This is trading for me, though. Hard work. I don't know what to do. This is why I barely got any work done when I was doing stuff, because it was like, oh boy. It's like when I'm ranting about stuff, I can see you guys chat, 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 chat. "30 minutes to market close. Watch out." Probably now is the time for you to. It's gonna go dark for a second because I had to fix something. It's not good. Probably now the time to close your trade, open your trade. You know, do what you need to maintenance it. Remember, there's a weekend coming, so. I want to go to my overlay. And move up the chat because it was kind of stupid. Okay. How did the bacon turn out? Which one? Last week's or the one that had skin on it? I think that looks right. It could go down a little bit more. Leaving the skin on pork belly when you make bacon is not a good idea. I think what you do is you take the skin off. Okay, it didn't go. I mean, the bacon was really good, so I ate the bacon and then I didn't eat the skin because the skin was like chewy. Because you know, like skin is pork rinds, so you have to cook them longer, right? And so I think what I'll do next time is take off the skin, put that on its own Pyrex, and then put the bacon on another piece. You see what I'm saying? And I think that would do it. I think that looks better. Now I can. And Steve Eisman has gone down this road. Oh man. They're dead. That sucks. Okay, so I'm looking, okay, new on the tape podcast. That's what he's on. So I usually like to on the tape podcast. Oh, there you go. That's cool. I want to watch it. This is kind of cool. This Danny Moses is on here too. That's another one of the big shirt guys. Yeah, that's kind of cool. They have guests on? I like it. I'm gonna subscribe to it. I'll switch to my account. How do I subscribe? So there's podcasts on YouTube. Not like a video?
On the Tape is presented by
No, it is a video. It's like a playlist on his channel. Okay. Okay, well. Hey, Three Flavors. Could you tell me like what kind of what kind of things you're interested in for finance if you're still around? Okay, so I have a new strategy, which I think is political trading too. So we're gonna have to, you guys are gonna hate it, but we're gonna have to watch this clip. First, I'll explain the strat. So this is usually how I am. When I'm researching, it's tough for me to be entertained. So come on, go to my page. I have to move to Chrome. I really didn't want to, but oh, I give up. Okay, we're just gonna sell it because I give up. Download now. Oh man, you can probably hear the drilling now. Gotten a lot louder. We'll just go through like song. Come on, download. 1 minute. I'm so over the fucking Google Sheets not opening. Ow. Bubble. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to read this paragraph while my shit is downloading. So I can't tell you what to do. Okay, so I'm going to tell you educationally, typically when you sell, did you sell a covered call or did you sell a call? Because they're different. Okay. Okay, covered calls. So you have two positions rolled into one where you sold the call. Like here, let me show you. Like, let's say, I don't know. Here, call is is the left side on Thinkorswim, right? So you can sell covered stock. See, and it loads a call and then you short the stock. See? Or you could right click and sell a single, which is a call. See? Oh, wait, you didn't see it. Fuck. My bad, Vega. Bumble, tell me, I want to get to know you guys. Like, there's so little, I used to have like 300 people rolling all around it. It was impossible. I just, you know, tell me a little bit about yourself, Bumble. Let me try to start to get to know everybody. Okay, anyways, so you right click, right? You can do covered stock and it loads in a call and stock, right? If you right click and do single, well, this is buying the call. That's why it's green, but if you sell the call, right? Then you're just selling the call. So which one did you do? So you have the shares. So you bought the shares. Okay. So typically what you can do is you can right click and close and you close the whole order for the profit on your screen. Right? And what happens is, think of it like opposite day. Your broker will load in the opposite order to close your position, right? And when you're talking to a broker, you typically say, man, it's been a while. I did options. I don't do options anymore. You typically say, It's a closing order, even though if you did it in an opening order, it could be another position. Does that make sense? So you already have the shares. Well, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to keep the shares? Because what you could do is close the calls, right? Only. You could split up the position and keep the shares. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. The problem is the profit shown on your screen is most likely both positions. Like, I don't know, I can't tell without you showing me the screen, right? Because it depends on how your broker is showing you the profit. It could be showing you the profit on one portion of the position, or it could be showing you the profit on the whole position rolled into one. Now, if you go into expiration, you got to understand, if you do not close, I always try to close my shit at 4 p.m. because there's a thing called pin risk, and the contract still exists until Saturday morning. And you don't have any options to close it until Saturday morning. Someone can submit what's called the CEA, which is a contra exercise advice, right? Against the fact that you sold they can exercise it in after hours. All they have to do is call the broker. So why have the liability when you can't adjust the position? So they could take away your 2,000 shares. So if let's say you leave the call there and close the shares, now you don't have any collateral against it, right? Like that wouldn't be great. So typically, as an educational point, you just need to know that if you let it expire, it's not really expiring at 4 p.m. It's expiring Saturday morning. And because the US is a local market, but it's globally executed. So your shares can be listed around the globe. And because of time zones, things open and close at different times. Honestly, you know who you call for these kinds of questions? JPal, you need to call your broker. Just call them and ask to speak to the fucking trade desk. You can't have them exercise. You sold a call. You don't have any rights. You sold an obligation. You have an obligation. So that's not possible. You see what I'm saying, JPAM? This is kind of I'm sure you're Cyborsy. No, don't curse at your broker. Please do not curse at your broker. They're nice people, man. Okay. Like just call up and ask for the trade desk. Because you don't want to talk to the other fucks there, okay? They don't know anything. I'm just saying, like, yeah. Like, you sold an obligation, right? So you can't exercise. They exercise. They exercise and assign you the obligation that like, that's how it works. Did he already leave? He already left. Fuck. He already left. That's not good, bro. Nice guys, good support. Well, that's good. Well, TDA is awful. TDA is garbage. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I still call them and I know more than them. So how does that happen? I'm a fucking idiot. I literally had to show her where trader updates was on NYSE. I'm like, you're a fucking broker and you don't know how to look up exchange notices? And it was the trader desk. I was over it. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do it. I don't trade on fucking TD anymore. Yeah, I'm happy to let Schwab. We'll see how Schwab does, but I prefer Tasty trade. They're used to retail traders. They're patient. They don't have asinine borrow rates. Okay, you want to get rickrolled into the most hilarious borrow rates on the planet? Go trade at E-Trade. Yeah, Tasty Trade. They're like these two funny guys that used to be traders, and they sit on live streams all day, and they have their own brokerage. It's part of the IG group. It's actually a publicly traded company. And Tom Sosnoff is, I think, the last time I checked, he's the largest holder of IG, shareholder. And it's basically like the only platform like built by retail traders for retail traders, I guess, is the way I would describe it. Or maybe that's their marketing quote and I got fucking propaganda. You know, that's possible. But they're the ones who made Thinkorswim, you know, and sold it to TD. They have really funny stories about how it all happened. So really solid education, like detailed stuff that why they don't care about my trading volume. IBKR is the worst support. Okay, so like I don't know what it is. I can't really make assumptions about other people, but when you've been trading really long, you'll end up in fucked up trades that you need to know what the fuck is going on. Like busted trades where the exchange just decides, whoopsies, we're going to reverse everyone's trades out, right? And then when an exchange reverses your trade, you must send in a cancel order or else they reprocess the order. Did you know that? You know how the only way I found that out was because Tasty held my fucking hand, okay? So when you call TD, right? When you call TD, they don't know anything, you know? So I'm sitting there like on the fucking 3 chats, like, help me, thousands of dollars hang in the balance. Yeah, why am I going to reward somebody who, I don't know. I can't reward people that don't give a shit. I'm going to reward, like, if there are people who give a shit, I'm going to go over there. Is it less capable? Yeah. I mean, IBKR, you can trade globally. And there's another benefit, which is you're directly, like you can choose your trading venue, right? So you don't get internalized and you get internalized at tasting. So, you know, that's important. I don't know her. I like them. They're a class act. Their whole model revolves around goodwill. Right? So I feel like I'm gonna, I mean, it's just real simple as a trader. I'm gonna benefit more from being under that umbrella, you know? And then I ask random ass questions constantly. And I end up learning all these quirks, right? I'll just open up the chat and I'll just keep asking. In the beginning, I remember there was like one guy and he's like, you could tell it's like a personal thing, and he's like, do you really just ask random questions? And I go, yep. How do you find out this stuff? How do you find out that, does anybody know what a contra exercise advice is? One if yes, two if no. I didn't know it before one of the brokers taught me. Does anybody know where to pick up exchange notices? Does anybody know what the SIP is? Does anyone know the 3 markets that are in NASDAQ? Because it determines delisting priority. See, like, it's random shit like that I learned from them, and I don't find it anywhere, you know? It's like, so for me, it's a net positive. I just need them to be able to, I want full extended trading hours. And I'd be happy. The point is where you overhands it. The point is, how do you come to that information? Right? It's going to be much faster if you ask somebody. And I'd be carrots through pain, exactly. And I'm sorry, my little fucking bougie ass doesn't like to get fucked. I don't, that sounds bad. Fuck. Forsey, how you been, buddy? It's election season again. Hate it. Okay, let's watch this clip because, oh no, I need to download this. I downloaded it. I just don't like, if they would stop internalizing me and they would stop, and then I could have more after hours, I would like, there would be nothing you could do to crowbar me out of that place. Four PM. Okay, here's the I'm not allowing it in the background. Get over yourself. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Here, I'll show you. Let him run to the restroom while that's going. It's drifting over there. It's looking for people. Okay, I grabbed my mic pack. Yes, sir. It is pretty. I'm enjoying it. Technically, it's still winter season down here, which is funny. It's a balmy 75. I'm enjoying it. Oh, I have to check the beef. Yeah, are you ready for election season? I think I have an election trade framework, which I'm kind of excited about. But I have to go really back test it if I'm gonna use it, but at least I spent the morning kind of building it out. Dude, last time we had an election talking in this fucking stream, I had to beat everyone off of 4C. It's 4C has a little bit of a different opinion than the majority in my stream. I was like, Jesus, guys, chill the fuck out. Like, what happened to America where everybody can be different? You remember that? Oh yeah, this beef is ready. Ooh, nice. That slides right in. I'm excited. I'll let it cool down. Some tax haven. I mean, there's no state income tax, so yeah, probably. If I decide to fund what I fund, it might all be going away though. Yo, check my meat. I checked it. It's ready. I pulled it out. I mean, I'll still be in nice places, but I won't have like crazy views with 2 bedrooms and wraparound balconies. I don't care about I don't make decisions about controversial. As long as they're not like advocating violence, I'm pretty okay. See, there you go. And then everyone will come. It seems pretty reasonable to you, but some people think that's why I don't like to wade into like that kind of stuff. See, like that's a statement on who you prefer. Really, I'm going for it for like my take on it. It's for trading, which is there is no truth, only power. Right? Yeah, I mean, I think there's a viable third party candidate, which is RFK, Robert Kennedy Jr. But right now there's some controversy whether he'll be on the debate or not. I haven't paid attention to them. Yeah, they're really terrible choices. Two geriatric choices. It's like both of them will destroy this country. I mean, and just for very, very basic fundamental reasons that have nothing to do with party choices. Trump wants to set interest rates himself, which means, yeah, the Fed is a pretty terrible organization, but I don't think people understand that they are preventing some of the con antics. So to destroy the apolitical nature, at least the little bit of apoliticalness that the Fed has, is a terrible idea. There's a reason that there's a separation between central banks and treasuries. You know where they have treasuries, U.S. treasuries that are one synonymous with their central banking or with the ability to monetize debt? Turkey. Okay. And we know what happens there. So you want to separate political control of some parts of the currency and leave it. I mean, that's why our system is pretty good most of the time. It just sucks lately because academics most of the time are in control. But what really happened, where the decay happened, I think, is in 2016, a law passed that allowed the government to propagandize its own citizens. So before, like, before institutions were required to make at least somewhat factual statements, even though it would be manipulated, at least it had to be somewhat factual. Now they can straight up say dumb shit. So I think that's when really things started to go. I think RFK has some pretty good points. We have corporate oligarchy. I think he has pretty good points about the power of the synonymous nature of corporations with government. They're too close. I think he has really good points, and I think why he's considered a wacko is because he spent most of his time litigating and saw details, and I did medical. I did some consulting inside the medical industry, and at least for those points, for the corporate, it's called regulatory capture. For the regulatory capture statements in regards to the health insurance industry, the pharmaceutical industry, I would have to tend to agree. They are too powerful, and government needs to check them, and there's not really a checks and balances. They're too big. But we haven't enforced antitrust on a meaningful basis in a long time. And so I think people who go to do political trading are really going to do, I think you can make a killing. So I would encourage you 4C. So it's a little different in here. And I'm not gonna expect you to understand because you know, I just started back up. So you may not have heard, but the rule that I'm trying to go for, and eliminate all semi-rules except maybe for the compliance ones, is the rule that I'm trying to go for is, are you interested about interacting in the community in regards to building people up? Right? Because we're all trying to be like focused on, at least I would like, to go to my deathbed to say I helped people. So I'm going to try to focus on not making people's decisions for them or like analyst work. Because there's paid research. Like if you go out there to Twitter and you go out to channels, there's a lot of good paid research. And I included kind of that style, but I'm not going to do it anymore. For me, it's more, and I'm going to discourage that as well out of everybody. Really, it's for me, I'm going to try to encourage, how do you break down a thesis, and how do you start a thesis, and how do you start thinking about like how you're going to break down that thesis. It's not like personal political opinions. It's how do you break down that thesis and turn it into, what are you going to do about tickers? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, see, it's not really about voting, right? I guess like that's not what I want to talk about, because to me, that's just not like my passion. My passion is, how are you going to use the system in your favor, right? Because I mean, you seem like a populist person regardless of the left side of the nature of your debate. And so I am too, in a way, where I don't appreciate power being used asymmetrically towards people who don't have it, you know? And I think there's a lot of that going around. I mean, you did express that you feel like they're both terrible choices. And so that's what I want to do. I want to show people that you can have freedom from the system a little bit, like not get affected so much by whatever elites decide is best for you. If that makes sense. I don't know. Does that make sense to everybody? You know what I mean? Like I want to show you how to use it for trading, use it for value statements. Trading is a skill that can be applied in every part of your life. If you know how to see value, it's a really good skill. Okay, yeah, that's just like I felt like I made a mistake in my last attempt at trying to build a community. Was I think I was unfocused on that mission. That you can tell about the content I created, right? Like I did do lessons. I did lessons a lot, but I spent, because I was trying to, I mean, primarily I'm not a content creator. First thing, I'm a trader, right? There's a lot of other people who are content creators first, financial analysts second, or traders second, and so I spent most of that time. Now what I want to do is make them equal things, right? Um, yeah, and it's like, yeah, exactly. You know, I just want to show you how you can navigate it, right? And navigating it doesn't mean making a decision or leading people to a path. It means giving you, at least this is how I see it. It doesn't mean, like, I could give you my take on, notice how my take was not what I would do. It was how you should start to think about the power structures that are out there and how power is happening right now, right? Because that's the way that I have been successful, I think, is following the money. And the way that the money works is they don't give a shit what the politics of it is, right? Like, you know how you can tell that nobody gives a shit about the politics of it, right? Because there's some incongruent things, right? Like, how do you think about proving to yourself that truth, there is no truth, only power when it comes to following the money, right? When it comes to an investment. Well, typically people who are good at making money prioritize making money over their personal morality. So you start to see things, right, that are incongruent, right? So you'll just say like, okay, if okay, I'll just go out there and say it, right? Let's go flush my viewer count down the toilet. Okay, so typically the left is pro-abortion, right? And that's a big statement on medical freedom. It is the right for a woman to decide what what her reproductive rights are. Meaning she can choose to risk her life. Like, let's say if it's later term and there's like maybe she got gestational diabetes and now she has preeclampsia, right? And with preeclampsia, when you get preeclampsia, you have a risk of dying if you have the baby, right? You can also choose to induce, you can also choose to induce early or induce later, or you can choose what to do with your body, what risk you want to take, right? Some choices are literally you have like an 80%, some medical choices are that you have an 80% chance of dying. What if the woman doesn't want to do it? Whose choice is that? I say it's the person's choice because I'm a lot about freedom, but that's my personal choice, right? But what you need to observe is that has been taken away, right? I know a family that has to go across state lines to receive medical care the way they want it, right? But see, that's what I'm telling you. It doesn't matter what you are, Blue. Is in here, what I want you to see is the power structure that is happening, right? You are being taken away your power. When your rights are taken away, that is the power of the individual being suppressed, right? And that changes assets. That will change assets. Because if you don't have medical freedom, what does it mean? It means that other people can profit off of your body, regardless of your choices. That's what power does, right? When you don't have power against your employer, right? What happens? You get paid less and they make more money. When you have leverage, you can command more for your earnings and the employer makes less. That makes a difference in assets, right? You can go into assets and see how different political structures change labor costs, right? So I'm I'm trying to teach everyone to skills to observe what's going on, right? And so power is politics as Gnostic. Why? Because we lost the right to deny medical freedom. So what happens? Well, that it means on the right side, right? Because mostly the typical view of right sides is that you have the right to deny a vaccine, a forced vaccine due to your employment or having access, like in Canada, you didn't have access to the metro or groceries if you didn't take the vaccine, right? They're anti-vaccine passports, right? What is that? You lost the ability to dictate what you can do with and without your body. And in some places, there were mandatory vaccines, right? So that will change assets. Why? Because that increases the customer base. If you mandate things, right? You see it all the time with small companies that get government mandates. Like if you mandate a test, like a driver's license test, who profits? Who benefits? Driver testing organizations. So part of, let me pause it. So who benefits? Driver testing organizations, right? And when is the timing of that trade? When the power shifted, right? So you can watch things apolitically and profit off of them, right? Or get out of the way or move to where you want to, whatever, however you want to benefit. My aim is that the little person doesn't get crushed by decisions that are totally out of their control, which is the essence of power. You do not have the right to choose. And there are certain essences of power that you start to notice, right? Is that when they take power away from the individual, they rarely ever give it back. And then, so a lot of people will cheer it on, but then it gets flexed and used against you, which is exactly what happened with the vaccine mandates. You had the vaccine mandates, and then shortly after, what happened? Didn't have the right to an abortion anymore. It's so it went from federal mandate to a states' rights issue. See? Do you see that? Right? And that's actually really cool because then you realize, that you can have a non-emotional response and decide, what's best for your family, which is personal. You can personally benefit. You can choose the state. If you paid attention and realized that it's a states' right issue, you could choose the state that you want to live in, depending on your personal beliefs. If you're probably religious, you probably want to go to a state that banned it, like Texas. If you believe in it, then you can go to a state that mandated that enshrined it, California or whatever. The most, I hate to be stereotypical, but it's an easy example, right? And vice versa. Because when inflation goes up, right, power structures really change. And so those are the skills that I want to go to my deathbed and said, I gave people their power back, right? To realize that these things were coming, realize those things are out there, and give people choices. Anyways, I've harped enough. So that's where I wanted to go with it. And if people aren't interested, that's fine. But for my own life, I have to say that I tried. But I mean, it's what I like to do. I don't know. I like to, you know, I'm a trader. I like to win value things. It's just, you know, right? Like traders like to win trades, right? Y'all like to win trades? I do. And it kind of feels all like a trade. You know what I mean? Beef is out and done. Every time the chat goes silent, I feel like I said something wrong. Turn on sync. Yes. Sorry, let me change my settings. Autofill. I mean, I just think it's a travesty that we, in 1 year, lost the right to direct our medical treatment in regards to 2 areas. That sucks. I don't know what to say. That's like dystopian. It's so fucking fashion. Right? And so who benefits, right? Rather than get mad, get rich. Right? And who benefits? And you just follow it and see what happens, you know? Yeah, and that's all I want to do, 4C. Like I just uh like today, so here's this really cool thing, 4C. We were reading a paper, and now I didn't read the whole paper, but the abstract was interesting. It said that people who were conservative, meaning like their timing was immediately when a negative news event for a company would happen, they would announce it pretty urgently, right? But people that weren't conservative would wait to like bundle it with like an earnings or like a scheduled event. And the people that were conservative were people born before World War II, people who had MBAs, or people who executives who were previous finance, legal, or accounting chiefs. So I thought that was pretty cool. Like that's the kind of stuff I think is neat, right? I'm also starting to see like tone there was another paper that I read that was pretty neat. They were talking about specific words. They could match specific words to specific assets, specifically energy assets. And what they said was it was like people got a memo and they would all start saying the same phrases, like political appointees, right? Like so but it only worked for natural resource assets and energy assets. And I thought that was interesting, right? You know, because honestly, you could just, everyone can just move wherever your politics makes sense and it'll match, you know? It's not something that you want to do, but it is a possibility. And so, like, that's a trade to me in itself as well. So, like, I'm kind of interested in following it. So, how to stop pop-up on Chrome or login screen. That's the shit that annoys me. Go to security. Security. Okay, I think I'm your connections to third-party apps and services. Hit the cogwheel, sign in prompts. Okay. Privacy and security. Okay, so they put it in two places? Jesus. Anyone else get annoyed by when it prompts you to sign in every fucking time? It drives me nuts. It's like I'm already signed in. Under content. Sorry, I would show you, but yeah. Okay, so I should be done with that finally. Now I need my Google Sheets link. I'm already out of ASIC, but thank you, hamsters. It's actually really helpful. You don't sign in, yeah. I should probably use Firefox. How have you felt the compatibility of it, Horsey? But usually when I talk, I try to talk about rights, which seems to be that everybody agrees on, and I think it shows your apolitical nature if you can agree with people with wildly different thoughts than your own. Which is important because when you're apolitical, it allows you to see the power structures better. At least that's how it helped for me, because if you have personal bias when you're trading, you get fucked real hard. Oh, you're on a Mac too? That's cool. Maybe I should use it then. Ugh, I did this wrong. Thanks, hamsters. I added some points to you if you want to get some alerts. What did happen to them? They always post it afterwards, huh? Yeah, see, if I didn't, I was out. When was I out? Midday, midweek? I don't, I have to go back and look. I took a loss on it. I think because I misunderstood my notes from last time. So the breadcrumbs, don't be like me, write your breadcrumbs better. So when you revive old trading strategies, you can not fuck up like me. I wrote on my little checklist, check if it has earnings. So it had earnings, but I didn't. It's like, well, what do I do with it? So I took the trade anyways. And then, yeah. The rest is history. Forgive me for these political clips, but I'm gonna try to build out my. Well, let's look at them on the new page on Chrome. But I have to continue to build out my strategy. Discretionary disclosure. This is really good. Uh, okay. Let's open everything on this side. Maybe my Google Sheet will work better on Chrome. What do you guys think? Okay, so I have to launch this here. Okay, so let me explain to you how I think I'm gonna try to build this. I'm gonna call it the shit disturber. The shit disturber strat. Okay, so I'm gonna develop it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, who do you think politically? My sound is the wrong one. Okay, I think I'm in the right mic. Yeah. So I call this the shit disturber strat, right? And I've started to build it out. So you guys, this is gonna piss so many people off. Okay, so what I have done is to sort, I think narrative leads you to certain people, right? And the distinctive narratives that are out there keep people like they continue to amass power or don't, right? And you can sort these people into categories, right? Like, for example, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk are not anti vaccine, they're anti vaccine mandate, right? And so is the Argentinian president as well, Milei. And then I put some pro vaccine people, I put Biden there for right now. And then I put anti vaccine was RFK, President of Tanzania, Bolsonaro, Shinzo Abe, Slovakian Prime Minister, right? And for me, there are certain positions that help you continue to amass power, right? And then, so what is the timing of the trade? Well, you look at when the moments are when they start to amass power. And see, I need to keep back testing it. Like I need to go find more examples and shit like that. So, for example, PFE, right, which is Pfizer. You saw that Pfizer roll up in price right around summer of 2020 as vaccine mandates started to come in. They tried to mandate the vaccines as they came into force, right? And so the timing would be when institutions mandate or increase the power of that associated deal, right? And so the same thing with Trump. Trump is pro-vaccine, anti-vaccine mandate, right? So what is that? That's essentially a pro-speech position, right? So I picked up DJT. And so when does that timing happen, right? When does that timing happen?
Hey,
Hi.
how's it going?
Good.
What do you think of my $20 haircut? That I overpaid by $20, I guess.
No, I think you overpaid.
Really?
Well, because
I thought she was great.
well, you gotta do the thing that your old hairdresser did, which was they put this forward.
All right.
I mean, I think it'll be fine when you do your hair. Like the cut's fine. I just think you need a right here.
Well, you don't like me showing my, what do you call it, a widow's peak or whatever?
Well, I just if someone shaved my head, I'd look like dumb too.
Cool, thanks.
That's not what I meant. God. I try so hard. I really do.
It's fine.
You didn't shave your head. I thought that would be obvious. Oh my god.
I'm fine. Wait, so he...
Okay, so like with Malay, right? It was interesting when he came into power, which would be the moment of the deal, right? Here, I'll put YPF, right? They're privatizing all the lithium, oil, and gas assets out of Argentina. And so you're seeing YPF slowly like tick up. And so I think that's the timing is when the institution changes, right? Either the institution changes or the amassing of power. So do you see how I have, actually this should be moved down a little bit. So the point is to use this combination to search Google or search Twitter, whatever your news source is, right? So you would look like for pro-vaccine words and Biden, right? Which is, it's the big narrative. And then you would find you would look for the institution and the decisions that are being made. So once the decision is up, right, you'll get this massive effect of who benefits. And then that would be the deal. Well, then you have to decide when you exit that, right? Well, it's when the counter narrative appears, right, which is adverse effects of the vaccine not effective against transmission, right? See, and I'm trying to build it as there is no truth, only power. So I'm not deciding what's true. I'm just looking at the frequency of people talking about it. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm trying to decide about DeSantis and where he fits in. So I'm going to watch this. So gird your loins. It's annoying.
Like from the river to the sea, that's just not some. They're saying things like from the river to the sea, that's just not some cheeky
Why can I only
chant.
hear it at the
They're
left?
basically saying they want to see the destruction.
Why is it only coming out of the left side? Do you hear that? It's only coming out of the left side. It's so bizarre.
destruction of the state of Israel.
And if I refresh it,
Like from the river.
see, every time I go to political stuff, it's like the viewership goes. I had 34 and then it goes down to 20. Oh boy. Actually, that means I'm onto something. All the profitable shit is shit people don't want to do. Could it be a video problem? Let's try a different video.
Like from the
Nope,
river.
still left. No, you get to hear
Saying things
that. More money for me! Hmm. Well, that may be the problem. I can't right click. Fuck. I can mute it. Oh my gosh, thank you.
You can't get up to get your own.
Appreciate you. Hey, do you know maybe why I can't look? I can't right click it and look at the properties.
Maybe it's too small. Maybe you can make it a little bigger. Maybe if you make just that panel bigger.
Wait, what just happened? It just invalidated itself. See that?
Yeah. Maybe because it's not playing any sound, or it's just
I don't,
already
like from the river
There
to
it
the
is.
or
sea.
died.
what was that?
I don't know, man. I've never seen that before.
I'm screwed. I don't know what to do because it's only playing out of my left ear.
Go to
Which
the
is kind of
source.
pissing me off.
No, okay.
Go to the source.
Yeah, where's the Safari source?
This.
No, like in OBS.
Oh, it's here.
Right click it maybe?
It's not.
I think it's just jam. Maybe if you delete it and then re-add it.
So the only problem is every time this happens is all the sound settings get fucked, right?
The levels will be messed up, yeah.
No, not the levels. The settings that you put in advanced audio settings.
Yeah, I mean Safari will be okay because you can just put it on every channel.
Okay, I should have just left it where it was because now I can't add.
Switch
Oh
to
my
your,
god, I can't even change scenes. Okay, I can't.
what is going on with it?
Yeah, it's fucking fucked up. Look. Look, even the camera's fucked up. Like it's not doing its zoom thing.
Maybe you just got too much stuff open. Can you close some things maybe?
Studio light, center stage, name. Do it.
Can you close some things?
Yeah. Maybe keep this. Here, I'll put it as a bookmark and then I can close it. Sorry, technical difficulties. Significant papers. There, I close that. I can close that. Which one, what paper was this? Little R, I already had that. The video only has left channel, yeah. Okay, so what do you want me to do now?
Well, you need to re-add Safari back. So they're not staring at a black screen. Can you go to so go back to your full camera view or working or whatever. You can go to studio mode, and now you can go to sounds and fuck with it without them.
Yeah, but
Blacked
there's
out.
nothing I can do.
Okay. So here's the other thing that might have happened.
Yeah.
Is there might be something popped up on top. Yeah. Okay, this one. You get rid of this segment. What is this from? Can I kill that?
Yeah, it's just a CSV file. Go ahead.
I thought it was a terminal window. Can we restart Thinkorswim?
Cool.
Trying to do everything I can to not have to restart OBS.
I was acting dumb like this earlier. And I restarted everything. I thought I would fix it, but I guess not. Boo! So you think like it's popped up somewhere, but it's stuck.
Well, that was my theory, but usually we would have seen it when you do that because that's going to show everything that's presenting something. That would have brought it to.
You know, and it sucks because this is as fresh of an install as I could have done.
I mean, you could stop the recording maybe. It's going to be annoying for your editor, but
Yeah. But what would that do?
I'm just trying to think of something that might relieve some resources so it might recover. Honestly, I think it's probably just glitched.
Yeah, but it did this before.
Maybe see if there's a patch or something when you are offline.
Mm-hmm.
New tools, maybe. There. Is there a dock for this? There's view reset UI.
What does that do?
In theory, it's just going to reset the graphical layer without killing anything.
All right, let's go. We're gonna press it.
Gonna risk it for the biscuit.
For hide additional docs, you will need to unhide these docs from the docs menu if you want them to be visible.
Can you at least add them? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we just need to get your docs back.
Is that what it's showing to the stream or?
Yes.
Okay.
So add Safari back while you can, and then we'll get your docs back after.
Audio input capture?
No, application audio capture, I think.
Where? Mac OS audio capture.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Call it Safari.
Oh, you even got rid of the profile.
Ready to go
Oh yeah, you
far.
removed it.
Oh, okay. Safari. Okay, Safari's there now.
Okay.
Now,
So you can go back to working, and then switch out of studio mode.
wait, view. Where do I get the doc that shows the audio?
Know that
Is it correct for
for Safari? Yes, that looks right to me.
Safari includes all of them, right?
Mhm.
So that's fine. Okay.
Do you want your other docs back that went away, like your chat?
Yeah, I don't know how to get them back.
Go to docs. There you go. And then check chat. Put it where you want it.
Okay, now I can see the chat again. Guys, we learned how to reset OBS now.
All the way to the right. And that should blend in. Oh no.
Set all the way to the right. That's all the way to the right.
Oh, man.
There it is.
There it is.
Docs. Twitch activity feed. There it is.
Oh, we'll have to re-add your Stream Elements activity feed at some point. I think that went away. But it's just a URL we need to go fetch.
Look, somebody followed me. That was Tater. Tater.
Tater salad.
Tater.
For one, you can turn off studio mode now.
Okay.
All right. Does that get you back to?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. It was quite the journey, but. I don't know that way.
Yeah, I mean, that works.
Streaming's the benefit.
Yeah. I mean, now I can use that. You know? What was that? Okay. Ah, that was involved. Okay. Will it actually play it or where's my audio doc? I always like to. Okay, there it is. Audio mixer on my left. Will it actually
And
play
they're
it?
saying things.
It's still broken.
What's wrong now?
I mean, at least we. I'm sorry, AJ. It's still broken.
Why?
It's still broken. Went through all that.
Broken.
It started to play out of the left channel only, which is what the just like Rogue like Cow said. Okay, now it's not even playing it out of it.
What happens if you click on that little speaker? Is that just showing you that it's playing something? Is it something weird with X? Like, can you pop the video out to the source?
Well, I can go play another video. It's a random. See, it's not playing.
Maybe it's because Safari's in presenter mode?
No, I mean it's played before.
Hmm.
Here, I'm gonna put it in studio mode so I can go down there. Typically, the way I fix this is I just
Change it to another app, then change
Yeah.
it back.
like It'll die if I hit speedify, so. Spotlight. What can I do that's safe?
Discord.
Let me start Chrome.
Just play it in Chrome.
I could, but
you
then I
have
have to
your
add.
bin and stuff.
Just trust me right
Okay.
now.
Heard.
Then usually I just go back to Safari like that, and then usually I can.
Deployment at 3.9%.
Fuck,
Weird. That's so hokey. I'm sorry.
isn't it?
Let's see if there's a patch maybe that's worked on that.
Oh, that was so ridiculously hard. And see, the thing is like usually you just restart stuff.
C, you know, that's just not some
It's Twitter. It's Twitter. It's not. It's fucking Twitter.
Does it break every time you go to Twitter?
Yeah. How does it break in Twitter?
Some library they're using to play the sound.
Or is it the video like Cow said?
Could be the codec video.
Is it the video? Wow. Oh, that just blew up my eardrum. Sorry. Whatever this is. Rat roulette. It's the video. Fuck. We did all that because it was a video. Oh my god. Hey, let's not call anyone a clown. I'm trying to. I want to purge your comments. Okay, all I'm listening for is to build my strat. Right? So I'm not really into political discussions. I don't enjoy them and they distract us from the point. It's not that I'm banning them, I just like let's just not name call.
Holocaust. That's what Hamas wants. That's why Hamas baked babies in ovens. That's why they were raping the mothers. That's why they were
Jesus.
beheading elderly people on October 7th. You know, it's interesting. I didn't see those folks protesting Hamas's actions. They were very quiet about Hamas's actions. Now they're just doing and they're protesting this. But I'd also say people should learn their history. The fact of the matter is there's never been a country or state called Palestine. Jews have the longest connection to that territory. It goes back to biblical times, thousands and thousands
Okay, let's
of
piss
years.
everybody off.
They were
DeSantis.
displaced by hostile forces over the years.
So do you
But
see it's
just
the
in
shit
immediate
disturber strat?
history until World War I,
Who is the
that
shit
was
disturber?
hundreds of years of rule by
DeSantis.
the Ottoman Empire, by Turks. That was not a Palestinian state. And then the Brits took it over after World War I. They had the mandate for Palestine. And the vision was to have a Jewish state and an Arab state. And in the UN, after World War II, adopted Jewish state, Arab state. Jews accepted it, founded modern Israel. The Arabs rejected it and went to war against Israel, a war that they lost.
Okay, so I would describe him right now pro-Jewish state. So I'm gonna put DeSantis down for that one. because I need to continue to build out. I need like way more examples. So I'm going to do this from Mike Benz Cyber. So this is an interesting, he's an interesting analyst. And I didn't want to splice it with, like our other strategies, right? But I kind of have to look at that stuff while it's going, because then Twitter is a way of disappearing shit. It just becomes like hard to find stuff again.
Looks like that's a collaborative effort with the IMF. I don't know. I don't think world bankers really hate this guy. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy, by the way. You know, this is part of the complicated. This is why I try to talk about, you know, the geopolitical wider lens of the censorship industry, is because this is not a right or left thing. This is not a, you know, fascism versus communism thing. It's not right, left. You know, it's just about understanding the world as it is. And you can have both things. You can have somebody who is good on domestic issues and stops a lot of cultural things that folks who follow my content, I think, agree should be stopped. But then also gives world bankers and globalist types their cut too. There is a place for that. You know, a lot of people say, you know, that is a fair compromise of like a DeSantis type presidency. You know, that he would sort of get rid of wokeism and some of the excesses of the cultural front, the Disneyfication of things. But then he would give, you know, the foreign policy bloc what they want on Ukraine. There's a place for that, and frankly, it may be the most politically realist in a certain way. I'm not opining on that, by the way. I'm only saying that there are different schools of thought. He may act like a madman, but I'm not convinced that Milei is random.
What was that? No, I just muted because I was eating. That makes sense. And then I stopped the music because he had music in the background. I don't see him talk anymore about DeSantis, which is unfortunate. There we go. DeSantis visited Israel back in April. Hmm. What is he up to lately? Okay, so the way that we're supposed to find this is DeSantis IMF. Let's see. Does anything come up? No. DeSantis IMF announces initiatives. That's in 2022, 20 enact legislation to protect. Oh, did I not get an alert? We got an alert. He banned the CDBC. What? That's crazy. I have to log back into Thinkorswim. So who benefits from DeSantis? When was that? March. Who benefits from DeSantis banning CDBCs?
To ban the Chinese Communist.
Well, we're not really a political stream, right? The point is to watch it and to watch power, right? So trust is not at issue. What's at issue is who benefits. It's the game of follow the money. Don't you love it? I love it. Right? Maybe people don't like it, but okay, into which direction and by whom and who benefits, right? Okay, let's.
We've also seen it in actions we've already taken in the state of Florida. For example, we are the first state to ban the Chinese Communist Party from buying land in our state.
Ooh,
And why
really?
would we want them to have land here? And other states have now followed suit.
So that's not actually good. So the way that countries, so okay, so the way a reserve currency works is well, they're saying it out loud to you. There's nothing really non-obvious about it, Tim. So anyway, so the way a reserve currency works is the host country or the one who has a reserve currency, at this point it's the US, even though that's degrading. They must print dollars to suffice the demand for dollars. And why does that hurt the US is because, well, it benefits and hurts them. It benefits them because they can print dollars without consequences. Okay? Because what happens is they export inflation across the world to whomever holds dollars. How do you stop the exportation of inflation? Well, you ensure a domestic energy supply. You ensure a domestic manufacturing base. Those are some of the fiscal things that you can do. Some of the monetary things that you can do is you can get your central bank to purchase assets, right? And so that's what the CCP does, is to stop the exportation of importation. And that's what every country across the world does, is they buy US assets, thereby increasing the asset value. That's why I laugh when people say, you know, like people don't understand that in the United States, you're affected by that. You buy US assets and you think they just keep going up and up and up. And a lot of people think it's about US superiority, and it's really not. There are land and assets across the world that are much better than the United States, apples to apples. But what ends up happening is that's the function of the US dollar. They call it the exorbitant privilege. And so the reason it does that is because other foreign countries buy our assets. So if you ban that, importation, you ban that offsetting that other countries do, it has consequences. Oh man. I was in, am I in? Yeah, there we go. So at least we can put on our sheet, on my sheet, two different positions that he has. So pro-Jewish state, we could put here, we can bold these. Anti-CBDC. DeSantis. Anti-foreign ownership. DeSantis.
Because you've seen a movement. They want farmland, they want land near military bases, and they're not just doing that to contribute to America. They're doing it for their own interests. So you see that. We also were the first state to enact policies to prevent the imposition of a central bank digital currency. And that's something that the Fed has talked about. They don't have authority to do it absent Congress, but they may do it at some point anyways, or try to. And that'll be a way to phase out cash, have a digital dollar, which they are going to have supervision over. And they'll have supervision over how you use that. And that's totally comes out of this playbook. Where you have these elites that want to impose that down, and they've bragged about it. You could look at things like Davos and the World Economic Forum. They'll have panels where people will be bragging. They'll say, yeah, if you have central bank digital currency, you can circumscribe ammunition purchases, fuel, all the things that they don't want you to do. So it's clearly, it's not a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's just a wolf coming as a wolf, and we said no to that, and that was smart.
Currency controlled by the feds.
When you use your wallet to pay for something, the Fed would take the digital cash out of your wallet and deposit it into the merchants.
I think it'd be a total disaster. Sometimes government does things that may appear.
So CBDCs will create, everyone has an account at the Fed. The reason why this would be bad is because it would crowd out investment in banks, right? Because why would you have a private bank? You're basically creating banking as a public utility. So who benefits? Bankers. Bankers and maybe we need to put people, narrative. Okay, so identification. What do you call this? Identification of narrative. So anti-CBDC would be bankers. And then it would lead you to a ticker. Will allow daily value adjustment. Right now we can only guess how much US currency is out there. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Whew.
To be benevolent, but really are kind of like a wolf in sheep's clothing. This is a wolf coming as a wolf.
For months, I tried to get Governor Ron DeSantis to do an interview. The government's plan for digital money got him to say yes.
The media make it sound like it's a great thing.
Well, if you don't care about your privacy and you want the government to have even more control over the economy, then maybe it is. But if you don't trust central authority, then you should see this immediately as something that is very problematic.
But a lot of people do trust central authority. I'll read from the President's executive order on responsible development of digital assets. This will protect consumers, investors, and the environment.
That last one's a tell, because I think they would impose certain criteria. You're filling up too much tank of gas. Wait a minute, climate change, you can't be doing that. You bought another firearm? No, no, no.
And if you do buy or do the wrong thing, they can easily cut off your money. That's what Canada's government did when these truckers protested vaccine rules.
If your truck is being used in these protests, your corporate accounts will be frozen.
When the government did block their bank accounts, that stopped the protests. Control over an American digital dollar would give our government even more power.
They want to impose ideology through the economy.
DeSantis is so upset about this plan for a digital dollar, he just persuaded Florida's legislature to ban its use in his state.
This will be a national issue. Why is it the business of a governor?
Look, this is part of our role. There's a back and forth between the federal government and the states, and so we're pushing back against things we don't think are good. What we did at the state level is protect Floridians against a unilateral action by either Treasury or the Federal Reserve. They do not have the authority to do that.
He says what the Fed is doing may not even be legal.
The Federal Reserve has come out and said we would only do it after, quote, consulting with the legislative and executive branches. Ideally, we'd get specific congressional authorization. Wait a minute. It's not ideal that you get That's what the Constitution requires.
The advocates make a digital currency sound so good.
As trusted as cash, as convenient as a payment app, yet also benefit from the same blockchain technology which underpins cryptocurrencies.
Make cross-border payments easier, promote financial inclusion, and payment system stability.
When I started talking about some of the dangers from privacy and all that, the corporate press, all these outlets, they all of a sudden started converging that DeSantis is trying to promote conspiracy theories.
They basically hate you.
Part of that is true, but I think part of it is this is something that they care about. And the question is, why would these organizations care so much about a central bank digital currency? Is it really because they are really that invested in cross-border transactions? Of course not. It's because this is something that could help them advance their ideology of having more central authority and more supervisory power over the average American.
But if the Fed doesn't develop its own digital currency,
America's going to fall behind. Wall Street Journal.
The U.S. financial system is still pretty old school when it comes to moving money around.
And that's not a great way to run a modern global economy.
Oh, please. They want to move to a cashless society, which would basically mean the Federal Reserve, Treasury Department would have supervisory jurisdiction over all of your transactions.
It's true that sometimes people use cash to buy illegal things, but cash has advantages.
Cash is independence. You have the cash in your wallet, you can go, you can make these transactions. It's not dependent on somebody else.
It's private.
It's private.
So is cryptocurrency. It lets people buy things without government money. Some in government don't like that.
Legitimate digital public money could help drive out bogus digital private money.
She clearly would be somebody that rejects.
Well, all the conversation is about who benefits. It's not really. I've shut down every single person who has an emotional statement about it. So that's how we're going to do it. It's just who benefits, what's the timing of the trade, who else's narrative, what's the narrative, like details, that's it. Oof, that's rough.
Any type of digital asset that's not controlled by a central authority. They don't like Bitcoin. They don't like some of these other things. And the reason is they don't control it. That's why they don't like it.
I promise. Okay, so if so let's see who benefits. I'm gonna put it up here. Okay, hold on. Freeze, view, freeze, one row. Yep. There we go. So what's the deal he made? Oh, let's search DeSantis Bitcoin. Pretty sure this is just an excuse to get rid of our ACH system. We already got rid of it with Fedwire, didn't we? Didn't they do that giant upgrade or whatever that took them fucking 5 years? And they didn't get out of Fedwire? They went from 3 days to 1 or something? Yeah, see, the US Senate just voted to kill SEC's draconian crypto accounting policy. Okay, it's from SEC rule barring firms from holding Bitcoin. What kind of firms? That's the neat part you don't. Oh boy. Oh, that's such a cool point, Tim. So during inflation in the 80s, they made they came off the gold standard, and so now that's why it's kind of like rhyming. Hmm. So who benefits? Who benefits from regulated firms being able to hold crypto? Hmm. So I guess a bank that wants to hold crypto. I have no idea. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. There we go. No. Damn. No one thinks it's weird. The entire base of cryptocurrency markets liquidity, Tether, seems to work like an offshore Federal Reserve money printer that can magically print money from thin air, is propping up the US dollar with 90 billion in UST. I don't know about that. Meanwhile, the only other major stablecoin, Circle, formerly US government regulated, literally now uses CA cutout, helping the CA smuggle funds for regime change ops in countries under US sanctions. Treasury and Fed Reserve seize assets, then convert dollars to Circle to send. I don't know. Like, I don't know, Hitch. Hey, see this? I'm just trying to build a new strategy where I feel like I'm noticing a pattern. Like, their narrative kind of matches, and you don't really know what's happening, but you can kind of follow. Jeremy Allaire is the CEO of what? So his first partnership was this is a wild article. Yeah, he does. New bank. Cow. I was always irritated with his new bank purchase because it, whatchamacallit. They were always so anti-crypto, but then why do you own a bank that owns crypto? It felt weird. Is Hitch still around? Oh, like why would a regulated bank want crypto? It's a very interesting question. Looks good to shareholders? Why? Because you're doing new shit? But think of it not as a currency, but as storage of wealth. Like safe deposit boxes. They understand that. Well, because I feel like people are using it not as it's meant to be used. It's not meant to be a currency. It's too fucking expensive. So think of it like okay, so what if it's a storage of money, like it was gold, right? You don't transact in that. or like a safety deposit box or like jewelry, then what would you say?
These people are all very close to the U.S. Treasury. Couldn't you just have the U.S. Treasury mint whatever many, however much dollars are needed for that in order to have that done, right? So, because the issue is oftentimes these things are much more expensive than what taxpayers alone can allocate. Like we're seeing this in Ukraine. They want $1 trillion for Ukraine. They asked for $100 billion at the start of this year. It was negotiated down to $61 billion. So they have a $40 billion shortfall, even right now, for their immediate, stated need in Ukraine. How are they going to cover that? And what Dane is saying is, well, couldn't the U.S. just print new dollars and that 40 billion and just give it to the blob, and then the blob doesn't have to operate, a narco trafficking ring using the cocaine cartels in Colombia and the meth cartels in Mexico and the heroin cartels in
The late adopter, if a good use is found, is dead. I literally cannot think of any reason for every bank to actually use that amount of crypto. Interesting. Then who benefits? Why do banks? Why? Okay, no. Why is too hard of an answer. Who benefits? Who benefits? Is Circle a public company? No. It's super nice actually in software contracts. But a bank? Yeah, that's why I don't. But crypto is like a bank and software, right? So right, I understand that crypto benefits, but like why would fiat world benefit? Fund flows like from Bitcoin ETFs? Popularizing it? I don't know. What were you saying about Circle, Kelly? De-risk against the dollar? That is not a bad idea. I mean, rich people bet on both sides. Do you know what I mean? Right? Like, am I... They hedge. They always hedge. You know, people that last a long time hedge. De-risk. I mean, if the dollar blows up. Okay, let's say the dollar blows up. Do banks go under? Not really. I mean, would they? Yeah, there would, because in Basel, they are required to hold treasuries. They're changing the Basel rules, aren't they? That Basel III endgame shit?
Capital standards within Basel III park so much capital on the
I'm
sidelines that
pronouncing
those
it incorrectly.
Americans perhaps watching C-SPAN looking for their first mortgage will have less capital to actually become a part of the American dream, to actually earn small business,
Okay, well, I didn't care what you say.
poverty for capital Americans air.
I thought it was the respondent. Why am I reading Twitter for that? That kind of stuff is trade journals are better. Here we go. Banking. Just go to the banking section. No, I have to pick. Community earnings, bank industry data, policy, payments, crypto. Yeah, I'm just not interested in longing anything but Bitcoin. Here we go. A US dollar peg stablecoin. Wait. A stable coin pegged only to US dollars on deposit in insured bank accounts. What in the crap is that? Archive.is. Here, give me this link. Will it give me this link? Presto! Okay. Any coin that promises what the fuck is this article on American Banker? They're saying such a stable coin is more valuable than fiat currency? On what planet? They're linking to some fucking die pad. What is this? How long am I going to be around? Well, I already ate, so I'll probably just... I need to be completely off in 45 minutes. 45 minutes to an hour. So. Sorry. I have no idea how close you're... Hi. I don't... How is American Banker suggesting a stable coin that is only based on reserve dollars? Bro, shit's gonna be weird. Ugh. This superior functionality would drive demand for a true stablecoin. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Go across the street. Brett prompted this research. I am trying to build a... I'm trying to build a very systematic follow the money strat. And I call it the safe shit disturber strat. Basically it's a shit disturber, right? Like Elon to me is a shit disturber. One if you agree, two if you don't. I mean, what other CEO goes out there and shit posts, you know, like, and somehow gets away with it constantly? So that's what I call it, the safe shit disturber, right? Like on what planet? I mean, who can go to space, right? China, the US, Russia, and Elon. Right? He's somehow put himself into like he's a state actor now, you know? Like a global state actor. And then he's shit disturbing at the same time. Like hey, you know? He just sits there and he goes, you know, like, hey, you know? Like you're like, hey, do you enjoy you know, your car and the things that it does? And then they push some update. AJ goes out there and he decides that he's not going to tell me, but he puts it at like max gain and he puts the fart sound in my car. And so every time the car locks, it does this horrible wet fart sound, right? He's a shit disturber, you know? And he enables everyone else to be a shit disturber, you know? So AJ thinks it's fascinating that I go to the grocery store, there's some guy, you know the workers that go get the carts, and they're like right by the car. I lock the car and it just does this horrible wet fart sound, and you're like, great. That's great. That's great. Thank you, AJ. Appreciate you. Appreciate. Thank you so much. And they just turn around at me and they're like, yo, did that girl just... Right? They're shit disturbers, but somehow they know the line, right? Like AJ knows the line, right? That it needs to be fun shenanigans, not mean shenanigans, right? You see what I mean? Like that's Elon. They're both fucking shit disturbers. But somehow they get away with it. Why? Because they know the line, right? And so they know what narratives to have, they know who to deal with, and how to amass power. And so it's identifying those shit disturbers because they're undervalued, in my opinion. So I think this is shit disturbing, right? Like look at Hitch. He's like, why would a bank ever want crypto, right? It's like shit disturbing. Like there's a lot of people a quite large majority of people that find DeSantis intolerable, but then he goes out there and he can somehow ban CDBCs and survive, right? There's another alert. Okay, well, that's garbage. I don't. See, so this is the thing that AJ coded, and it gives me alerts, which is kind of cool. And so we can see. So these are the alerts that it sends, and then I can see it hits my email, which hits my watch. Isn't it pretty? Oh, he added shading. That's kind of cool. The stability of these deposits would allow the bank to lend at lower rates. The money supply would have two distinct components, each specializing in different functions. There we go. Prevents the government from using currency as a weapon of surveillance and control. See, there's that narrative, that weird, freaky narrative. Do you see what I mean? So, anti-CBDC, pro-stable coin, right? Because anti-CBDC people, it's like the safe shit disturber, right? So, like, Elon survives because he does pro-free speech, but legal, right? And Elon survives because he's anti-vaccine mandate, not anti-vaccine. You see what I mean? That's the way. Who wrote this? Daniel Wheeler. Who is that guy? Is it the guy who's president, the fintech lawyer? Search. Community banks. This website, bro. It hurts me inside. I know. Just kidding. This website hurts me. Smiles Wallet, Koba.ai. Okay, maybe I I shouldn't say take this guy seriously. A de novo bank. What is a de novo bank? What is a de novo bank? Is a bank that has not been acquired through purchase and is newly chartered. Operation Choke Point. Hmm. I'm not a robot. God, just get me back there. Okay. The Loomis Gillibrand stablecoin bill is misguided. There we go. To establish a federal regulatory framework for stablecoins. See that? Every one of the world's leading stablecoins lost its peg to the US dollar on multiple occasions between 2019 and 2023. Many depegging incidents occur after market shocks, such as Terra USD collapse, FTX's. The failure of SVB triggered a near fatal run by holders of USDC. That true? USDC recovered its $1 peg only after federal regulators agreed to rescue SVB's uninsured deposits. thereby protecting 3.3 billion of uninsured deposits held by Circle at SVB. Prima! Yeah. Oh, you like dice gambling? It's great to run the odds on that stuff. It's fun. So the bill would allow state chartered trust companies and federally chartered trust companies to issue stablecoins without obtaining federal deposit insurance and without complying with federal laws governing banks. So I found a new bill that they're trying to pass through that says that that would allow state chartered trust companies and federally chartered trust companies to issue stable coins. So that would be the stable coin that's like one that's on bank reserves. Yeah, that would be crazy. In 2019, Wyoming ignored the lessons of history and began to issue charters for special purpose crypto banks that accept deposits of crypto assets but do not have federal deposit insurance. Congress should not repeat Wyoming's disastrous high stakes gambling by allowing uninsured, poorly regulated financial institutions to issue stablecoins. Oh, so SVB didn't die. SVB died because it had stable coins on deposit. No. See, it doesn't matter because they deposit their cash with it at the bank. So then they create a run because they constantly have to withdraw to fulfill the peg. So just by them doing business with a stable coin, they increase risk. Yeah. For me, it's not a assets on hand issue or like a VAR issue of the assets that they have on hand, but instead it's a counterparty risk scenario. A bank and a trust, not a trust and their customers, though, right? I don't know what you're meaning. Yeah, I remember when SI went down. I was the one who got an alert because SI was a late filing, and I was watching the Tesla. a reveal of the robot. And SI alerted on my phone, and I put it in the corner, and I just watched it die in after hours. Right. That's what this is saying, was that Wyoming did this already. In 2019, Wyoming ignored the lessons of history and began to issue charters for special purpose crypto banks that accept deposits of crypto assets but do not have FDIC or federal deposit insurance. Let me reread. Maybe you weren't here. Here, let me just, because I don't know exactly what you're asking. I'm not a banker. The Loomis-Gillibrand bill would allow state-chartered trust companies and federally chartered trust companies to issue stablecoins without obtaining FDIC insurance and without complying with federal laws governing banks insured by the FDIC court. The bill would encourage the there's not real details here. I don't see an answer to your question. I think this is actually a security then, yeah, because as I read this part, it says Congress should implement PWG's wise recommendation by rejecting the Loomis-Gillibrand bill and by adopting legislation requiring all issuers and distributors of stablecoins to be FDIC insured banks, not the trusts. Such legislation will ensure that all stablecoin providers must comply with the crucial safeguards embodied in federal laws governing FDIC insured banks, including FDIC coverage based on the payment of risk-based premiums. Yeah, I know that not all state chartered banks have FDIC coverage, right? But what they're proposing is that that anyone that can deal in stable coins is FDIC covered. But this is kind of a moot point because then this thing went into Senate joins House to overturn SEC's crypto custody rule. Here, let's read this. Senate joins House to overturn SEC's. Oh, fuck. Did I lose the stream? I accidentally unplugged shit. Is the stream still? Yeah, it is. Well, you can think of a stable coin operating just like a money market fund, right? there can be runs on stable coins because you have duration mismatch, right? So to fund somebody who holds your deposit, they have to lend it out, right? And so if people withdrawing exceed the amount, exceed what can be paid back in terms of duration, the fund goes bust. Do you see what I'm saying? So anything that has a duration mismatch can potentially have a problem. I don't know what stable coins are literally defined as. I'll go look. Let me read. The U.S. Senate has passed a measure to nullify the SEC's commission's guidance, creating accounting standards for financial firms that hold crypto in custody. I think this is just custody. Okay, what is actually a non-bank digital asset platform? Okay. Versus a stable coin. Versus stable coin. Financial Stability Board, maybe? Maybe the Treasury would know? I don't fucking know. There you go. There is no universally agreed legal or regulatory definition of stable coin. Sorry. I'm so fucked. It's funny. So it's fine, I guess. It really doesn't matter. Just FDIC stepping in to prevent people from preying on customers. I'm fine with it. Okay, describe 3 characteristics that distinguish a global stablecoin from other crypto assets and other stablecoins. Those characteristics include the existence of a stabilization mechanism, the usability as a means of payment or a store of value, and the potential reach and adoption across multiple jurisdictions. Yeah, that's why it just feels like an MMF, right? Like there's So far, stablecoins have been issued by non-banks, which are lightly regulated or unregulated. This paper focuses on stablecoins that are USD. Okay, but so the question is not if you're okay with it. The question is who benefits or what benefits. Of being anti-CBDC, pro stablecoin. I'm glad you understand it. So that's what I'm building. Do you get it? Yeah. See, anti-CBDC, pro stablecoin. Is it anti-CBDC, pro stablecoin? By being anti-CBDC and pro stablecoin? But that bill is anti-stablecoin. Because it's smacking around the trust for fucking around. Not really? Okay. Yes, but you're gonna have to wait. You can come on Discord, but I need a second to set up your audio. Yeah, that's fine. No, I have Discord. Just when you talk, do me a favor and try to be quiet just in case the volume is fucked. So just call me or something on Discord. Because I don't have like a room or anything like that. Hello.
Hello. Like,
Hold on, let me try to adjust volume because I haven't tested this.
sure. Yep, you do you. I'm just gonna talk real quietly and keep talking until you can figure it out.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
You sound like robotic
1, 2,
for
3.
some reason.
I sound robotic. Oh, I'm just talking really quietly, maybe. Hello?
Maybe. Does he sound alright, guys? I don't know. Talk again?
Hello? Hello? I don't know. 1, 2, 3.
There you go. It's yellow. Okay, try it again.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I see why. Your region is set to Brazil, so it's going all the way down there.
What the hell?
Yeah, hold on. Let me do
How do I
US
even?
East. There you go. Okay, try again.
There we go. Awesome. Yeah, that seems like a better idea.
Mm.
Is that working for you?
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Fuck it, we're
Okay.
doing it live.
Yeah. Fuck it, we're doing it live. Okay. Oh, all right. So, yeah, I don't know much about like the CBDC versus stablecoin argument in that sense. I just know this from like securities law that one, the FDIC like thing that's fine, like that shit happens. Like trusts don't have the same issues with FDIC that actual like banks do. That's I mean that's why every big bank separates their entities and trusts versus banks. So each part of the arm can do something different. So that's fine. This is just, it looks like the state just let like new technology kind of go its way, because I think it's Wyoming, right? They're trying to be super progressive with this stuff. They're doing with like weed and all that too, so they're just trying to be super progressive. But what they missed out on is people are very dumb. Especially
really?
when it
Tell me
especially
more.
when it especially when it
Sorry.
comes to like investment ideas. So what I'm getting from like this like 10 minutes is Wyoming said, yeah, we can use stable coins. And then a bunch of trusts said, okay, we'll make a company to sell stable coins. And then a bunch of people thought, holy shit, it's a stable product that isn't the dollar. And turns out stablecoin
Oh,
not
so
pegged against anything that's actually stable. And so people were like losing money, and it was just it was too risky versus what they thought it was. And so they all failed, right? So
Yeah.
the government is just saying like, hey, douchebags, trusts, if you're gonna trick your audience, we're just gonna regulate you the same way that we regulate people that sell securities like that, and we're gonna make you go and get insurance on it. Which I don't know if they had SIPC insurance. That part's a little unclear. They should. If they don't, that's a bigger red flag.
They don't.
But
They don't. That's why they're pissed.
they don't have SIPC either.
Nor FDIC.
Then that's sketchier. If they don't have SIPC, that's a little sketchier because I don't. At what leverage are they? That's okay. That's a bad idea. So they're just choosing FDIC then. So if you're going to do business, you need actual insurance on your products, which is, I mean, that's fine. At the end of the day, this is one of those things that the government's actually very good at, which is securities law. This is where a lot of like the general public will say like, hey, like, why are all these laws in place? Like the man's keeping us down. When in reality, like if we had no laws, like shit like this would happen and banks would steal their money like in a fucking second. So this is just, hey, stop selling something as secure when it's not secure. If you want to do that, it has to be secure.
You would have to have the FDIC, so stop fucking around.
You have to like actually insure your products. You can't just fucking do that. So this makes sense to me. I don't know if this is anti anything. To me, this reads strictly as stop fucking over the general public.
Okay. Well, okay, so can we take it another place? If you have a
Sure.
second. Not a second, but a few minutes. Who would benefit from or what would benefit? Who or what would benefit from a anti-CBDC stance, but pro stablecoin, or just anti-CBDC? Like I'm just shocked that anyone can get away with that kind of stance and still be among the living. Not like actually, but just
I don't know
still
enough about
amassing
like
power.
the CBDC, like the anti-CBDC argument to really know anything. Like in the 20 minutes I've watched of the CBD stuff from the stream today.
Well, okay, let's go. What about pro
yeah.
stablecoin? If you wanted to
Pro-
fuck around and find out and really market a security as a stablecoin, what would benefit from that if they allowed it in?
Without this law?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean the benefit is like people like me would come steal your lunch money and then just run off into the sunset. Like that's the benefit.
Not the benefit, like what would benefit? Like what institution would benefit? Like specifically
investment firms.
Okay. All right.
Investment firms would if okay, I'm putting myself in like the investment firm shoes. Shocker. If I am trying to benefit off no regulation about the issuance of stable coins, what would I do? I would probably fund the trust I would probably just fund trusts with debt obligations and then just like let them go haywire on like really high interest rates and then just let them go fucking nuts and then just take in the money. And if they fail, they fail. And like if people lose their money, they lose their money. But I'd probably just take on that debt as an asset. Is probably what I would do.
But it
And then
really
just
is
hope
a
it-
failure of
and-
marketing, right? Because that's not. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's
I mean,
such a
you're thinking
security.
at scale, right? You're
Yeah.
thinking at scale, right? You're thinking at like, I'm probably gonna put in. I mean, how big are these trust companies? Are they like 50 million or are they like a billion?
No, they're
I'm
like
assuming they're like 50
single
million. I'm assuming they're not that
single
big.
to double digit billions.
Single to double digit billions?
Yeah.
How many of them were there in Wyoming? No way.
Yeah, actually.
There were single to double digit multiple billions in trusts in Wyoming.
Not
Not that I
crypto.
don't believe you, but that sounds a lot.
So I'll pull my stuff on crypto and banks. There was a congressional research service. There it was.
That just sounds very large for what I know about Wyoming banking.
Yeah, I was also surprised. Why crypto? So let me go find it. I don't know that I can find it right now, but
But okay, but so you're saying, and what's with like a dozen trusts or how many we're talking? I'm
Yeah,
I'm
like
just trying to get
5.
an estimate of like how, like
Like,
5.
yeah.
So like at most like 50 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that much. I would imagine a couple firms would throw 20% of that they would take on just to see just to take that on. I would imagine they would. Why not? An unregulated securities industry, you would probably get some shady funds to go after it and take on that risk for the payoff. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's really just what is this? Unsecured credit. What is this? You're muted. I see your mouth moving on stream. It's my stream now, chat. All right, let's do this.
All right. Watch yourself.
Oh.
No, it's I was tracking. There was this report that I was reading that showed the top banks, the top small banks that achieved like deposits under management growth, right? And I was watching these shitty little banks in the middle of fucking nowhere go from like 100 million in assets to double digit billions, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? You know, like, and it was like it would all be concentrated in like one state, and I'd be like, and that's how I found Wyoming.
Could this be used as a fraud avenue?
I mean, to me, it doesn't. It looks like an embezzlement system.
Do they have AMT? Like, do they have, or sorry, AML? Like, do they have?
Well, if it's a
those
bank,
requirements
it
in place?
should. It should.
But
I
they're
mean,
not
every
banks.
bank
They're
has.
trusts.
Okay.
They're trusts. So they don't.
Well, then why were they on the Federal Reserve report? Federal Reserve doesn't have reports on trust. I gotta
No,
go
but
find
you're
it
saying
then.
that the stable coin were being issued by trusts which don't have those requirements. But you're saying these trust companies got up to like 1 to 10 billion, and through some
Well,
avenue that
that's-
I'm just not super aware of are going into with banks
That's
who
what
are skyrocketing.
That's what the bill is asserting.
If they say the money's coming from the trust, though, they don't have the same AML requirements of where that actually money's coming from. It just comes from the trust. So it could be like when you talk about that kind of money in Wyoming, I don't really. That's too much money for Wyoming. That's not a. You know, I don't know any investment company that sees that.
Let me go pull
amount
that
of money in
article again.
Wyoming. Yeah, it could be. It could be a fraud thing.
I mean, the stablecoins
Or-
to me feel like an embezzlement system. When I hear about them, they just sound creepy. It's too new, you know? That's what people do. You know, that's what I hate new fintech shit, right? Like I feel like new fintech grew through there was like a special word for it I remember at the time. It was like through like, hey, we're new and we're gonna not follow the rules, but if you slap our hand, okay, we'll be okay, but we'll take on the growth in the meantime.
Putting the real app to send emails.
Oh, that's nice. Oh,
Fucking door.
you gotta close the door. It keeps slamming. I would love to look at it right now, but we're having a conversation. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's see. Let me go back. Where did I go to?
That this seems like just a sketchy asset. Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Doesn't it? I mean, it just.
I mean, the fact that there's no definition on it, is like the
That's why I
is like
started
the biggest
laughing.
waving red flag I could ever. That was my first thing. I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Like, it's not really that big of a deal. I'm like, okay, so what are they actually defining this thing as? Like, oh, nothing. Like, oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's why I started laughing hysterically because I was like, okay, so there's no legal definition. Guys,
that changes.
everything that's above board is highly regulated, right? So when you don't see a lot of regulations or it's like, oh, it's gray. No, finance is not gray, okay? There are little rules down to your fucking little asshole about what the details are about it. You know, there's no
Finance.
Winging it. There is no winging it.
Finance gives you I think the smallest specific dollar amount that the SEC and FINRA go down to, I think it's like $50, I want to say. that their caps, like it is, dude, like you do not get away with any amount of dollars not being defined when you're dealing with those people. So you're talking about billions of dollars unregulated. Yeah, dude. If the fact that it's not defined is basically this is past the Wild Wild West. So yeah, this bill should. Okay, if I had a magic wand, this bill should probably pass. I would pass it. Like, well, no, I would make. I don't know if I would do FDIC. That seems a little too much. I would, because that to me FDIC, I think is too big of a risk for the government. I really think they need to do SIPC instead, because at least with SIPC the cap is slightly lower and the expectation of risk is higher. So, which is what you're dealing with. FDIC implies like a banknote, which these are not.
So let me quote this sentence. Wyoming ignored the lessons of history and began to issue charters for special purpose crypto banks. What the fuck is a special purpose crypto bank? That accept deposits of crypto assets but do not have FDIC.
So there are special purpose entities that like special purpose trusts that exist. So I don't. Did they just make one up for
maybe for
crypto?
purposes? Maybe here Wyoming special purpose.
Yeah,
crypto bank. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
What's it? What is
They're
a
called
special
an
purpose crypto bank?
SPDI.
SPDI, a special purpose
Depository
institution.
institution are
But
banks that
they're
under
so they're
Wyoming
bank.
law that are allowed to custody crypto if they hold reserves backing 100%
That
of
yeah,
the
but that's
digital
a
assets. What the
that
fuck
doesn't
is
even
that?
make any sense because that doesn't even make any sense.
That doesn't even make.
Wait, okay, look, I know my knowledge of banking isn't the same as my knowledge in the investment industry,
Yeah, but this is
but
like.
that still doesn't make a lot of sense. What is
Here we
it? What are they
go.
called? A special purpose. What's it called?
SPDI, Special Purpose Depository Institution.
Yeah. Okay. So what does the ABA say?
I'm literally reading from the ABA. They're against it. I'm literally, you're like, what does the ABA say? I'm already there, motherfucker.
The stream's delayed. Okay.
I'm already there. This is so fucking stupid.
A new charter would enable money laundering. What?
Why
Wait,
would it
what is
enable
this?
money laundering unless you're doing ML?
This is a statement, right? Yeah, this is a statement. This isn't like a
Yeah, this is them expressing their discontent.
Yeah. New charters unnecessary. Yup, we've discussed that. Enable money laundering. Yup, we discussed that. Consumer significant consumer market confusion. Yeah.
The market.
Okay. Hey, Martini, good for us.
Yeah, really, like the top 3, like.
Good for us. Okay. Yeah.
Would be
my
the
big
sole
concern.
responsibility of
Thanks.
the State Banking Commission. Introducing cryptocurrency into the U.S. backed currency and payment system is untested. Unmitigated risk.
It is likely that many consumers of the SPDI will not fully understand that the end of the other deposits is exposed. Yes.
Yeah, no shit. Fucking Christ.
Okay.
That's
Untested,
so
I really don't care.
crazy.
That's fine.
Okay, well, who else has
Untested-
done this? Is it just
Untested is fine as long as your consumers know. Like they're in the securities industry. Having untested products is totally okay. But
okay?
there's
Here's
this-
a new word.
I'm
Look at
totally
this.
blanking.
Look, here's what the SEC did. Look, special purpose broker dealer. That's what they want to define it as.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. See?
there you go. There it is. See, SEC.
Thank you.
Nice. This is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, just define it as a security and you'll be fine.
There we go. Was awarded the first SPBD license approved by FINRA. It was the first crypto firm that is subject to the SCA 15C3, whatever, consumer protection rule. In wake of the recent banking failures of early 2023 and crypto winter of 2022. See, that's what chat was saying, was that SI and SVB were affected by these fucking stablecoin issuers because they held their deposits in uninsured accounts, right?
Products.
Yeah.
It's not even an account, it's a product. There's literally no account here. It's just a product.
Yeah,
You're selling
and
a product.
so it exposed the bank, which is why they went down. So
Yeah.
So the SEC is like, hey, fuckheads, here we're gonna issue this SPBD.
What an absolute shit show.
Right?
I can't imagine the conversation that happened in the bank of like, yeah,
You were
okay, these
doing
guys are
what?
yeah, like you guys are a trust. You're doing something that's called stable. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Like, we got you. And then like all of a sudden the price goes nuts. and like they're asking for money, and the bank's just like, "What the fuck are you nutheads doing?"
Yeah. Can I have all 5 billion today? Thanks.
Yeah, what?
What?
This is a bad look on the bank, though. Who
Oh,
the
wait.
fuck approved
Wait,
this?
you would love to see the stablecoin marketing before SVB. Okay? I shit
I
you
would.
not, guys.
I,
The
I would not.
marketing was, oh, it's all held in an FDIC insured bank. And I was like,
No,
but
it wasn't.
it's an FDIC insured bank. Don't you get it? They're being very specific. The deposit isn't FDIC insured. It's only, do you see what I
No, no,
mean?
no,
Like
no.
it, no,
They
you
have
see?
to tread the line very carefully.
No. But
Even
then
if you
FDIC didn't issue their ruling until after SVB and SI went down, and they sent letters saying you can't market like
okay.
this.
Oh, okay. I was about to
Yeah,
say like you can't
you
market like
can't
that.
say
You
that.
can't
Yeah. Uh-huh.
you can't even hint at being
Yes.
FDIC insured when you're not. Like
Yes. They get really fucking pissed.
and investment firms get really touchy when you start dealing with this is almost exactly the reason why if you like JP Morgan Chase and these big companies that have investment banks and they have actual banks,
right,
that they literally make you separate your accounts so you can't, it's very difficult to go back and forth between the two because FDIC is very, very strict about how you display that information to your customer. There is no this is not a gray area. So yeah, if they said that, oh, the bank is FDIC insured but our product isn't, like, no way they let that slide. I'm amazed that they didn't get fined.
No, they said
You
cease and desist
do
immediately
that.
or we'll come over
Oh
there
yeah.
and fuck you up.
Yeah.
They were like, cease and desist within 3 days or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I read the
They're-
letter.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like for all the shit that people give like government entities and government rulings, it's surprising the amount of them, like the FTC.
Yeah, but
the
they should have done
SEC.
it before SVB went down.
I mean, sure, sure they should have, but in terms of when it comes to protecting consumers, like I know FTC has 24-hour notice. If something happens with the FTC, you have 24 hours as a company to respond, and the SEC is 3 days. The FINRA is 3 days as well. So yeah, you can't do that. Okay, well, look, what you're reading right now, I like. Look, just treat it like a security. FINRA will take care of it. But does that mean you're a broker dealer, so you have to register brokers, right? So you would just get 6s and then just call it a day?
I guess
Or
so.
what would you do?
I don't know. Here they have
then
a whole thing
you're
of guidance.
Then you have to be licensed.
There you go.
That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. But look, they have a whole fucking thing. Look, Oh shit. They go under SEPA? Oh my gosh. That'll make that whole insurance program garbage. Here we go. In a SEPA liquidation of a broker-dealer that held non-security assets, including non-security digital assets, investors may be treated as general creditors to their extent that their claims involve assets that are not within SEPA's definition of security. So we're SEPA insured. Just kidding.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but SEPA insurance has to be paid out the same way that SIPC insurance, meaning that it is technically insured by the backing bank, right? It doesn't come from the company. It doesn't come from the failing company. It comes from the insurance company. Like they have to have an insurance company to pay off SEPA, right? They can't
would
do it
think
within the
so.
same entity. So they can't operate as a single entity then, if they're going under SEPA then.
I wouldn't think so, but that's not an issue. It's more
Well, it is. It basically means like their business is super fucked because now they have to operate as 3 entities. Because now they have to operate as the trust to issue. They have to operate with a separate insurance, which again a lot of these companies already do, and then they have to operate as a bank. So this is gonna die.
Sounds like a nightmare. Prominent
This is gonna die.
disclosure explaining that the digital asset securities may not be security as defined
Right.
in SEPA, and in particular, digital asset
Right.
securities that are investment contracts under the Howey test.
Right. So they
yeah,
have to
but
be
so
issued
then
by
what the
market.
fuck are they? Then why are you requiring them to be a broker dealer if it's not a fucking security? I'm getting confused now.
That's why I think like this is
Garbage.
this is not going to happen. They have to be defined as securities. Defining them as anything else is dumb because a contract implies obligation, which these are not. So
Is an MMF considered a security or a fund?
security.
The fund is a security. Duh. Okay, sorry. I'll be all right. It's like subterfuge. You know what I mean? Like they propaganda you so much that you're.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah.
what you immediately came up with. You were like, "What's the definition then, Rita?" You know, and I was like, "Okay, I guess I should look it up." And then there's like, "There's nothing."
Yeah, so this is really weird that you're treating these digital assets as obligations, not as securities, which is it's basically going to kill the company. This is really dumb. I don't like this. Okay, I mean I like it because I think the idea of stable currency is dumb. So effectively killing trust companies that do this, I'm okay with. But this is not, if you want the product to exist, this is not the way to do it. Unless I'm misunderstanding about how you would set up an insurance company against your trust.
I don't know. I think I have to read all of this. What an SPD actually does.
Or I love how they specify airdrops.
I mean, they happen. Okay, you know, I once I took I put out my wallets out there, so if anybody wanted to donate, they could, right? When I was doing the crypto shit, right? And people send me stuff. And the problem is the reason why I don't want anything but Bitcoin now is because when they do airdrops, you have to pay income taxes on it. And so you have to fill out all this fucking paperwork for a measly little airdrop and you don't know when it comes in, right? So, and every time an airdrop comes in, like if it's regularly set for an airdrop, it's another transaction that you have to go file again for. It makes your taxes really complicated just to hold a crypto.
Why are they counted? Why are airdrops counted as income and not cap the way everything else is?
I don't know, bro, but that's how it is. And so I was like, fuck all of this, right? I want a simple security that if I sell it, because crypto, I just wanted it to sit there, you know? I'm not dealing with it.
Airdrops are viewed as bonuses. So it's not even like the nice income tax.
No.
It's the shit income tax, which is bonus. It sucks. Okay.
But it doesn't, all I know is that when I put it into TurboTax, it made me go through all these menus for like, oh, so many things. And I wasn't happy. I was just like, okay. I was just angry that day because I was dealing with K1s from all the commodity funds I owned. I don't know.
Thankfully I don't have to do any of that anymore.
I purposely don't care too much about the taxes because if you care too much about the taxes, you don't get in and out at the correct times. You're like, well, I don't want to sell for the taxes. And then you then it's like down as much as the taxes would have been anyway. So you're like,
You
okay.
sell your losses just so you don't have to take the taxes on it instead of like keeping it because you can profit.
Okay, yeah, but that's like 1,000 variables to think of.
Yeah, no, I
Forget
agree with
it.
you.
I can't do
I-
it. Maybe other people can do it, but I can't.
I was the same way when I was trading. Like I didn't give a fuck about doing the taxes because I wanted to get my trades.
The only thing that I do
Luckily-
to make sure to not get fucked is every time if I make a lot, I
International assets.
put huh?
International REITs. That's the only thing I will never touch.
But
Fuck
the
that.
only thing that I do is I take if I make a lot, right? I'll take like a certain percentage out of it and I put it in an account in case I lose the gains
Yeah, sure.
in that tax year. So I can pay my tax bill. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I do. It's a smart play. Okay, I want to figure out. Now you got me on this. I was planning on like not working, but now I kind of want to
Well, you
figure
don't
out
have to work on it.
what
I mean,
what are the requirements for SEPA? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, people? Why are we? There has to be a reason. There has to be a good reason for this.
that's
'Cause I
that's
don't s-
exactly why I'm staring at it. Why are you pushing through such garbage? It works fine as it works. Somebody's benefiting. There are legal structures for all of this. It's so dumb. You know? Like, oh,
Am I
oh,
am I
you're
mis-
security. It's so obvious, you know?
Wait, am I did I hurt myself in confusion? Hold on. I think
don't
I hurt
know.
myself in confusion. Let me hold
What
on.
does that even mean?
Are we renaming things? Oh, okay. Dude, we're hurting ourselves with confusion here.
What?
Um
Here we go.
okay. It's still a security. This is a dumb way to write it. SEPA is just what they're saying is the liquidation process. They're not going to treat it like a security. That's all they're saying. It's still SIPC insurance. It's just not going to be liquidated the same way. That's what they're saying.
Well, how is it going to be
Which
liquidated then?
which means which means they basically said we don't want to be on the hook for this. It basically means they have to sell off their debt before insurance comes to come into play. They're not gonna supplement the money. They have to go after the trust first before SBC steps in. It's just how they're liquidating. If I'm reading this right. Okay. I thought there were different requirements if your project was, but there's not. It's just the process of how to liquidate that changes. Okay. How liquidations work. Okay. SIPA liquidation process. Is ChatGPT going to be better for this? I swear.
Probably. Ask it.
People still being denied accounts at open
Wait.
time.
There's something called the National Trust Bank.
A national trust bank? Maybe?
Wait. The OCC considers trust companies a type of bank with special purpose operations. There's 53 that are active national trust banks. I thought a trust is a trust, not a bank. Fuck me.
There are special trust banks.
That's what it says.
What are these called? Oh, NTBs?
Yeah.
Who are they?
A national trust bank is typically not a bank for BHA purposes. BHCA purposes. What is BHCA? Can we give ChatGPT?
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
Who is a trust bank?
Industrial loan companies? Hold on.
Holy shit, ChatGPT is way better for this.
Is it? Bank
Yeah.
Holding Company Act. Okay. CRA. I know community reinvestment banks. Hey, they have a table here. Look. Look.
Okay, I
Regulatory
know.
structure for banks, ILCs, and trusts.
Yeah. Limited, yeah, limited purpose national trust charter overseas state trust charter. Limited purpose.
See, trust. Typically not required. FDIC, see right there? Unless the trust bank accepts deposits from the general public.
Yeah,
but they are, so they're saying fuck you. Some cases, extra reserves are required in lieu of deposit insurance.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
private deposit insurance?
I think it's just the way that you hold the money. I think is really the only like real difference between how you take deposits.
There
So
you
like
go.
for example, like Vanguard,
Mm-hmm.
Vanguard doesn't accept cash, but they still call them deposits because technically when you invest with Vanguard, your money's held in a trust, so they can call it a deposit if they want to. So that's fine. Deposit just versus like holding it in a cash position for sure again the security, they're both the same. So it's not really the biggest deal.
Primary federal regulator is not FDIC, it's NTB. What's NTB? NTB is what?
National Trust Bank.
God.
What it's OCC is what you're looking for.
Oh, it's NTB colon OCC. It's probably a department.
I want to know who
State
these
trust.
companies are. It'll make way more sense to me if I know who they are.
State banking laws apply to state trusts. That's so fucked.
Are we really calling? We're really calling. I mean, maybe. Oh, this is. Oh, I don't like this now. Are we really calling JP Morgan Chase Bank an NTB and Bank of America, Wells Fargo, PNC, Northern Trust, Citibank? So I guess these companies that have the umbrella as a bank and a trust, I guess, fall under this category. So they're just both.
I don't know.
I guess is what they're saying.
I don't know. Maybe here. Do you want me to search for if they point out one?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
if
I'm
they
still-
are just defining them as, look, if they're defining them as both, and that then what the SEC was saying, it was the SEC statement, right, that classified them as national trust banks.
Mm-hmm.
So what SEC is saying that if you want to operate that way and take stable deposits and treat them as a like cash position, then you need to follow the same rules that securities brokers and banks in the same company need to follow, which is NTBs, which is the JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, PNC, companies that operate as both. You need to follow both the rules, which is way more strict. I still don't like it, but that's way more strict of a ruling.
Well, look, it says right here what you just said. For example, in October 2020, the OCC issued interpretive guidance clarifying that national banks were allowed to receive dollar-denominated deposits, which may serve as reserves for stablecoin issuers.
Yeah, yeah, as reserves. And so this bill is just saying,
Well, see, I'm not searching about the bill. I'm trying to figure out who benefits from a pro-stable coin position.
okay. I'm trying to figure out how they operate, how they want them to operate. I guess so. Different conversation. Okay, so
Yeah,
who
but that
benefits from this
conversation
happening?
leads you to the other.
Yeah. So who? Well, okay. The SEC is coming from it as stop fucking over the general public, and I know, like people like to say like the SEC doesn't help us, but like they really do. So they're just saying, fuck you, stop hurting the general public. In terms of who benefits, I mean, it would be, I still think my answer is fine. It would be private funds that want to take the gamble on this and don't care about what happens to the end user. So they're just saying, stop doing shady shit. And again, I think the AML thing is a big part of it too.
Well, if it's a big part of it, then it is an embezzlement system. Because it's like a back
Yeah.
door. If you don't I mean, it's like having banking access without having to do the AML, which is hilarious.
Wait, Paul Tierney wrote?
Huh?
Paul Tierney wrote this.
Who wrote about it?
Paul Tierney.
I don't know who that is.
He's an economist in San Francisco.
No, what did he say?
He's the one who wrote this.
Oh. The Congressional Research Service? Usually a librarian does that.
Scroll down. No, up one. What do you know?
Oh.
Up one, bottom right of the next page. What do you know? Okay.
Then that's what it is.
Okay.
That's what it is. That's the benefit. What am I getting all complicated for? The ABA spelled it out. That's the benefit. I'm stupid. Where's the ABA thing? Fuck.
I think I still have it. I do not.
Oh my god, where's the ABA thing?
How did we get there?
I don't know. There it is.
You got it.
There's your benefits. The ABA spelled it out. A new charter is unnecessary. The new charter, it would enable money laundering. The charter would create significant consumer and market confusion, which benefits the people who want to be an asshole and do this. Supervision and examinations would be the sole responsibility of the state banking commission, so less oversight rather than the SEC or anybody else. Introducing cryptocurrency into the US-backed currency and payment system is untested. This charter is unlikely to attract jobs, so not a lot of people involved. I mean, there's your benefits. The ABA spelled it out.
So the benefit is the government doesn't want to pick up your shit.
Basically.
Have insurance or fuck you.
Basically. Okay.
That's, you know what? I almost want to applaud them for doing this.
What, the ABA?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, very rarely are your interests aligned with bankers, but I guess in that one instance it is. You know?
Yeah, I think generally they don't care if you call them securities. I mean, they do because they want their taxes, but in general, like, God, what are they called? Accredited investors. Generally, accredited investors are going to do dumb shit, and so that's why there's a rule for accredited investors and what you can sell them more risky products because they can do that. But like the general public, you start fucking with them, they usually get pretty pissed. So yeah, cool. I like this bill. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I don't.
There we
I don't want the
go.
government spending money on these dumb products.
You helped me fill out my sheet. Yeah.
I do what I
Yeah.
can.
Thank you. It's the answer. Now I just have to wait for the counter narrative. I have to figure out. I need to figure out a ticker, and then I would. I'm
Who's the
basically back
counter?
testing this
Who's
counter
the
narrative
counter narrative for wanting this
for.
not to happen?
I don't know. It requires research. Like I'm better with the other ones. I have to fill it out.
You would have to find out. You know what you do?
Oh, counter narrative
You look
is
at
bankers.
no,
Bankers
it's not.
saying no.
The counter narrative, you know how you find this out?
Hmm.
You find out who is on the registration for the trusts.
Oh, that's so easy. Not.
Yeah, it is. Those are public. Trust
Yeah,
applications are public.
but usually these things are wrapped like they're like a turducken. It's usually like a chicken and a
It's
fucking duck
all
that's wrapped in a turkey.
Yeah, but all you need to do is find out the direction that like, you don't need to find out who, you just need to find out the direction. Is it like 30 offshore entities or is it like
Well, typically what I do is I take the easier route and I just go who benefits and then I just point the finger at them like I'm some dumbass cop, you know? And then if the then I'll like okay, don't judge me. Okay, but I'll usually just be like, they seem likely, and then I'll take the position and then I'll keep reading. And then I add more. Or I just
all
let
right,
it die.
chat. This will be okay. You can go down your route, but let's see if I can get anyone from chat to bite on this. Chat, can you give me one example of one of these companies in Wyoming that failed? Just like a single one. Doesn't matter which one. I just need the name.
I can't
So
Google it. That would be cheating.
Let's see if chat can find it. Because that's who it is, right? It's the
Yeah.
companies that are currently operating this way because they're making a billion, which is insane. They're more likely than not, when you're putting in, let's say, at most $50 billion in Wyoming to take advantage of Wyoming's lax laws, you're testing the waters with that money. So let's figure out who's testing the waters, right? Like that's how you.
Kind of interesting.
Who gets away with it? I really think it's going to be U.S. hedge funds, but it could not be. So
Who knows? Maybe they checked out. They're like too complicated.
oh, chat.
I don't know.
Sorry, chat.
It's very hard for me to even. I mean, I get it. I sit here and sometimes read stuff. I can do it for about 4 hours and then I get antsy. Antsy in my pantsy. Like I still remember reading about corporate governance until my eyes bled. I use my LinkedIn, right, to message some of the article authors to see if they would respond to me about accounting questions. And they're like, "Why are you interested in accounting administrivia?" I was like, "Well, accounting's interesting." No, I didn't even respond, but it was just like,
I think I had like 6 hours of corporate governance conversations in the past like 2 weeks. I really don't want to. I would have checked out so fast, dude.
It's so exciting.
I would have checked out. No, no, thank you.
What, you don't want to talk about the 5 different types of restatements and what requires disclosures and what the covenants, the debt covenants have to happen because you filed a restatement? There's a big R restatement, a little R restatement. Then there is an out of period charge, and then there is a reclassification. I was like, I was finally so tired of like looking stuff up that I found the Deloitte audit tool where they teach like newbie auditors what everything fucking means. And I was like, yes. I didn't have to look anything up that much. And I was like, thank fuck. But this really helps. But it's only one piece. I have to keep going.
What are you? What's like? What are you trying to find out? Oh, just like the whole.
Well, I'll have to do the counter narrative, and then you have to do the whole duration kind of testing. So I'm trying to systematize my follow the money, right?
Okay.
So the way that I've set it up is first you find a narrative, right? And you find a couple people that are singing the praises of this, right? And I don't know why they do, but they all sound the same. You know what I mean? Like it's like, have you ever heard it when they all like get the same fucking stupid talking points?
Yeah.
You know, and they sound like
They're
birds
they're
that
reading
are
off a script.
right. Yeah, exactly. I will say that next time. They sound like they're reading off a script.
Yeah, they're absolutely ranting, but all their rants are exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you'll like collect them as a group. So the narrative identifies the people. And then you take the people and you Google them against institutions that deal with that narrative. Right? And then that leads you to the timing of some kind of deal that's trying to go in, either a law, like a big corporate deal that's happening, or like some kind of big change that's happening. And you can see like all the industry talking about it.
Damn.
So timing / industry talking about it, right? And then, so your timing of entering the position is typically either a little bit before the deal happens, or you can do it ex post, which is like, you can even do it after, because it's typically such a big deal that it continues to go, right? And then once you exit is you need to watch for the counter narrative, because then that's when they've moved on to another investment. Does it make sense? Like they're done with it.
Yeah.
And so that's like the whole duration of it, right? Because you have to not only identify what to get in, but when to get out. So I like did this intuitively, right? And so I'm just trying to come up with a system for it. I mean, it looks fucking ugly right now, but I just started this today, so I thought it would be cool to.
Yeah, I see. I mean, I see what you're trying to do.
What I'm trying to do. You're so polite.
I see where this leads for what you're like trying to accomplish. Yeah.
But like I already do this, you know, when I look at investments. But I was just
trying...
trying.
we do it because we have the experience to not have to go through these steps.
Yeah, and so it's really difficult to communicate. It's so difficult to communicate how the world works when there's no like article that you can read that will just spell it all out for you, because you can't spell it all out because these journalists would get smacked in the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean it's the reason why. It's the reason why when you listen to any high level discussion in either in industry or with like government, why some things that they talk about are just completely lost on like 99% of the population, and why like the 1% of the population that like actually understands it is like really in tune to it, because you just are trained to be able to make those logical jumps, because like this is like what you're doing is like natural to like investment persons.
Yeah,
For,
but it's
like
not
as a teaching tool, like this is good.
right. And so if you come around and I'm doing this, feel free to say, I think it would be better if you did it this way. But I'm trying to develop a teaching tool to see where, so I'll say stupid phrases like, I mean, they're not stupid. I mean, it's how I believe things work, which is there is no truth, only power, right? And that there is no truth, it's just money, right?
Yeah, it's just
Like,
money.
it's just money to them. Like, they'll say whatever, but they're lying to you. They're lying to your face,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean the way I would explain this, like for like Twitch chat, is like an average person investing in an average retail person in the market. Like I'm looking at like the vaccine argument. An average person in the vaccine argument thinks vaccine, anti-vaccine, and thinks what is the play, and they're immediately going to go to like pharmaceuticals, right? What pharmaceuticals are going to benefit from these, when in reality it has like almost nothing to do with pharmaceuticals.
So what would you say it has to do with?
For vaccines,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't looked at, I genuinely tune out when it comes to vaccines. Not my territory, not my like thing to look at. I'd have to actually pay attention. President of Tanzania for anti-vaccine.
Yeah, so the way I wanted to do this was, I think there's like a little niche where the very specific person that this would be interesting to look at is what I called is the safe shit disturber kind of person. Right? Like somebody who like isn't somebody who seems counterculture but is really just controlled opposition in a way. Right? So
I mean, like it's a, if I were to like think about this just from the notes you've written, I would think the direction that you're going to go is pulling the weight away from or towards, I guess, public control.
away from public
Where
control, is that what you said?
yeah,
Yeah, that's why I
like
have here privatization.
yeah. Oh, okay. Anyways.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think this
these
thing
people
works
are just wanting deregulation. Like they don't actually care about the vaccine. They just want deregulation for their businesses, or governments want more control over their population. It has nothing to do with like vaccines. It's everything to do with like I'd say voter or consumer confidence.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to attach it to a ticker so I can eventually trade something. Right? So like that's why I think it works the best for something like resources or energy. Because I mean it's very typical to see the US enter into a country and take their and privatize the
Hashtag
yeah.
China.
Yeah.
Hashtag China's Africa.
Yeah, exactly. And so my theory is that they're doing that to Argentina. See, that's why Malay is that's why Malay is there with YPF, because
What's in Argentina?
Argentina is the I think 4th largest natural gas reserves, 3rd largest oil reserves, and 3rd largest lithium reserves.
So are they pro or anti-vaccine? Do they want it privatized then, or do they
No,
want it
they're
public?
anti-vaccine mandate.
Anti-vaccine mandate. So they want to keep the privatization, so the oil companies can go in there and wreak havoc.
Exactly. So I think they've made a deal. I think they've made a deal between domestic, domestic
So who's
privatization interests, and then they made a deal with a foreign lobby, right, to dollarize those assets. Because that's what Milei is doing right now. He's like dollarizing the whole country.
So which oil company? So which drilling company doesn't have? It would be which drilling company is also against alternative sources of energy.
Yeah, exactly.
So like
not
most big
Exxon.
ones would hedge. Most big ones are hedging at the moment. So who doesn't want to hedge?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that
I mean,
far. This is one day of work, basically.
Yeah, find out who doesn't.
It took me all morning to go read Spanish for Milei, okay? And figure
Yeah,
out his ties to IMF, the State Department, and Juan Gonzalez, which is the head of the
All right. So
North
find
America
find
affairs.
out. So find out where the oil reserves are in Argentina, and then find out who
Yeah, I know. I
specializes in
went
that.
to oil maps. I'm digging in oil maps because I'm a fucking weirdo.
Is it offshore or is it under land, or where is it?
I have no idea because they don't show potential oil reserves like fucking asshats. They only show pipelines. So I have a
Oh,
general
yeah, you got
area.
pipeline.
But I don't know.
Got
That was an
pipeline.
assumption I made. And the thing is,
Attaboy chat.
there we
The
go.
Nequin Basin.
Brains. Nequin Basin
There
in
we
Patagon. There we go. Someone
There
showed
it
up.
is.
Someone showed up to work. Add points. Shit. For
Well, it's not offshore drilling. So take away all the offshore drilling companies.
hold on, let me give some points. There we go.
There it is. Okay.
That's
So which oil company specializes in that kind of drilling that also is not de-risking? So I mean, I would almost guarantee that there are companies already there. We're way behind the curve on this. We got to catch up.
Yeah,
So
but
who's open?
that's the thing is this follow the money happens for years. Like they extract money for years. The way I used to do this, it was
Who
like
owns the pipelines?
Who what?
Who owns the pipelines in Argentina?
The state?
Is the state owning them?
Yeah. They're a completely socialized country before Malay showed up. And they weren't profitable for the country.
Well, they're going to be.
No chance. No chance.
Okay, well they're going to if we keep this narrative, right? If they win this narrative.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. That's the whole follow the money. If they win the narrative of anti-vaccine mandates, whatever they stuck their fucking hat on, right? Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, sorry. The way you state shit, I'm like, holy shit. Maybe
So I mean,
here we go.
Here's the thing though. You have company XYZ that is either scouting or I mean, I'm guessing already has scouted and is opening up refineries, probably.
The Vaca Muerta
Whoever-
shale oil play in Argentina's Neuquén Basin is expected to make a large contribution to Argentina's hydrocarbon production.
Okay, so where is the biggest contract then?
It's a 2018 paper.
Who has it? Who has it terminal?
There are no contracts. You don't understand. Like, it's Argentina's like it was totally socialized. The state owned everything.
Does Argentina not sell contracts on their oil?
No, they run it themselves. That's what the whole thing was.
Or how do they sell it?
They didn't sell it. The elites of the country used the money, and that's why you had totally
Then who wants to-
unproductive assets. Because
then who wants to buy it?
3 months ago, the inflation rate was 700,000 with the second world's largest oil reserve. I mean, this was a fuck up of epic proportions.
Um, you know what? Do I have bot power still? Can I add more points? Just not only for the example, but also for being right. Can I add points?
To
You get
who?
extra points for
To
me for being
yourself? That's rude.
right. No, for Shepherd Brands.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna give you some points for being right. I'm in the investment industry. Being right matters. So there you go.
No, fund flows matter. Don't lie to him. You know,
You
right?
can do zero. You can do zero work, but just have the right flow, and you're paid.
Sometimes you have to be right. Sometimes you have to be right. I'll agree with you, but don't lie to him.
Username was not sorry.
You have to put it in right.
I did my best.
It's brain. No, you did it right. Wait, brains? BREINZ.
I think I added him instead of just checking
Yeah,
the
you
name.
have to take out the at. Just copy it and then delete the thing.
There you go. Congratulations on being right. Good job. And that is not common knowledge either. There's no way that anyone knows that offhand. So that's nice. Leave it to Martini
What?
to connect the conversation about vaccines to oil in Argentina. What an absolute jump.
Of course, because they're self-serving assholes. You think that I don't know that they're self-serving assholes? When I say there is no truth, there is only power, it literally means none of those conversations are true. Right? Like, I'm anti-vaccine mandate. Look at me. I'm a preening bush. Like, no, nobody. We know you don't care. You know, you're a billionaire. You just automatically don't care. Because, oh, employers have to do vaccines. Like you don't have a team that doesn't make you do any of that. Forget it.
Okay. So exploration companies including Chevron, Exxon, Petronas, and Shell.
Yeah.
Well,
The GOA launched Plan GasR, which is a natural gas plan. Oh, that's natural gas.
$2.5 billion. Jesus, that's nothing. There is zero safety requirements there. Jesus. 2.5 billion is such a small.
Well,
investment.
it's because I saw pictures of Elon with Malay. And I kept watching Malay's feed, and I didn't see any billionaires. There were only the people he met with were only like leaders of worlds or politicians.
Why
And
would
so
Elon
I
be
found
interested in this?
lithium. Hello. And then I connected them because they were both anti-vaccine mandate. There, see, YPF will also focus on leading plans with partners to build new crude pipelines and liquefied natural gas terminals. A new shale frontier called Palermo Aiki, and offshore fields that may be able to match Vaca Muerte's potential. See, the official said YPF was looking to Brazil's oil giant Petrobras. See, but see, Brazil's politics and Argentina's politics don't match. So they turn instead of Petrobras opening up Argentina, he picked the US. Why? Because their politics match. And he did, to me, he did a deal where domestically he can look to Elon Elon's protection, and Elon has an economic incentive, which is the lithium reserves, where he can depend on lithium reserves in North America, right? Because they're not letting them, Buffett bought the biggest lithium reserves in the United States to undercut Elon. So Elon needs lithium reserves.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, yeah, it was. Do you remember when he went on a tirade making fun of Buffett? That's what that was.
Oh,
He was
okay.
he was pissed, right? Elon's very like,
I fucking love Buffett, dude. That guy is so much fun.
yeah, he fucked him over like hard, right? And so Elon needs a place for lithium reserves for his fucking factories, right?
I didn't know that. I didn't know Buffett bought North America Lithium.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I think it's, I don't know, I have to go look, but I was like, why are you hating on Buffett? Like, he's the best investor since God knows who. Nobody hates Buffett. Why are you? He was like shit posting.
I've never heard of anyone going against Buffett. I don't think it's ever happened. That
Of course
that
they
dude
go
is so
against
smart.
Buffett. They just get fucked. I mean,
That dude
obviously.
is that dude sees plays before people even realize that a play is happening. That there is a play.
Yeah, well,
It's insane.
then it should worry you that he divested from. I noticed too. He divested from TSM. And he like publicly states too much risk. I was like, ooh.
Semiconductor industry? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That industry is so bottlenecked at the moment. And it will be for the foreseeable future. So it makes sense. Doesn't make that much sense. I still damn, I almost want to say I don't like that. But yeah, I mean it's Buffett, so there's probably going to be something like 5 years that makes me think that he'll.
Well, that's why I said, oh, because it's not what I thought.
Why would
So
you
what is he
divest from,
seeing?
why would you divest from semiconductors?
He didn't
Did he
divest from all semiconductors. He divested from TSM.
did TSM
Shares
lose a
in
contract?
majority
Why?
state. See? Look at that.
Did they lose a contract? Why would you?
I don't know. I mean, investing in Taiwan is risky with the hostilities rising between China and the US, right? All it takes is a little bit, and then the US knocks out TSM's factories so that way no one can have it, you know?
That doesn't take away the demand for it though. I mean, maybe TSM specifically, but that's a weird. I think I would have thought you'd still want to be involved in it.
Well, I don't know. I
I mean,
mean, right now, the
maybe
Biden administration is reversing years of long-standing policy in treating manufacturing and the WTO deal as positive. Now they're reversing that policy. They like, did you hear Yellen? She's saying that she said this weird phrase to me. When I was a younger economist in the past, I would have said if somebody gives me cheap manufactured goods, I would have sent them a thank you note. I now no longer think that, or something like that. Like they're starting, I don't know what it is. It's, dude, cheap imports. Hello. Like economics 101, what is she doing then?
I mean,
Managed
look,
decline? Is that what she's doing?
You have to think like when Buffett does something, you have to think like 50 years in the future. So if
managed
you're
divesting.
Yeah, I was just
What do you
just
want
about to
from
make the
me?
point.
Okay.
I was just about to make that point. It's
Okay.
like if that's the way that you're going, you have to assume that you can get cheap labor in the US.
Oh,
Which isn't the
like,
case
so migrants?
So yeah, so you would have to think that there's enough cheap labor in the US to take over the import business, which
Yeah.
is a very worrying thing.
Yeah,
to think about.
Detroit is back again.
I literally saw that this morning. Someone was talking about it, that Detroit had the first ever population increase.
There you go. See? Okay. Are you serious? I was right.
Yeah,
Wow,
no,
that's
you're
happening
right.
fast.
I had to get there, I had to get there, Martini. I had to get there, but yeah, you're right.
I mean, I'm good at connecting really abstract thoughts. The problem is sometimes, I'm a speeding car and I just run right off the hill. That's what happens to me. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I
Holy
saw
shit.
I saw that this morning.
You're fucking kidding me.
No.
Wait. Since what year? Wait.
1957. So he has
let me
to,
explain this,
so
chat. Let me just
Oh,
bring them up to speed. Okay, so
yeah, go for it.
So a transformation happened with the WTO deal back in, oh my God, was that the 2000s? When did the WTO happen? With China. 2001, okay. The World Trade Organization, what they do is just think globalism, okay? Think about cheap trade where tariffs and sanctions and all of that get reduced. And WTO is like an organization where you can bring your grievances against other countries for not having fair trade. Now, in the 2000s, China was accepted. And at the time, they were not an economic powerhouse, right? And they were accepted because they were chosen to be the place where we would have cheap labor. China used it though effectively to become a global power and to become by becoming not a cheap labor hub, but by becoming an advanced manufacturing hub. Now, these had negative consequences for the United States, but they took the deal anyways, because it would transform the United States into a services economy, right? And any manufacturing and the manufacturing base would be hollowed out, right? If you look at the sourcing of most military contracts, if you look at the sourcing deals of lots of pharmaceuticals, of advanced chips, sorry, not completely advanced chips, but like your second tier advanced chips, if you look at the sourcing deal, any kind of advanced, like your top tier cheap labor is China. And so one of the most notable examples of that is Detroit. Detroit was a very fruitful, wonderful middle-class area where manufacturing of American automobiles was iconic. And after the WTO deal, after the deals that economists made to import cheap goods as opposed to produce them domestically in an expensive fashion, it hollowed out the middle class. So it was positive for elites, negative for middle class. And so watching Detroit finally have a population increase is like, holy shit.
I want to pose a question to chat, and I'll give you a hint on where my head's going. And Martini, you're gonna love this.
Right.
I want to pose a question to chat, and I'll give you like 2 minutes, chat, to come up with an answer. There's an opportunity here, whether I believe it or not is to be determined. There is an opportunity here, chat, to go for full circle in this conversation. If anyone, Martini, go back to your Excel, your Google Doc.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking about how investment industries like make these jumps in logic, and Martini is trying to itemize it out and make it like comprehensible. There is an opportunity to go full circle here, and I want to see if anyone can get there on their own. Which I think is gonna be. I think if I say it, I think Martini's gonna fucking lose it. Again, whether I think it's true.
Why would I lose it?
Come on, chat. I believe in you, chat.
What do you mean?
If
So
you-
what's
if-
the question? What's the question? What do you want them to do?
There's an opportunity to go full circle here in what the play is or what's happening, and there's an opportunity to figure it out if you continue down the logic that Martini's trying to teach. Where the next step
Of which
is.
scenario? The anti-vaccine mandate narrative? Or
Of this conversation, of the conversation of Buffett basically thinking that cheap labor can come back to the U.S.
Okay. You mean the 10
Come on,
million
chat.
migrants?
No. No. Come on, chat. If someone's been paying attention, you have to be able to see it. Please throw out a guess. I'll give you 30 seconds. Martini, if you want to answer it too, I want to see if
I
you
don't
can make
know
this
if
jump
I
too.
can get there. So, okay. So Buffett, let me go with narrative. Okay. So he got on TV and he fucking goes, there's too much risk in Taiwan. He just went out and said it. And I was like, whoa. Because Buffett never talks like that. Okay. He's like the guy that everybody likes. So that surprised me. He never just goes out and says it.
All right.
So
All right,
he
chat.
says, so he's anti-Taiwan, pro what? Anti-semiconductors, pro
Detroit manufacturing going up in the US, cheap labor. What happens to economies where their labor is cheap?
The growth goes out of control? No, actually, that's when the energy gets cheap.
Think about what happens to the currency.
Oh, and I have to close my windows. There's too many bugs.
Chat's not getting there.
Well, I'm not
circles.
either. So hold on.
This
Currency. It
Yep.
depends. Are they a reserve currency or not? Okay, so the US, we're talking about US, so they're because it's opposite day for reserve currencies. What happens to a non-reserve currency is opposite day. So
What can
the
I just say it?
currency goes down. Unless it's a reserve
Yeah.
currency, then the currency goes up. Oh, that's why Mexican peso is going off.
And so what do you
Hold
think?
on. Let me just
Okay.
stare at it for a second. Hold on. Just give me a fucking second. Jesus Christ.
Get there.
Just shut up for a second. Hold on, I need the fucking peso.
Come on.
Just shut up. You're making it so much worse. You're making me nervous.
I'm just excited.
Yeah, well, you seem like you're excited that I have no idea. When did it start going? 4. Hold on, I need more zoomed out. It's flat. That's where we manufacture everything right now. Mexico, a huge part. The cheap manufacturing. See, China's the advanced manufacturing. They're not cheap manufacturing. It made new highs. How far away is that? If that's like a decade high, I'm gonna say something different. Yep. Okay.
Let me know.
What would we manufacture? It's probably some Biden deal. Union.
Can I say it?
Just give me a hint. I don't like to be told.
We talked about it before.
Oh, damn.
So if cheap labor comes to the US, the strength of the dollar will start to decrease, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are banks doing at the moment to de-risk against the dollar?
Stable coins? I don't know.
Yeah.
Holy
That's
shit.
why
Oh,
that's why they
no.
want
Oh,
that's why they
no. No, don't tell me that. Buffett owns Nubank down in Brazil.
that's why. There you
Holy
go.
shit.
They said you want to go
What a
full
total
circle.
piece of shit.
That's why banks
What
want to
else
de-risk
does
against the
he?
dollar.
So it really is that. Holy shit. Hold on, let me go.
Confidence in the US economy and the US dollar is decreasing. They think in the next 20, 50 years. That's what this is.
look at Buffett's.
Or that's what Buffett's doing.
So, oh my gosh.
That's what banks are doing, just in a different way.
If Oxy has a position in fucking Argentina, I'll vomit.
That there might be a very large shift in confidence in the U.S. economy. The next 20 years.
China Sinopec buys Occidental's Argentina assets.
The banks agree with Buffett.
See, there's his new bank. Can I sort by percent of portfolio? No, assholes. Yeah, I wanted to flip it up and down though. That's what I wanted to do, Joyfine. But thank you, I appreciate you.
Oh, baby.
What?
All of these things point to the same conclusion.
Mm-hmm. What is Diageo? That I don't know. T-E-O.
Diageo ADR.
British multinational alcoholic beverage company. Okay.
That's random.
Yeah, this is all his tickers. Buffett purposely rails on people who have too many.
No. Buffett keeps Buffett makes big plays 20 years out and then just holds on for dear life. The epitome of a holder.
I still remember when okay, wait. I love everyone who criticizes Buffett because they ultimately get wrecked in the end, right? So Kathy Wood started criticizing Buffett on one of her talks about that there's no innovation, right? So, you know, Buffett doesn't talk shit about anybody unless they come at him, right? So he goes on and he goes, well, Kathy Wood is a brave, I think it was like brave woman in finance. I can't remember the descriptor, but he goes, but I think her strategy would benefit from holding longer, right? And then what happens? She gets wrecked because, you know, she was holding all the weird tech stuff. And what is
all the
what
big
is the
truckers.
one that she sold, right?
I don't know. I stopped paying attention to ARK.
Well, she she let go of all the plays that ran, and she's like day trading it, right? And so his big thing was like, you're not gonna win because you're not holding, right? And then who's the other person who got wrecked? Chamath was calling himself the new Buffett or something because he was showing his returns and how they were 20% for years, right? And then he admits on that All In podcast or whatever that he had to sell his jet and the fund is taking some hits, you know. I was just like, yeah, don't criticize Buffett. You're just aiming for her. This is actually a really nice website. You can go down and then they list some interesting. You really think that that's the play? Like they're done with the US? Because what you're suggesting is that the US is now, they're thinking it may become a flyover country.
That's why I preface this by saying like this is a pretty big jump, but everyone's kind of doing the same thing in different ways. So I mean, it could just very well be a play for globalization, but by that being the case, you kind of have to say the US economy holds less global power. So I mean, it kind of.
So you mean deglobalization? Because we benefit from globalization.
Now.
Then you're saying China would take over globalization because somebody has to be the king.
Yeah, some like they don't think the US is in the best spot to take over. Someone else will.
So managed decline. Lovely.
Which is basically what you said earlier.
So when are we buying houses in Argentina? It's beautiful. You know, you can eat beef until you pass out, you know? Ever been skiing in Argentina?
Why do I always get worried about the future when I talk to you?
What are you talking about? I just said it's going to be fine in Argentina.
Every time, I'm just like, I don't like this.
It's not that you don't. I'm not the one who came up with the answer. You're like, Rita, you got to come up with the answer. So how is this my fault?
I don't want to look at this stuff. It makes me sad. I have to live here.
You don't have to live here. Who has to live? No one has to do anything. Besides, it's 20 years out. I mean, who knows what you'll be doing then? With the way that you move and shake, you know?
Yeah, true. I'll be in Monaco.
Probably. And I'll still be shepherding cats. But that's the way I prefer it.
You can't escape stable coins. I certainly can if this bill passes. Everyone can. No one has to deal with stable coins ever again. Yeah, I guess I'm team. I guess I have to be team. What are the banks calling their cryptocurrency?
Is there echo coming through the mic? Is it?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if it's for the stream, but it's no, no, so what are banks calling this thing? Rita?
Special. Fuck. It's on the ABA thing. Special Purpose Depository
No,
Institution.
not those, not those. The things that the banks are trying to do with their currency, not this.
Hold on.
The actual banks that
Entertain
know
my
what they're
chat.
doing.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, the actual banks who know what they're doing. What are they doing? CBDCs. There it is. I guess I'm team CBDC. Yeah, banks might not want to hold deposits in. Holy shit, banks might not want to hold deposits in US dollar. They might want to de-risk that. Oh no. Stablecoins are just a friendly marketing term for CBDCs. I don't think so. Stablecoins are a security. I thought CBDCs were not. Okay, my knowledge of CBDCs is minimal. The only thing I know about is from the stream today that banks wanted to move to CBDC, and Rita's argument was there's a CBDC versus the SBDI or the stablecoins, that they're versus, that they're different. If they're the same, then I'm against it, but I thought they were functionally different. So I guess I'll ask Martini when she gets back. Oh, chat. Well, I hope you guys are learning something. This is actually a pretty interesting conversation. It's just a shame that I'm doing it on a Friday afternoon. All right, Martini, is what
I'm
chat
back.
said correct? Are stablecoins just a marketing term for CBDCs? Are they the same investment tool? I thought they were different.
CBDCs haven't been issued yet. So
they are.
you can use stable coins right now. You can't use.
Yeah, but they're unregulated. I thought CBDCs, the whole point of it was that they wanted it to be regulated. They wanted it to be.
Yeah, they
more
want to
of
take
a
over
debt
the
instrument.
role of stable coins.
Yeah.
That's why that's why you have to be pro or anti. That's why I put them in one box, right?
Yeah, but they're functionally they're different things, right?
I think they are. Well,
Yeah.
no, it's just who controls it, either the private corporation or the government. They're functionally the same thing. And so what the
What are
country
they
is
backed by?
trying,
What are they pegged by?
they're liabilities of the Federal Reserve. They're the end of private banking, basically.
They're pegged to the Federal Reserve.
They're a liability.
Okay, so
of the Federal
I guess
Reserve.
they're not. I guess they're not then. Banks aren't against the dollar. Well, I mean, kind of. Not. I mean, not. I don't know. I guess I just don't know enough about them to know if that means they're pro or anti dollar.
Well, it's not pro or anti-dollar. It's pro CBC.
But why use CBDC instead of a dollar?
Because they're going to take away cash, so you have to use it.
But if you're taking away cash, isn't that intrinsically apply against the dollar?
Yeah, because the dollar is an embezzlement system too. I mean, if people didn't want to launder stuff through dollars, it wouldn't be so powerful. But it's because everybody uses it, right?
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
criminals.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if they do this, I don't think it's what they. I think why the positives, that's why I came up with a strat, which is the safe shit disturber, right?
Question is, who's going to be the official Fed currency? I don't think that's what's happening.
No.
Maybe I just don't understand
They have a whole
enough
report. They have
about
like
the instrument.
a 100-page report, 200-page report at BIS about CBDC implementation.
That would mean I would have to chat GPT, give me a summary of that report.
Yeah, ask it. I'm getting water because I can't. I need water. I can only sit at a desk for so long. You had to get alcohol, I would get water. See? What alcohol did you get, by the way? Stop talking to ChatGPT. Tell me what alcohol you got.
Oh, I get Guinnesses.
Ooh.
Here's like the issue that I'm running into is scale. So like I understand what you're saying about like Ripple and stablecoin. Like I understand, but when you're talking about why a bank would want to use it, you're talking or like using that instead of the dollar. This is something that I've just maybe Martini can say this in a not mean way because I struggle with this. I think it's something that just like general public or general investors like can't wrap their head around scale. And like to be fair, like wrapping your head around scale is like not easy to do. It's way easier said than
Bro,
done.
I can't even do that.
Yeah, so when you're talking about why would you want
Who can do
something
that?
else instead of the dollar, you're talking about like why a bank would want to do it. It's not about speed though. Like banks could give fuck all about speed. I mean, yeah, really, they really don't care. You're
No, they
talking
don't
about
care. A fucking wire takes a day to get there.
yeah, you really don't. That's not like so like general consumers care about this stuff. Like blockchain's great because it's speed, it's secure. Banks don't. Banks care about like trillions and trillions of dollars, which cryptocurrency cannot handle that kind of money being used in that the way the US and the global economy uses the US dollar. It's not possible. It's not even like not feasible, it's not possible. You are limited by like the actual infrastructure of like literal space. Like actual square footage of how much power you need. Fiat is very easy to run at scale. Cryptocurrency is not. And we're not talking about scale. I'm not talking about like one company or like multiple companies using it. I'm talking about like the global economy. Like
Are you saying that because banks don't really involve settlement? It's kind of like
I'm
a
saying
credit system?
I'm saying in terms of like a wire transfer for cash does not take as much power, like literal power, as cryptocurrency exchanges. Cryptocurrency exchanges are I always point back to like there was a report like a couple years ago when cryptocurrency like started to like kind of take off that the amount of money and space cryptocurrency uses currently in terms of servers, in terms of processing power, is like one small town switching over to cryptocurrency basically requires another small town of equal size of pure energy, like energy farming. Like
Yeah, but what kind of
an
crypto? Not
entire
all crypto takes the same amount of power. Which one were they assuming?
But I don't know. I don't know that. I just
I
I
don't
just
think I know
know
enough
that
about crypto.
I just know that from people in the tech industry that server costs that basically skyrocketed because so many people were trying to use cryptocurrency as transactional, and it was basically just became not feasible to use it, which is why cryptocurrency died off from companies using it because it was just too expensive. So the fact that banks want to use cryptocurrency either means there's like a new technology where it doesn't take as much power, but that's a huge difference in power for the like a government as large as the United States to consider. Because like I'm thinking of like JP Morgan Chase, like PNY, like Bank of America, if they want to switch over to, let's say, like 20% of their assets into cryptocurrency, to me, I'm thinking of the amount of energy and storage that requires would be like the size of like the Northeast. Like it is so much power that I don't really see it as feasible to do that. I guess that's why like I'm a little confused about like this cryptocurrency stuff, which means there has to be another reason for this. Which again, I
Didn't
go
you
back
say
to
the only reason is to obtain control over the populace? Didn't you say that earlier?
well, I would go back to cheap labor, which means like land would have to come down in price as well. So I mean, maybe they want to start buying up all the land. I
Here we
don't know.
go. Project
That seems like a
Mariana.
weird.
Here, we'll just look at what it is. Project Mariana cross-border exchange of wholesale CBDCs. So we have a concept of retail CBDCs and wholesale CBDCs.
Do you see like where I'm trying to get to? Maybe I'm just like not explaining this well. I mean, they obviously think the US dollar, they want to de-risk, but and cryptocurrencies are a way to do that. But the feasibility of this is still if the unless
Whoa.
they want to.
They're testing a transnational FX interbank market using WCDBCs. You see this?
Yeah. I guess for me, like the bandwidth problem is not solved by this, unless I'm just completely missing some new technology.
I don't know. There's good.
I put it this way: if I had to put my money in like who am I backing? Am I backing oil? Am I backing crypto? Like I'd still back oil.
Well, maybe CBDCs are managed decline. Have you ever thought of it that way?
But then why push for it so hard?
Because you're about to go to managed decline and you need to control the populace before everyone flips the fuck out.
But that implies that you can use it, which again I don't think you can.
Well, managed decline
look,
happens
look,
over years.
maybe maybe they're just prepping for new technology. I mean when you're doing stuff like this, you have to think that far. Also, maybe it's not feasible now, but maybe they want to prep it for 20 years from now.
Yeah, you have to communicate to how many regulators across how many countries or across how many banks. I mean, the shit doesn't happen overnight. It took them. Every Basel takes them what, like 7 years to implement? Minimum? And they still delayed Basel III Endgame or whatever?
Why does everything point back to raw materials, Martini?
Hmm?
So why does everything point back to raw materials?
Because they're none of the bullshit. Because physics wins. Always best bet on physics. I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, am I wrong? Like, you should bet on physics,
No,
right?
you're right. Yeah.
Like,
The
oh,
world,
you know,
the world doesn't
ESG.
the world doesn't care about your economy. Physics doesn't care
Exactly.
about your economy.
Exactly. It's like guys, like poor Europe, you know? Guys, we need to care about the climate, and we're, you know, we're going to turn off the nuclear reactors.
Fuck, why don't I swear to God, like why don't we just go all in into nuclear? Just solve all of our issues and just go full nuclear.
So you guys are gonna do what? So you guys think that burning lignite is more okay. See, that's what I'm saying. You just bet on physics. So you're gonna deindustrialize. That's gonna be so good for not good for you.
Yeah, again, this is somehow we got to not good for the U.S. Somehow we got there.
Well, Europe's already fucked. I don't know what to say. Like,
Well,
I mean, how do
yeah,
you
what's up,
tank an
AJ?
economy? You make energy expensive. I mean, it's like kill shot. Got a minute for
Crafting
show and
materials.
tell? Would you like to see what AJ's been developing?
Sure. Extracting materials, manufacturing, electronic.
Friday,
So
you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
I love that one. Go ahead.
Cow shit wife hat. What a name. I know what you're
It's a
saying.
cryptocurrency. There's a with hat. Isn't there? It's dog with hat.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I-
you've
I-
totally
I know-
missed out. It's GME all over again. We're literally having remember 2020 with all the fucking weird things? Remember all the NFTs? But see, the NFTs back then, they were like actually pretty. Like people, they were art, right?
Yeah.
And now
Oh, it's
people draw like they do like stupid memes that they don't even like draw it. It's like somebody drunk drew it. And then
awesome.
That's how bad it is right now.
Dude,
That's how much liquidity there is. Okay?
I'm just gonna fuck all of this. Fuck Buffett. Fuck Elon. I'm just go full nuclear. I'm just gonna put all my money in people expanding nuclear technologies. And then if I win, I'm rich. And if I lose, the world is shit and it doesn't matter anyways.
I mean, I don't know. Betting on physics is not a bad play, you know? I don't know what to say,
Like,
you know? Nuclear, some oil, and some natural gas. I don't know, you know?
Team Global needs
Okay,
to
fine.
jump on the nuclear energy bandwagon or get fucked.
Fine.
Real quick.
Geothermal actually is pretty efficient. I gotta
invest in volcanoes. So are we just gonna start drilling to make volcanoes now? And like, is that
I'm
the plan?
surprised you didn't. I'm surprised you didn't hear. You're like, I'm surprised you weren't in some unpronounceable country doing a project about, you know, like
trying to make volcanoes.
Yeah, like where are you at?
Dude,
Kazakhstan. You know, like
is that
What?
why? Is that why the Zuck went to Hawaii on the volcano?
I don't know. Did you see what he looks like now? He looks like he stepped back into a time machine.
Yeah,
Into the
she drank the
90s.
blood of children. Drink the blood of children.
And he's wearing like
Back in
do you remember the silver gold chain of the 90s where people would wear? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What
what
a-
he's wearing. I was like, what the
what
fuck
a
is going
day.
on? I haven't seen that since Criss Cross was popular.
Hell, those were the days.
I know, but I don't know that anybody would know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah. Power crypto miners. Yeah. Dude, I'm going full nuclear energy. If I became a billionaire, I am just going to invest in any country that just says fuck it. We're going full nuclear. If we die, we die from a nuclear explosion. But
we die.
well,
I did not
need
become fatalistic like this. You cannot blame this shit
need to-
on me. You're going to blame it on me. You're like, I got drunk with Rita and we started talking about fatalistic shit. That's what you're gonna do. This is not my
every
fault.
time.
Not
Every
my
time.
fault. Oh no. It ain't my
Every time I
fault.
talk to Rita.
Fuck you. I literally ended with long Argentina. When are we getting houses? And now you're saying that I'm fatalistic. Whatever.
No, I am. I've gotten there. I'm one drink in. I've gotten there.
Argentina's beautiful.
Before talking to you, all I was worried about was my golf game, and now I'm worried about how do I
Oh
invest
my god. Fucking prissy fuck. My golf game.
Yeah, see, richest band in the plane with 18 different kinds. Yeah, see, I do that for sure. That's a good trade-off.
Are you gonna show us your show and tell, AJ?
Yeah. Show us your show and tell. I'm gonna get another drink.
That was actually rude as hell. Show me the show and tell. I'm just gonna go away for a little bit. What an asset. No way, you finished? I'm not gonna spoil your fun. Okay, I'll put a stream marker. Let me stream marker this for Chris. Trader alert tool.
We're gonna have one.
Here, let me give you a mic pack. And Hitch is on the line, so
Okay.
here, have a right ear. Can I put it in your ear? I can't.
Sure, close enough.
Yeah, well, it's hard to do it.
I hear nothing though. Oh, there we go.
I'm back. Oh, what's up? Hello.
You have to put your mic pack on.
It would work better if it was near my mouth, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right. What's that supposed to mean?
No, like, unfortunately, yeah, you have to clip it on.
Mm-hmm. Been so savage to me today.
It's Hitch's fault.
Yeah.
What?
I can get with that.
Excuse me. Hey, you know what? Considering me, I've been nice today.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't.
When are
I
you
haven't
ever
called,
nice?
I haven't called chat dumb once. I even gave points to someone who was smart. I think that's a net benefit. for me.
Finally. So finally I can take you places?
Oh no, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Fucking-
Oh man.
Okay, I say that because I literally was streaming one day and a Twitch staff member comes in. There's still a clip out there. And he just starts railing on the Twitch staff member. He's like, I don't give a shit. And I was like, oh my God, I'm fucked. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, I can't take you anywhere. Can't take him
Twitch
anywhere.
staffer. Who cares? Your company loses money on a daily basis. Good for you.
You're
Congrats.
Fucking Christ. See?
Although I do say that someone pointed this out to me, that Amazon is really missing the ball with Twitch, because there's no other company that is as good of live content as Twitch.
Yep.
Twitch is literally the leader of the industry in live content
Mhm.
over news media, which is insane to me.
Yeah, they actually have community here and stuff like that, but the problem is they continually fuck it up.
Which is why I don't care about Twitch stuff.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
I always enjoy
just respect.
scenarios where I'm not in control of the situation, yet I receive all the blowback. You know, I always love dick sucking mid management positions, you know? Like they're
Yeah.
great. Nothing's worse than middle management. All the responsibility, none of the control. It's the worst. Anyways, okay, let's see this thing. Where do I go? Let me share my screen. So actually you're seeing the, do you want me to share
You know
my
what, I
screen
actually
in Discord so you can see it live? As opposed to
I'm
through
okay.
the-
I'm okay. It's like 4 seconds delayed. I'm okay. I
go?
actually had that conversation at work like a while ago about like my position, and I was like, yeah, no, like they wanted me to do projects. I'm like, yeah, no, like unless you give me complete control, I'm not doing it.
Get smart, man.
Like, well, we want you to work on it with this team. Like, no, either give it
No.
to me entirely or don't give it to me at all.
Exactly.
Oh.
Which is super funny because like some people hate that and other people are like, yeah, awesome. Like you go do that. And then I do well for them. And then they start benefiting the company more. And then my firm starts realizing to just hand me more stuff. And they're just like, here, you do it, and then we'll leave you alone. And I'm like, thank you. Please give me more money. And then they do. Yeah, don't be middle management. Either take control of your projects or don't be involved in projects. That's my motto.
Can you sign into that email and go click that link?
Oh, sorry.
So
What
one
is
of the things
this?
So this is, well, I don't know. We don't have a good name for it, but it's essentially like a trader alert tool where it scans filings.
Send me the link, please.
It's not live yet.
It's
This is
not
something
live.
I'm
This
just
is
building.
we're
Okay.
custom building it. So we're doing piece by piece. So AJ likes to show off the part he's done so far.
Where's the source of this coming from?
The SEC?
Yeah.
That's
Is
like
this
SEC
Edgar?
filings.
Just-
yeah.
No,
It's
not
just
straight
straight up
from
Edgar?
Edgar. No, it's from SEC API IO.
Can you click one of the URLs for me, please?
I mean, they link just to Edgar,
Yeah, no, I know.
but the data I'm pulling is coming from a different API because they have full text searching.
Is this exportable? Can you export this?
Not yet. It's the real function is alerting you to the filing. Like, do you mean like a CSV download of whatever the data is right here? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh no, not
Yeah.
yet.
I guess it could eventually, but not now.
The point is alerting you so that way you don't have to like watch a feed of your filings. You can just know what you're looking for and it send it to you. What do you say?
Rock pipe.
Oh. That's why I was like, what does he say? But anyways, it's like,
this is
so
cool.
what we wanted to do was put a lot of things in here from a lot of feeds. So that way you can like, as a retail trader, like get your life back kind of thing. Like you don't have to be at your desk as much, and not just price alerts. Like that's not what I'm looking for. I'm
No,
looking
it's filing
to
alerts.
yeah, but I'm also in the future looking for other alerting that would be like maybe like news or any interesting alternative data sets that may be available that I'm allowed to add and white label, right? And so because like
AJ, can you send me the API for this? Can you send me where that is, please?
Yeah. How can I?
Pretty
Where are you at?
please.
Are we still friends on?
yeah, it's Hitch. You know Hitch.
If we're not friends, I don't want it. I'll find it myself. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the one I'm using. They give you 100 calls for free, but then after that you got to pay. Okay.
So you want me to go to my Proton one?
Well, I thought that email that I changed it to for your account on this was the one that was stream safe. The Martini Rito.
Yeah, so it's my Proton one.
Yeah, well, I was
Okay.
going to say maybe you want to pull it up on screen because.
Okay, yeah, well then I thought you were telling me not to pull it up. Okay, well, okay.
Well, I wasn't 100% sure
Okay.
if it was safe or not, so that's fine.
Here, I'm gonna sign in.
Good call.
Sign in over there.
This is cool.
What, the API or the shit I built?
Well, I mean both.
It's okay. I'll take it.
The API is really cool because I'm sure like Twitch chat doesn't super. I mean, Twitch chat, your Twitch chat might actually care. Edgar is notoriously a pain in the fucking ass.
Yes.
So it's notoriously terrible to use on a day-to-day basis. So this is actually very useful to like me as like someone in the investment industry because pulling from Edgar is honestly a giant pain in the dick.
Well, here's the other problem too is I maybe have signed up for every paid service that pulls from Edgar that is under $100, right?
Yeah.
And all of them suck dick because their processing, I don't know why, but is not very fast from Edgar.
Well, it's good. It's huge.
Yeah, and so what'll happen is I'll get an alert like fucking 40 minutes later and it's not consistent. Or or they'll say that it's a day later you'll get an alert and it's sorted by whatever. Or sometimes you'll be searching for something or looking through filings and the filings haven't updated on their website. So this API is about the only one that's like really responsive for some reason. And so leave it to, it's a German company. Leave it to the Germans to be, I guess, exacting or something. But
unlimited data volume. CSV downloads. Oh, that's the good stuff.
So basically the core of our little tool so far is you can put in like your full text search confirmation thingy. Or yeah, your full text search queries and form types and all that. And then I basically take that and then I just run that same query over and over again periodically. And then when new results come in that you haven't seen before, then I send you an email to let you know that something new came in that matched your results. So like she has a strategy where she's looking for a very particular string in these filings. So anytime a new one comes up, I send her an email to let her know. She has the same kind of thing set up on CapEdge, but we seem to be about an hour ahead of them.
so, whatchamacallit? So I've tried, I don't know, maybe 7, and they piss me off constantly because something won't be updated and it'll fuck me, while I'm trading.
Can you pull this off stream for a second and send me a screenshot of a result if I type it to you?
Yeah.
For what time period? And do you
60
want it
days.
in quotes? If you don't put it in quotes, it's basically going to return anything that has the word manage.
No.
Sorry.
Ah!
Ah. God, you
You're gonna
dork.
That
fucking
has either of the words in it.
get me in trouble.
Sorry.
Yes, put it in quotes.
Cool.
Okay.
You're gonna get my fucking compliance up my fucking dick hole. I just want to see what this results in.
So when would that be? So 3 months? How many? You said 60 days. 2 months.
What's your poll like?
What do you mean?
Like if I ask for like 180 days, is it gonna take like 10 minutes or is it?
No.
No.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
problem. That's the thing is we own our own server, so it doesn't take a long time. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it was
can you
pissing
throw
me off.
Yeah. If
Ugh.
give me however much that you can give me without like it actually like costing you money or like costing me time.
No, I don't care.
Well, right now all I have is just the ability to display, and I can only display it 100 items at a
That's
time.
fine. Just send me a screenshot of what it is. I just want to make
Oh,
sure.
just the total.
I just want to see something.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm sending you a screenshot.
I'll respond to chat when this is happening. If YouTube wakes up, they could clip Twitch's wings when it comes to live streaming. No, they can't. You'd actually be surprised. Twitch is, by and large, better at this than YouTube. Everyone keeps saying that. Unfortunately, it's not true. The only thing that YouTube has is viewership. It handles viewership better, but it doesn't actually handle the streaming better.
There's no culture on YouTube. People don't talk to each other on YouTube. You can see it in the chats.
Huh.
That's in quotes though. So it's exact matching.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking for.
You can also exclude something. Like you could do minus whatever if you're trying to get more exact things or
I don't want to like dox anything, but no, this is what I'm looking for.
well, what we could do is give you a
This is
login.
cool.
You could just search if you want. How hard it would be to do CSV? You think?
It's fine. I just
No, because eventually I'm gonna need to download CSV too. So I'm curious to ask.
The only thing is it's going to be a lot of calls sequentially, and I'm rate limited on this platform. Like I can only do, I think right now our plan is 10 calls per second. So I have my backend thingy throttled to prevent that from
exceeding that.
Yeah.
But if you're doing a CSV, I can only get the results 100 at a time. So if you had a query that had 5,000 results, that's 50 calls I need to make back to back. So, I mean, that would be a 5-second download.
Which wouldn't be awful.
Well, actually, I'd probably have to throttle it more than that because I don't want it to conflict with the stuff I'm running in my backend process to do the notifications.
Okay, so you give a little prompt that says, wait a minute, or whatever, you know?
Okay.
switching to CSV would be like go to market thing. Like you wouldn't really worry about it until you hit that point. Right? Like I'm just thinking in terms of like monetary responsibility.
Yep.
I was just curious to see if what it would take, I guess, is more my question.
Yeah, really the only reason I'm being super careful with all this is just, yeah, because I have a pretty strict rate limit from the provider on how many times I can run this particular query per second.
But I paid one that was $150 and it was still garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just started finding more expensive ones and there was no quality difference. And I was like, what does it take to get an Edgar tool that doesn't suck dick?
Oh, so much.
I know, that's why AJ came over one day and he's like, I could do that, like, not that hard. And
We
he
use
did.
a
He sent me
currently
a
we
fucking alert. What was that?
we pay a company a lot of money that has Edgar data, and I probably bitch at that company for it not being up to date or being wrong. I probably like twice a week.
Yeah, because that's what they do. I don't know why is it so difficult? I don't understand. I mean, how many fucking products do we have that are pretty good? Like, I don't understand why that one is so difficult. So I don't know. I don't know how I found the SEC API tool, but I sat there for maybe 3 or 4 days because I was so irritated.
Can you just do a search for like Apple? We'll do that one for the demo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can delete my search.
Okay,
That's
let me
cool though.
delete
I
it
really
before
like this. Yeah,
Thanks.
don't dox me.
That's why I said I'm gonna go kill it.
It's gone to never be
Thank you.
recovered again.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so in the example we're looking at here, let's say I wanted to know anytime there were any new, let's just restrict it down to 8K. And let's just make sure that there's something coming in today for this. All right, there's one apparently, but that's fine. Cool. So 8K with the word Apple in it that came in the last 24 hours. So let's create a new alert for that. So we save that. And a little warning there, just to let you know it could take up to an hour for your alerts to start tracking. In reality, it's 5 minutes, but I'm being careful. And let's set it down to 1 minute. Save.
So what does the 1 minute represent?
So that means that I'm checking for those results every 60 seconds. So you'll get notified within 1 minute as soon as a new result is available.
Okay.
Okay. So what I added today was here where you go to manage your little alerts. Now you've got the option to send yourself an email. It's on by default, but if you want to, you can turn it off so you don't get the email.
Will the alerts still show up in the tool then, even if you don't get an email?
Correct.
You probably don't need this to be on a minute display.
Well, no, I'm not going to offer that to everybody. I think out of the gate,
well, there's just
most
I'm
plans
just
are only gonna
thinking
get
like
15 or 5.
I'm just thinking like at an institutional level even, you're either gonna see anything that you would use in a minute interval, you would see, and you wouldn't really need the filing. The filing becomes useful on like a daily basis.
Okay.
Because
Well,
you would either use this information to see an adjustment in a business, in which case you really like don't care about the minute update. You'd really just care about this as like a macro strategy, right?
That explains why I have a heads up on things.
Yeah, because they're only looking at it on the daily.
Yeah.
You're trying to jump in there before they really think to react to it.
Yeah, I don't really I need about an hour.
Yeah.
But I like an hour because money, I don't know.
So yeah, I at least for my app, I'm defaulting to only checking for it every hour. But I'm going to give the user the option to ratchet it up faster. And we're also probably going to do tiered plans. So if you have a higher tier, then you can do the quicker response.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like at an institution, like what is what is really going to be your use case for a 5 minute like interval?
Probably only 8Ks. That's about it.
Yeah, but by the time like you see it here, you would have already seen. No, I guess not always, right?
No, not always. You don't always
Yeah,
see a reaction. It
Yeah,
literally
I
can
guess
be
you're right,
delayed.
huh?
It can be like a couple hours. It can be the next morning. Everyone reads it and figures it the fuck out. Like even
Well,
big tickers sometimes don't.
yeah, and it could be like a private market transaction too that you have to report. So yeah, I guess you're right. Like maybe if you're really on top of it, maybe you want the 5 minutes. If you really just want to keep an eye out for anything, you would have to combine this with and filter out every or a specific company or a specific product, and you'd filter out everything with lower than average volume, or I guess average volume plus like 5%, maybe.
You
Maybe
know
you
what
just
I
give yourself a
didn't
little bit of.
actually. You mean like as part of the search by setting up the alert, you could be like the daily trading volume? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like maybe because like reacting to it right away indicates like you want to make an active trade on it. But if you make an active trade on something that hits the public market, you're kind of already late to the party. In which case, like if you're gonna be late to the party, just wait for the hype to die down and get yourself a like aftermarket price.
Mm-hmm. Like a close
So it
price?
yeah, so you're really not. Oh right, yeah, close price.
Well, that's
So
where
it's
you can
you're
get your
really not.
bigger volume, right? Your closing
Yeah,
trade.
so you might. Well, just to see if you can get a better price. But if these happen in a private market transaction, that is more interesting because that is larger volume, and if the market doesn't immediately react, that's more interesting.
I see a lot of them
If the
that they
market,
don't react, and I'm like, why isn't it? This is.
yeah, if you see an interesting play that where the market doesn't react, that's more interesting than one that the market reacts to immediately.
Well, the ones that I see that the market doesn't react are the ones that I search that are very specific. Like it has to be like a corporate governance thing, then it's a concurrent disclosure of like positive news during an earnings window if the earnings window is moved. Do you see what I mean? Has been moved once
Yeah,
already.
no,
See what I
yeah,
mean? Like
yeah.
the complicated concurrent ones where I've really well researched it are the ones that they don't react. And I'm like, guys, I know this one's gonna move. And it does eventually over a couple of days, but
Right.
then it
That's
doesn't
that's why I say
immediately
like
react.
that's the more interesting thing. That's the more so if you compare this with a search and just make a very narrow focus and uh grab anything that the market doesn't react to, you might be able to get in pretty early on some activity, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, so my
Because I know for a
research,
fact that these 8Ks are a fucking pain in the dick for every single firm out there.
yeah,
So
they're a pain in
if
the
you can
dick
get in
for
faster,
me.
if you can get in faster, that's nice.
Maybe something like, so Sane is saying maybe something like a time
And,
delay
and
trigger?
and you're obviously not going to beat people that pay for private market data, so that's you're just going to have to live with that.
Yeah, well, that's
But
what we live with
you'll
all
get in
the day
before
as a
retail.
retail trader.
Yeah, you'll still get in before retail. So
Yeah, I mean, like, just one corporate governance thing that I've been researching will have like 10 facets on it that I'll kind of systematize and categorize. And it's funny because I'll go to the data feeds that provide this stuff and they're completely dead wrong. They obviously don't read, they must have some dumb computer reading it because it doesn't, I'm like, that's not what? That's not what it says.
yeah, I see mistakes with this all the time.
Yeah. And people don't believe me about the data feeds. I'm like, go ahead and use a data feed, but good luck.
No, I have constant arguments about this.
Thank you. Thank you for validating me. Holy shit, I got in a huge argument on Twitter. I'm like, you guys are dumbasses. Go run the stats on it. Go double check some yourself. Just manually check it and you'll see.
Yeah, 100% agree with you.
So the alert fired, which is pretty cool. If we look at pull up the email. So it sends to your email and then sends you the result with your little URL. So like if you want to go read it at that
Results,
point,
if there's more than one.
or results if there's more than one.
Which was surprisingly gnarly to make work.
Really? Was it?
Well, because I had to format the email in a funky way. I mean, I got it to work.
Well, it looks nice.
Thanks.
I mean, it does. It actually looks like a table.
So like, I had to write all of this pseudocode, which doesn't look like a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I also had to write that out.
How
Oh my
quick is
God.
this at finding the search word?
Do you
1 minute from when it filed?
You just want me to give you access
1
to
minute?
it, and then you can
Mhm.
do some testing and let me know if it breaks.
I mean, we could potentially get it quicker, but then we'd have to do some other things.
To do what?
Well,
Sorry.
I'm thinking about this from like I'm thinking about this from like 13Fs, right? So everyone gets 13Fs at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
but the way it works currently is, and I don't think this isn't like an investment secret or anything like that. Currently, the scanning rate of new 13Fs isn't super great. So it's really hard to react to something specific.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can react specifically to 13Fs the day they come out,
Well, what would be the...
What would be the query for that? I mean, you can send it to me privately if
it'd be very specific interest in specific asset classes or types to gauge interest in those types of products that you would care about. It wouldn't be like specific stocks. It would be like I would use it for like asset classes. Like if someone is really interested in let's say a muni bonds, something like that. If someone really became interested in BNEs.
I'm just trying to see if 13F is even one of the forms I can filter on. I guess there's different kinds of 13F, maybe?
Yeah, he's probably talking about 13F-HR, am I right?
I don't know. We just call them 13Fs. I don't know the specifics. We have a department that handles the specifics.
I would guess it would be.
Is it possible then to track those who have access to faster data feeds and get alerts on boosts? So that, no. No. Well,
I mean, I'm still at the mercy
it
of
is
this
possible.
API
It is
provider.
not possible for retail in any way, shape, or form. You are completely priced out of how much that costs.
I would say like 80,000 a month minimum, probably. I've seen some nasty shit at 50,000.
Okay, I would say okay. I've seen 50. Yeah, I've seen 50,000. But and that's with approvals too. You have to get approvals from the specific intermediary, and that's not happening if you're a retail trader. It's just like there are hedge funds that don't have that access. It's just not happening.
See 13FHR.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Today.
Yeah, when you're saying they all come out at the same time, right? So it sounds like
13Fs.
yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like
I mean, I did a search with just like Tesla as the search term and then filtering on the form type 13F-HR, and there were 25 today.
try going back a day, because 13Fs came out recently.
Quarterly. They come out quarterly.
Yeah, all in the same day, right?
I'm fairly confident they come out on the same day, but it might be within like a couple day window that you have, or they might be addendum, whatever that word is, amended 13Fs.
Let me see.
Yeah, if I do a span of like 4 days, it goes out to like over 700 results.
Keep going. Because I think it's something like They have
it's a requirement. You have to within.
their.
I didn't think it was. It might be a window, but I thought it was just.
It's a window.
I thought it was.
Says 45 days after the end of each quarter. Managers must
It was.
submit their 13Fs as late as possible because they do not want to tip off arrivals. So I guess it's whenever they want to during that 45-day window.
So it's a 45-day window. Okay.
That's what I don't know. That's just what
And everyone's
Investopedia says.
and everyone's pushing to the last day.
Yeah, because
So maybe that's what I'm thinking of. So those funds really just push to the last day. So then okay, well then that's just another note. All you would do is you would look back historically on who waits to the last day. If it comes early, you really don't care because those aren't going to be the movers. It's going to be the last day. What's coming out the last day that's not coming out earlier?
Yeah, well, look, there's one that I was looking at that was pretty interesting. Is Chubb was picked up by
Yeah,
Buffett,
Buffett.
and I was just watching that, and it's super up to date too, which is even 2 days after.
So yeah, so you would look back at like who's an early mover on Chubb in the 13F, or who's a late mover. So I would almost say, like, I know this is probably like not possible, but I would almost say like grab a huge. I mean, you would basically anything that pops up the first day, you drop that as a search result, and you keep doing that until you hit the last day. And anything new that pops up the last day is what you want to look at. So anything new that pops up the last day that has lower than average public market volume, I would think would be an interesting thing to look at. It would basically mean every fund wants to grab in, but no fund wants to tip their hand. Right? Like that's the
Yeah.
logic that checks out.
I would think so because I mean, why? That's a life of a hedge fund. You don't want anybody to know what you're up to.
Sorry, I kind of zonked out there for a minute and
It's okay.
out of my depth.
I know. I know you
Tell
don't
me
make.
in stupid developer terms what you want me to make it do, and I'll do it.
No, this is really good because then I know where to. It's kind of interesting where we can take it.
Got it.
I have several ideas from what Hitch is saying.
I wonder if you can. I wonder if you can just. Wow, I wonder if you can just make a tracking fund for that.
Probably.
I bet you can. I almost guarantee you can backtest that.
I did. It's 2 days for funds over a certain amount.
What? What?
So for
If you
13Fs,
backtest the performance of lower than volume retail activity on 13Fs on new
for 2
search
days.
terms, whatever search terms that you defined,
Mhm.
and get the, let's say, year going back 2 years, grab the performance of that fund.
No, it just that strategy. It works for 2 days, just roughly about. For funds over a certain size. Like it doesn't work for the tiny funds that report.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's not
Sure,
much
but
return.
yeah, you could, but
It's
you can just
statistically significant. It's bizarre, but it works.
But it's essentially a very.
It's like a flow trade, basically. The volume is so big, the effect keeps going for 2 days, which is kind of hilarious.
But it's a very low management.
Yeah, you could do
You
it.
can essentially just let the thing go. And if the
Probably.
return is 5%, that's still 5% a quarter.
Yeah, but the fund could
Which
get so
is-
big that it wouldn't matter. Where you going?
Turn the arrow.
Oh.
I mean, okay, like yes, like at scale, this will probably like it won't work.
Implode.
But I'm thinking like as a retail trader, if you have this tool, you could probably get that fund up to a decent amount.
Yeah, and that's why I like this, because all the other stuff is
Yeah,
dog
this is
shit for
cool.
me.
This is really cool.
Only because
I
there's a limited amount of people on the server, so I don't know why. I don't know why I signed up
I
for, and I'm not gonna name the brands because I don't want to deal with it, but I sat there and I was just like, I'm over this. I don't understand why they
I
can't
wa-
update it. Ugh.
I wonder how much you can put into this before another fund gets mad at you.
Why would they get mad at us? It's just Edgar. Oh, the if you
Well, people
created
people
a
will try.
tracking fund?
No, people will try. People will just snap you. People will just see your account data um, come through intermediaries, and they'll see what you're doing. And I wonder how many of them will just try to blow you out.
We'd be so small. No one notices retail traders. They notice retail traders in mass, though.
That's what I'm saying. Like what's the theoretical limit that you can get before someone blows you out?
I don't know.
I bet you can get pretty big because you're essentially going to be hidden for a long time.
Yeah, because they're you can trade these tickers, but you can't. I mean, nobody cares about these tickers. They don't move. They don't move at all. They'll take days to move.
I bet you could probably get up to like 500 million before anyone starts caring.
No, I don't think you could get up to that. I mean, in aggregate, maybe if people are using the tool, but not by yourself.
One pool of money doing the strategy, one person, one account. I bet you can get up pretty high before anyone starts caring.
Probably. I mean, I don't see why they would care about us because aren't
Well,
funds minimum
they
like
snipe you.
billions? So they don't care.
They would snipe you. They would basically hold the price up to sell off to you.
Yeah, but that's assuming everybody's using the same strategy.
That's what I'm saying is how much before someone decides that they don't like how much you're. I mean, you would have, because these are low volatility, so I imagine like someone's not going to be happy that you're moving, or if you can eventually start moving the price.
I can't move these stocks. I'm not
That's what I'm
even
thinking.
close
That's
to the
what I'm saying.
5%.
That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
how big can it get before anyone starts caring? I bet you can get pretty big.
Well, I've done like a thumb rule, which is 5% of the average daily volume, and none of them that even have like a bid-ask spread that you could make sense to trade, you don't exceed the 5%. I mean, it's just not, doesn't happen.
But I mean, what if you blow that, right? What if you just blow up the ask price?
I guess you could, but why would you do that? You're just charging yourself.
Because it's a low management fee for you. You don't really have to do anything. Even if you blow up your ask price by 1%, let's assume 5% a quarter. Even if you blow up your ask price by 5%, you're literally doing nothing for 4%. So you would really only care once you hit moving the price a lot, and then someone's not going to be happy, and someone's going to try to raise the ask price on you to take profits on what they're doing. So someone might try to snipe it from you.
I guess it's theoretically. I mean, they'd probably see the flow, but they would see the flow. I mean, I know that they do that.
Well, yeah, like if you say like, hey, this is a low volatility stock, we're assuming 10% in a year, and you by yourself raise the price 2%, they might just say, why don't we just raise the price 3%, get them to bid it, and then just take off that risk immediately, because we have.
What are they called? The people who deal with flow? It's an execution specialist, right, or something like that. What are they called?
Depends on what industry.
Yeah.
Depends on if you're the intermediary or the bank. But yeah,
we got off topic, but This is interesting
Sorry, no,
because then
this
we
is
can
this is
build
really
stuff.
cool.
Thanks.
This is I wonder if you can get someone to throw money at, if you like backtest this obviously, but I wonder if you can get someone to throw money at this to see how far it goes.
Yeah,
So
well,
that's
it's
cool because
interesting.
it is an industry known thing that AKs are fucking obnoxious. And Edgar.
Yeah,
So
but I mean, it's just, I mean, right now it's just a search, right? We'll extend it out. And you gave me a lot of good ideas, which is good.
It's my first homegrown app, so I'm pretty happy about it.
well, it's just it's valuable data that is hard to get, and you get it quicker. So
Cool.
There you go.
Yay. Well, you're the one who found the data provider and just made a wrapper for it.
Yeah, well, that was 5 days of research. And they don't even care about their tool, which is hilarious that they don't even care about their tool. And, or is I'm too much of a fly and nobody wants to pay attention to me? Because I tried to contact them and I keep saying, hey, can I have the enterprise level so I can whitelist it, right? But they also allow you to whitelist it at the startup level, right? And so I'm just like, if they're not going to answer me, then I'll take this. I'll be like, I'm a startup, whatever. If you don't want to answer my email, when you say contact me here if you want enterprise pricing, I don't know what to do. I don't know what else to do.
Can I have enterprise
We tried.
for the price of, free?
Well, we LinkedIn them. Okay, do you want to hear all the shit we tried to do? We LinkedIn them. We
give me 1 sec. I need to go to the bathroom. I am 2.5
go to the
years in.
bathroom. We LinkedIn them. We did all this stuff and nothing.
Yeah.
It's like
Better y'all than me.
I was like, do we have to, we even called? Nothing. I was like, how do you have the best tool and you don't answer your fucking phone?
Maybe because they're developing the tool. I don't know.
Probably.
All right. Well, that was my show and tell. Basically,
Emails that look pretty. I love it.
it's only emails and a checkbox, basically.
Okay, well,
email
I wouldn't say it's only emails. And email verification.
Yeah, that's why I had to go change your bullshit email in your account.
Why? Because you were going to send it to some random ass?
Yeah, because it's going to start blasting out emails.
Yeah. Some asshole's going to get it.
I also discovered a bad thing I was doing. Like in my little database, like every time I create an alert, I also created a table with the filings within that alert. But I realized that when I'm deleting the alert, I wasn't deleting the filings entries for that alert. So basically I had a table in my database that was just going to grow quite
Oh, that's
massively
not good.
without getting pruned.
What happens if a database grows too big? It just
Well, the
errors?
plan I'm on for the service has a size limit.
Ooh, that's not good.
Until we go
It
over a
either
higher
bogs or starts corrupting.
Ugh.
Well, it's just going to stop writing shit to the database.
Or send us a huge bill, which would be awful.
Or tries
Did
to
you
write
set
over.
limits on our AWS account or whatever? Our
Oh, the
cloud
Azure
account?
one I'm using?
Yeah.
Well, they don't even have my credit card. I get
Okay,
I
good.
get a set amount of credits a month, and when that's gone, they just turn shit off.
Okay, thank God. I don't want to. I've seen some horror stories where people show up and they have fucking bills, like server bills. I don't understand why they can't just put a cap on it,
Yeah.
Like,
The monthly run rate for this app is not super cheap, but
yeah.
we can make it back.
Well, that's the problem but I kept paying more money and it kept getting crappier. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Right.
You think if you paid more money, but it doesn't work that way.
Well, I mean, I think from what you told me, you told me the price you were paying for that other service, and we're probably close to that for our run rate of the app right now.
Yeah.
But, at least we can offer it to other people too.
Yeah, but you have to think over a number of users.
Okay, I get that.
Okay.
So, like, let's say hypothetically our run rate was $200.
Yeah.
If we charged it to 10 people at $20 a month, then
it pays.
break even.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
You guys are not. You guys are so not corporate. Throw ads on that bitch.
Well, that's
Dude.
why Millennial yells at us every morning, okay?
Watch this.
We already have somebody who's yelling at us every morning, okay? Every morning, he's like, what are you guys doing? Show it. Show the fucking tool. Show the email. You don't have a test account? Why are you not showing a test account? Why are you not talking about it that it's the benefits? You don't talk to people
Yeah.
about what it does. The benefit. Okay? We already have the fucking people
Yeah,
in our
see?
ear. Okay.
Yeah, you have a $10 ad account or a $25 ad-free account. There you go.
Ugh.
And you know what you can do? You could go to companies and get like sponsorships. So like their alert comes first.
The word.
All right, I'm done.
God.
You're so transparent in your self-interest. It's almost fun. Holy shit.
Gotta monetize this bitch.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Hilarious.
I don't think this is charging.
Okay.
Or it probably worked the inverse. You would charge them to have the search result not work.
That's terrible. You know what somebody in chat was saying? You know what? You know what? It's like your little doppelganger, right? You know what somebody in chat said? They were like, "Can you mine the data of the search results?" I was like, "Are you
Oh, that's a good
insane?"
idea.
Yeah, I was like, "Are you insane?" I go, "I'm not gonna
I
do
didn't even
that.
think about that. I didn't
No,
even think
I'm not
about it.
gonna
That's
do
a good
that.
idea.
I never gonna do that.
That's a good idea.
Never
That's a
gonna do
great
that.
idea.
Can't do that
God,
because then
you get
they'll
so
never
much
use your service.
you'll get so much data on
Oh,
retail.
and then I'll get sued.
No, you
I'm
won't.
good. Look, I
How did
didn't
I not
start
think
this
about
shit.
that?
Nope. I
Good.
did not start this shit so that way I would become the what is it? What is the phrase? You live long enough to see yourself as the villain? Not doing
Yeah.
it.
Rogue,
I know it happens
here,
to retail all day. I know,
this
but I'm
is
not doing that.
this is this is my mean moment. Okay, ready? Mean moment for
Oh
chat.
boy.
How did I not think about that? Because I literally never think about retail. That's why I didn't think about it.
Wait, hold on. I have a meme for fucking Hinge.
You know why I didn't think
Hold on.
about what retail
Just
is
fuck
about?
you.
Because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't. You fucking asshole.
That is useless to me.
Fuck you. I hate you. You know I'm retail, you fucking asshole.
You're fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I forgot about your alert. Oh my god, you found your alert.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
that
god,
is.
I forgot that.
Hold on.
Look at it.
Let me play. Here,
Yeah, yeah. It's did you see the
I muted the
oh,
stream.
yeah.
Hold on. I need to hold on. I'm gonna play it again. Because I have the stream muted. Give me 1 sec.
You're fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Oh yeah. What this was what was I yelling at chat about for this? This was Disney,
I
right?
have no idea. I don't remember. Was it? Oh yeah, it's a little Disney thing. Here. This is you.
No, you got to switch them. Oh yeah, okay, that works.
No,
okay.
you're the
I feel-
madman. You're
Yeah.
him.
You're
You're retail. Oh, you are
I don't think
retail.
about you
Whoops.
at all.
You're retail. I don't think about you at all. Oh, don't ever forget, Hitch used to be retail, so please savage him.
Hey, you know what? I was always honest with Twitch chat, and I was always honest with everyone. If I had the opportunity to go, I would. To go investment industry, I would, and I did. I once was retail, and now I'm not.
Okay, so here's a new I can make memes of you all day. Like it's literally too easy. Jesus.
I am memeable.
You
I
really
am a good
are. It's
influence.
like
I'm a
here you
good
go.
influence on memes.
There you go. Uh, there you go. I
This
had
is
to use the Kermit Dark Side one. That's my favorite.
I'm trying to think of like a meme. What would a meme be of like someone giving me like their analysis and me asking like what does the fund flow look like? And they're just like not knowing what I'm talking about. What are the flows?
Uh, I don't know. Mm,
It'd be like someone looking at like 6 screens, like looking up all this data, and me just staring at one chart. It's like, look at all this stuff that I found, and like okay, I don't care.
I don't know. The memes have to come naturally. It's like how the meme flows work. It's hard to force. It's hard to force a meme.
Here, I like the Mad Men one.
Yeah, I know. That's
I feel
when
bad.
you
I
said
don't
that,
think
I was
about you at all.
like, wait.
I don't think about you at all.
I love that when that happens in Mad Men. Have you guys ever watched Mad Men? It's the best. I could watch that again and again.
You know, it's so funny because I've had so many conversations. I've had so many conversations with fund managers, and every once in a while, every blue moon, someone says something about retail,
Mm-hmm.
and every single time the fund manager is like, I don't give a fuck about retail.
Nobody gives a fuck about retail. We know.
It's
We know.
it's honestly, I think it's one of like one of the biggest disconnects of people who are like invest that think like, dude, all these hedge funds are watching retail, dude. They're all watching us. And I'm like, dude, none of them give a fuck, bro. If it's like 2 sentences within like a week, I'd be shocked. Let's just see, guys. Retail, even with all their efforts, retail barely move anything. The only time, okay, I'll say this. The only time anyone ever cares about retail is when you talk about 401k accounts. It's the only time anyone ever brings up retail.
I know. Somebody the other day was telling me if they should move their retirement to Robinhood, and I was like,
holy shit, no.
I go, stop what you're doing.
Think about your life.
No. And I go, okay, what you do is you just read their broker check disclosure. That's all you need to do. Just read what they do, okay? And you'll never touch it again. What? Like, please stop. Stop. Don't do it. What do you think bankrupted the systemically important bank credit or the Credit Suisse?
Is that a B? Is that a B question?
Probably. I don't know. All I know is that
Yeah.
AT1 credit holders got fucked.
Well, I think bankrupted a systematically important bank Credit Suisse.
He's saying a GSIB.
I don't know.
If I
I
had
don't
to
even-
guess, it
yeah.
was probably CRE loans? I mean, I think that's a good guess.
I
don't
don't.
know.
My interactions with Credit Suisse is 0, so I have no idea.
Well, hello, Chris. Chris has come up with a meme. Oh, he did it! Oh my god. Can we immortalize this? I love it.
Okay, if I
Is
had
AJ in
one,
there?
because this is a meme about me, I have one adjustment to make. Can you make
What's
my
that?
picture of me actually being successful? Can I not be a kid in his basement? Can I be like can you make me actually a successful person? We need to make this a true to life picture.
I don't get it. Oh, it's for Bitcoin. I wish.
It's for Bitcoin.
It's not 90K yet.
You guys are getting paid.
What was that?
Can you, Chris? Can you make the picture like just one guy like on a private jet or a yacht just checking his phone?
I love that you guys are getting paid. Oh man.
Yes, he can. Oh, hell yeah. Let's make this accurate.
Chris says yes, he's gonna do it for you.
Hell yeah.
Man. This stuff is so funny. I just can't believe we're having GME again.
I thought that was just the pump and dump, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
The
I
entire
just don't I don't like, you know. I mean, it's not how markets are supposed to work. I don't know.
If I cared more, I wanted to know who's moving the price because it's not retail.
Well, yeah, that's obvious.
Part of me genuinely thinks that someone last time GME hit this had some kind of like algo that absolutely spazzed the fuck out, but then they just made a bunch of money and they're just like are keeping it there. Like part of me thinks that this the first time this happened, it was a complete error, but it worked.
Well, the only reason that I don't know. I'm not really I don't have any evidence really that it isn't retail or it is not retail, but you know, Robinhood coming onto CNBC saying that the retail volume was 20% of the trades. I mean, that's in their interest. That's like an ad for them to say that. You know?
Yeah, thank you,
And
Chris.
considering when you check their broker check that Robinhood has consistently been fined multi-millions of dollars because they continue to lie about multiple things, makes me think that they're serial liars. They are admitting. I mean, I don't know if you checked,
Yeah,
but finance people lie all the time.
how dare you?
You want me to read you their broker check to you? It's hilarious.
You know what's I don't is this proprietary? I guess it kind of is. Yeah, never mind. I kind of want to say something. I think you would find it funny, but I don't think I can say it on.
Yeah,
stream.
don't. What
Wait.
is it again? Where is it that you click? Oh, there it is. The
3
details.
disclosures, 3 arbitration disclosures, hikes. Is this just them front running? Is that it? Or what is it?
It's a lot of things they did. They got huge fines. I'm actually surprised at the size. Actually, because I
I'm
always
not.
I check broker check all the time.
Payment for order flow. Yeah, no one's getting fined for that. That shit is widespread in the industry. Payment for order flow is like the norm. That's not like a real thing that SEC cares about. Like fuck, we pay for order flow. Everyone does.
All you have to do to not get fucked by PFOF is you have to go to a broker where you can direct your trades. You just choose the venue that you want to be at, or a direct connect, but you're gonna pay out your ass for it.
Bro, they failed CIP. Ooh.
Yeah, yes, that's what I told you. It's not a good idea to be over there.
Bro, they failed CIP.
Yes.
Jesus fuck. I don't think you guys realize how
Yes.
big of a deal that is.
That is a big deal. And then the first time they failed it, they only had 200,000, right? They failed it multiple times, and they finally started fining them multi-millions, you know?
Yeah.
I was
that's a giant
like,
fine.
yeah. Where's the other one? That's part of customer endorsement. Okay, so here we go. They didn't pass on any of the data about their FINRA complaints. So their form,
Jesus.
all their form did, right, was go nowhere.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
How are they still
I
a
don't
firm?
know, okay? Who knows?
If any person has ever worked in the investment industry knows how seriously they take FINRA complaints. Like you could be a fucking random ass person out of college in customer service and get a FINRA complaint, and you'll get a fucking call from your manager within like the hour. That's insane.
Probably because they're primarily retail broker and nobody cares about retail. That's probably what it is. I don't know. But I've never seen a broker check this bad. I really haven't. I don't see that.
That's bad. That's bad. Wow, I didn't think it was that bad. That's bad.
Oh, are you waiting for it? Okay, but that's only the first one. You're not even into the other ones.
You're failing CIP. You're not passing on complaints. I guess it's not nuclear because
It's not nuclear, but I don't see it a lot. I don't see it a lot.
Well, I know, but yeah, that's not the proper way that they want you to file complaints either. So I guess it's like, it's just like, it's bad, but it's not like you're supposed to file complaints directly with FINRA, almost for this exact reason. I think exactly for this reason, actually. This is the same reason. So chat. This is one of those examples that I'll give you of people like to think that SEC and FINRA like are not out for consumer protection, but in actuality, they super give a fuck. That gets, they really do care, and they really come down to hardened firms that break this stuff. I totally, you know what? I totally forgot where I was going with that. Consumer protection, failing for complaint. You know what? I lost it. I'm sorry. What were we reading again? Maybe it'll spark it again.
We're reading that they don't report their FINRA complaints. Like if a person says FINRA, they won't report it. And they also have a form on their website. They won't pass on the data. It goes nowhere. And then they also got violated because this customer support actively lies that you can't complain to FINRA.
Oh. Oh yeah, I remember. This is one of those things where
There you
FINRA
go.
and SEC like super protect you. I got it. It was if you ever want to change who is the custodian of your account or your funds or whatever, it is a very strict requirement. You never have to tell your current firm.
What do you mean?
If you want to change who's holding your funds, you never have to go to your current custodian. You can go to a different custodian and they will make the official request. And there is a very strict timeline.
Oh, like when
and
you
process.
ACAT your funds over? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like if you want to move your 401k from like Fidelity to Chase.
Oh yeah, you
or
never
Fidelity
do
to
it from
JPMorgan.
you never ever do it
Never.
from the sending broker. It's the broker you
Yes.
signed up with. Well, fuck
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, for this exact reason of they do not want you contact and them dragging their feet or whatever because they want to hold on to your funds for any number of mischievous reasons. This is like a very strict rule. This is like the SEC and FINRA. If you do not hit these requirements, SEC and FINRA will fucking dick you. If you do not sell within the certain time window, if they need to go to cash or whatever, if the receiving firm can't hold the funds or in the investment products, and you have to sell within a certain time window, and they don't, the sending firm doesn't, you get fined up the dick hole. So this is one of those things where like people say like, oh, they don't care about retail, like they don't care about consumer protection, like they totally do.
Oh,
I got a
so
few thousand management fees back from Maryland by threatening FINRA complaint. Yeah. You like firms do not fuck with FINRA. There's no people think like there's like shaking hands between like,
Robinhood
funds,
does.
they're big enough.
Robinhood does apparently.
If
saying.
you complain, they'll give you fees back.
No, they just lie to you. They don't care.
Oh yeah. That's what I mean. Robinhood, I don't know how they're still around, to be honest. But
Well,
yeah,
here's
like
the other
large,
funny
people
one.
think
You wanna
large
read
firms
this
like
one?
are in bed with them. They're not. It's just they don't. Yeah.
Okay, so the funny one is where they tell them that they have to stop lying about their customer support, right? Robinhood failed to maintain an adequate customer response system. Right? You know what that is, right? So they told FINRA that there is a phone number that they can call, right? And when you call the phone number, it hangs up on you.
Oh, that's not. How are they still a company?
You know where I found out about that? I was watching a congressional hearing and the congressman was like livid, right? And he goes, imagine you're a Robinhood trader, you're a retail trader, right? And you've been told that you can call for support, right? And he just in the fucking conference, in Congress, and he just calls their fucking number right in front of Vlad, right? And dials it.
No.
Yeah. He just fucking dials it and puts it in front of his face. And it just is like, thank you for calling Robinhood. We care about your business. Please email us. Goodbye. Click.
That's fucking awesome.
Isn't it? I go, what the? Wait, do you want to see the clip? It's the best. I love it. And so it also, there's evidence in here that it's failed to maintain an adequate customer response system. See?
Failed to disclose essential facts about his customer qualification for options and margin trading. God damn, dude. How are these? Oh my god.
But that's just like the little stuff. So if you want to see the clip, I think I can dig it up.
You talking about that Robinhood shit?
Yeah.
Jesus
Oh yeah.
Christ.
Look at AJ's shirt. Hold on.
Not even in frame.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
It was so fucking terrible to me that I made a t-shirt.
Super chat. You got Robinhood. That's funny.
Wow. Okay. Twitch is
How many
turned
comments do you
into
get on that shirt?
on stream a lot. But nobody outside the stream understands. They don't know what it is. Maybe it's on the channel if you want to see the clip.
Are you saying you should ignore the data points of the talking head Hood sent CNBC to make? I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to ignore them, but just know that they're saying the only reason that they're saying something is because it benefits them. So
I would just have a healthy skepticism. That's all I'm asking
Yeah.
you to do. You make your own decisions. That's all. Absolutely, 3UD, if you believe, you know, do your own due diligence and follow your due diligence. That's the best thing that anybody can tell you as a trader. We just encourage you to do your due diligence, right? Which is be skeptical. Ask questions. That's it, you know.
when you're talking about basically any publicly traded company or anyone in the finance industry, the only reason anyone will ever make a public statement is if it benefits them. No one will. This is why, like, if a company does something bad, they're like, why don't they make a statement and just say sorry? And that's why they don't, because it doesn't benefit them. There's no net benefit.
There's no upside. You just create public statements that they'll use against you in court. See, you were sorry, so you obviously did it.
So I always know, even if a company says something like that addresses something that they did negatively, they're doing it for a reason.
Why can't I go to my clips? Like, what is this bullshit? Ugh. No boy.
Holy shit! Your top clip is me yelling at the Twitch staff member.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Fucking bastard. Look, there's another one. It's working.
What is that?
There it is. There it is. Okay, okay. Hold on. Here, watch my stream.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, I shared it on Discord, didn't I? So you can just watch it on Discord or whatever you want.
Oh, I muted myself in Discord. I'll just watch it on stream. Oh, I literally cannot hear it on stream. Is that just me or is that chat?
Oh, damn it. Oh, it's because I don't have the volume from Chrome. Hold on. I can fix this.
Was it 3 years already of me yelling at Twitch staff? Probably.
Probably.
This feels longer ago, to be honest. Yeah, 3 years ago.
Okay, I think we can
Wow.
hear this one. Here we go.
Share it on Discord. I got an ad.
Okay. Of course you did. There it is. Okay. Can you see it now? The screen?
No.
You can't?
No. It's fine. The stream's back. Just play it.
Okay.
Let's imagine right now that we are today's version of Alex Kearns. I'm nervous. I think I got an exposure, and I call your helpline now. Let's call and let's listen in the time we have remaining to what I'm going to hear on the other end of the phone.
Oh man.
Robinhood. Please visit us at Robinhood.com or on our app for support. If you have an urgent trading need, please make sure to include details of your order when reaching out. Thanks and have a great day.
Mr. Caston, you may wrap up.
See, the phone just says email us. Do you get it?
Yikes.
Do you get it? Like, so
You
they
know what's
report
the
to the
wor- you know what's-
regulators, we have a phone number. I mean, can you imagine the maniacal asshole that was like, yeah, we have a phone number, and then you just record the fucking greeting that says email us.
You know what's the worst part about this?
What?
Well, obviously not the worst part, but a really bad part about this is there are very strict requirements when it comes to recording phone calls.
What do you mean? That he called and did it in a congressional hearing?
No,
Or what do you mean?
no. When it comes to like God, what's the correct word? Like compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Recording phone calls has much stricter requirements than emails.
But they didn't record a phone call. They just
That's
said
what I'm
email
saying.
us.
They're like actively going against phone calls because phone calls have a stricter requirement, so they're not recording the complaints on a phone call.
Like if they say something.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they don't have to
interesting.
record it that way. No. It has no. It's not consent. It's nothing to do with consent. It's a compliance thing. It's like if there's a complaint on a phone call, like that phone call is able to be interpreted more by professionals of trying to understand what the person is saying and seeing if when someone says something to you as an investment professional, you are required to basically take what they're trying to say and see if it matches like an actual legal definition of like when we're talking about complaints. So if it's written, then you say like this person didn't really make this claim, but that's because like they don't know what complaint they're really trying to make. 'Cause no reasonable person actually knows that. But if it's a phone call, you're required to discuss that with them so they understand the complaint and what to do about it. And the fact that they're leading people away from the phone call to print means that level of interpretation that you're required to do is gone, which is really nefarious.
Yeah, that's why they got
It's-
fined for it. Robinhood will
Yeah, that's-
maintain reasonable and effective policies
really
and
bad.
procedures governing the supervision of its customer support function, including but not limited to accurate disclosures to customers regarding available customer support.
Yeah. like put it this way, at every like reputable investment firm, if you're taking a complaint, that phone call immediately goes to a person who is specialized in having that conversation so that they can explain and they can try to interpret what exactly happened to see if it qualifies or what rules that you're breaking so that the complaint can be filed with FINRA. And you're not allowed to dissuade people from filing complaints. That is why the phone call is better than an email when you're trying to complain to a company. You should go to FINRA. FINRA wants you to go to them directly and call and email them, but that let's be honest, that's not what happens. That's why when you call them, if you try to make a complaint, it's a very specific person that has very strict rules on how to handle that conversation. Anyone that's worked at a firm would know that they're very specific.
All you have to do is go down to the Robinhood subreddit and it looks like a war zone. They always are complaining, right? And there's always some kind soul that explains to them that they're getting fucked because they're on Robinhood, over and over again. But everyone continues to use it, and I have no idea why. Because Rita, the UI is so nice. I go, who cares? Who cares? Learn the other ones. Why get fucked over and over again? Look, by negligently misrepresenting the risks associated with multi-leg spread options. Okay, so you can just read in the Reddit over and over. They don't mark positions to offset each other. So when they go over the weekend, right? Let's say you have a condor or whatever. So you've bought and sold around certain strike prices, and those options are supposed to offset each other, right? So that way you only have an exposure of $100, right? When you go over the weekend, the platform shows you that you're down 100,000 or something, and it flips people out.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a ship. It's just a ship platform. I don't know. Some costs or they're already in it, or they don't know how to change where their funds are located. I don't know. People are dumb. Phone calls for training purposes. They are for training purposes. Yeah, no firms doing something nefarious with the recording of your phone calls. That is strictly a CYA for them. Because if you go to court for a complaint and a customer says, I said this, and FINRA turns to you and be like, they said what? And you're like, no, they didn't. They're going to take the complainer's side every single time. FINRA and SEC will always be on your side. They will never be on the bank side. And it's honestly a shame that a lot of retail traders don't understand that. FINRA and SEC are literally the good guys.
Well, Where Rebels Are coached or educated Millennial about FINRA when he was having a problem. And talked to him about going and talking to them.
Yeah.
And they ended up not ruling in his favor, but they ended up helping him out.
Yeah.
And I suspect it's because he knew what to say, because, Where Rebels Are he trained a lot of the people he openly says this. I don't know if he says which brokerage that he was at, so I'm just not going to say, but he trained the advanced support staff in compliance to do what they did. So he was like, okay, this is how you deal with it, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, that's some valuable information,
Yeah. FINRA, yeah. People in the investment world, it kind of depends. But the large majority of people professionally are terrified of FINRA. You do not want FINRA calling you ever.
Look at this every week. We went from March to January. over and over again, experiencing platform outages. What are you, out every fucking week? You know what I mean? Over and over again.
It's a lot of money to be fined.
No, that's the bullshit. You should see the one that's 60. There was like multi-million-dollar ones down earlier. This is 2024, which I haven't even seen yet.
What's their operating revenue look like that they can just like face tank all those fines?
I don't know. Probably cost of doing business, I guess. Okay, this is every state finding them for
Hold on.
fucking.
Hold on, I wanna go on mute for 1 second. I wanna watch. I'm really curious. I forgot what I was yelling at Twitch stuff about. And I really want to watch it.
Go watch it.
I'm like distracted because I want to know what I did.
Ridiculous.
Said I said I'd buy Twitch, and I was like, no, JK, your business model's garbage.
Jesus.
That's funny. Yeah, I would never recommend investing in Twitch if they ever IPO'd.
What about
That would be
Reddit?
a bad idea.
No, here's one of the bigger ones.
They're
They're
public
7.5
now,
million.
right?
Huh? They're public now, yeah.
They're public now, right?
I don't know. I didn't even
I had
read
a-
their shit.
I had a huge opportunity before they announced to go in with the pre-IPO before they announced like openly.
Yeah, what is it? What
I
did
was,
it do?
I was, oh, I have no idea, but I was like,
It's pretty steady. It IPO'd 2
It's-
months ago.
you know what I didn't really recognize that I wasn't aware of before I got to this position was just the sheer amount of insider information that you have. I don't think I really appreciated that.
Well, I mean,
Like-
you're professionals. Obviously, you're gonna have a hedge on the rest of everybody else. I mean, it's kind of.
But it's
what it
but it's
is.
like if you think about like I'll just use like IPOs as an example. I know companies that are IPOing years before they ever make any kind of seed round or investment round or open up for people to help them in their pre-IPO stages, like years before. I mean, it's insane how much knowledge that you have that is like coming, and you know like what companies are looking to like buy them out and like to try to take majority share. Like it's absolutely mental.
Yeah, I mean, retail traders are swimming upstream. It's not really something I don't know.
Like if company X is looking to IPO in 2 years, company Y can say like, I want to be a majority shareholder. So whenever we'll do a pre-arrangement, and whenever you guys start setting up for the pre-IPO stages, we will take a majority share in the pre-IPO stage before you guys go public. Like you're essentially like negotiating a buyout before you hit the public market. And the public market like has absolutely no idea that it's happening. And these are like public companies that are discussing this. It's absolutely mental. And like of course like you can't do anything about it. Like it's just you can't do it. Like your compliance team will literally phase you off of buying that company. But it's insane.
Even Puerto Rico fined them. I don't think I've ever seen that.
fucking buy Twitch. No, I won't. Your business model's trash.
Look at Tennessee. Everyone's. How can they face tank all these? Look, it's just 200,000,
That's what I'm
7
saying. What the
million,
fuck's
1 million,
their
200,000,
operating
200,000 from every fucking state.
monthly?
Yeah, it's just like I'm not even. I'm not even in 2023. Fucking Christ.
I mean, you guys like think about like $200,000. That's analyst gone, analyst gone, analyst gone. They're just face tanking the shit. That's
Well,
insane.
there was a $7.5 million one back there.
So I know what big crypto companies should come to IPO next. I do actually. But I can't say. Good to hear and learn from you. Yeah, dude, you are welcome.
Let's
Sounds like
see.
it's going great. It is.
CSI. It's just a repeat of the same thing, and every state is finding them. You see what I mean?
What did they get paid for? Their order flow from Citadel? Probably. But people, I don't know what retail's fixation is from selling your order flow. That is like super normal.
Of all the
Like
things that you guys have to worry about, that's like the least of your worries.
yeah, that's like totally like industry norm. I would almost say that is industry norm. So that's a really weird thing to fixate on.
All you have to do is go to a direct connect broker, right? And then see how much you pay, and you'll see, like, can your order flow overcome the monthly fee that you have to pay to directly connect to the market? And most of the time, that doesn't happen. So you're actually getting a good deal. The point at which you don't get a good deal is when your order flow is bigger and you are getting clipped too much, right? It's a matter of size.
These fines are cost of business. Yeah, no, they are not. If these fines were a cost of business, you'd see every fund doing it, but they're not, because I don't know. I don't know what people. Maybe I'll go into a rant about this. But when people say like fines are nothing and cost of business and stuff, I don't know what if like you really understand how businesses operate, because these fines hurt. When you have a business, you want to utilize as much cash as you can to make the business successful. If you have to pay off these fines, it means you're actively taking away things that make your business better. And that means like cutting staff. It means like cutting projects that will help you. It means like dropping services, like third-party services, because you need to pay a fine. Like these are actual things that affect. No one's. If you have this much cash on hand to just pay fines, you are doing a terrible job as a business. Like that money comes from somewhere. No one has that much cash to be able just to pay fines.
Well, this one's happening, so they're doing about 200,000 every week, basically. As I'm going through this. See, 6, 5. See, it's about every week. It's a $200,000 fine. So they'd have to exceed 1 million. I don't know. I'd have to calculate if it's worth it.
This is wild. I mean, this is millions of dollars. I mean, just like think about what you could do with millions of dollars as an investment firm, but instead you're paying these fines. Like, just think how much better you could operate with millions of dollars in cash. I'm like, fuck, dude, this is so. Dude, this is dumb.
So it's all 50 states decided to take a bite out of them. I don't know why the state of Texas gets fucking 7 million versus everybody else just gets 200,000. Isn't that funny? Oh my god, when does this broker check end?
Does the stock price look like the fines hurt? Well, they're down 50% since inception.
How
so
long is this?
Obviously.
162 pages. Still going.
You can literally look up the revenue from payment for order flows. What's the payment from order flows? This is like such a every company does this. Payment for I don't know. I don't understand the fixation of payment for order flows. Every company does it. That's not the problem. I don't know. Oh my god, it's gonna Martini, save me. Switch the topic. It's gonna.
You just don't talk about it. You're getting stun locked. It's called stun locked. Chawu explained it to me. He like basically yelled at me.
It seems, yeah, I guess so.
He called me a green Twitch person.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're
He
absolutely right.
He said, "quote for the love of fuck." I was like, "What does that mean?" I was like, "Okay." I mean, he has an opinion and you have an opinion. It's just different. That's traders, right? Is everybody has an opinion and they express their opinion with their money and then it's a bet, who wins. I've seen some fucking weird reasons why you should win and then the person wins and I'm like, fuck. There it is. So that's how they started out. In 2019, they weren't meeting their execution quality. They weren't even doing their execution quality reports. And then they weren't meeting them. So that's 1.2 million.
Do they ever get a front running charge?
A what?
Front running?
A frowning? I don't know what that is.
Front running.
Oh, yeah, I think so. There's one. Front. Oh, no. I thought there was one. Is there another word for it?
No.
Notable proportions of certain orders went unfilled.
Yeah. Yikes.
Oh.
All right, 1 sec. I need to answer the signal real quick.
Look at that. The firm did not perform systematic BEX execution reviews of non-marketable limit orders, stop orders, orders received outside regular trading hours, and residual fills of partially executed good till canceled orders beyond the day a portion of the order was initially filled. Hundreds of thousands of orders fell each month outside the firm's regular and rigorous review process. Consequently, a variety of FINRA rule factors such as price improvement opportunities, differences in price improvement, and the speed of execution of certain orders were not reviewed in connection with a substantial portion of the firm's retail order flow.
All right, what is this? We're not reviewing. Did not do best. Oh, did not do best execution. Outside regular trading hours. I can see that.
They didn't do it to stop orders. They didn't do it to non-marketable limit orders. And anything
They did not
in
do
after
residual
hours.
or they didn't do GTCs either.
Yeah, yuck, right?
What the fuck?
I know.
How are they not shut down?
I don't know. It's really bizarre. And they continue to piss off. I mean, it's just millions and millions, I guess. I don't know.
I wonder if like they're
like,
saying like you know
I think the best thing that we can transfer is to recognize, to just minimize ways as a retail trader that you're getting fucked. You know, you're a retail trader, you're gonna get fucked. It's just a reality of it if you're gonna trade, right?
you know what's you know what's the absolute most bizarre thing about this too
Hmm.
is Robinhood as an initiating firm, like no one gives a shit, which is the crazy thing. Like I know Citadel takes their order flows, but I don't think anyone else gives a shit. I think Citadel's the only one who cares. Like it's not. They're not even like. I'm amazed they're not shut down.
Well,
Like
this is
they're so small that I'm amazed that they're allowed to do it.
well, this
Was
is
that
the
a
one
$65
that they
million
got it.
fine?
Yeah, for what they for the not doing their execution quality reports. See, this just shows you that the regulator actually does give a fuck about PFOF, right? The only reason that
of course.
regulators allow PFOF is because you do your execution quality reports. And because they didn't do that, they get a $65 million penalty, which you've been seeing that they don't answer your phone calls and they don't pass
That's
on your
like an
FINRA
actual
shit,
problem.
and it's a 200,000. You don't do your execution quality reports,
Yeah,
and
'cause
you get
that's like a
65
real
million.
that's a real problem. That's like an actual problem.
Yeah.
Like as much as like yes, FINRA and SEC like will take consumer side, will protect consumers. Like these $200,000 fines aren't nothing. Like JP Morgan Chase is not paying these $200,000 fines. But yeah, you don't do your execution. That's you can't do that. That pisses off the industry. That doesn't piss off like retail traders. And you're like, okay, like retail traders, like yeah, you got to protect them, but you can't piss off the industry.
But I
That's
think
like
so.
it's like
Here's
pissing off
maybe
like your dad versus pissing off like the governor.
well, here's maybe why I think retail fixates on it. Our Robinhood made materially misleading statements on its How Robinhood Makes Money webpage about its sources of revenue for the period of 2015 to 2018. In certain communication with customers responding to inquiries related to its sources of revenue for the period of 2015 to 2018, and on its webpage about order routing practices and execution quality for the period, failed to conduct adequate, regular, and rigorous review that involved benchmarking its execution quality, blah, blah, blah. But it also lied that PFOF is their greatest revenue source. Like they didn't say anything. They said specifically that they don't take PFOF. I think that's where the fixation comes from.
If they just lied about it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Well, I mean, think about it. For 3 years, that was your advertising ploy. We don't do PFOF.
You're
They
right.
do. Yeah, that's shitty. I'm sorry. That's part of
You're
the
right.
things we were talking about, that you can't market in certain ways. Market stuff.
Yeah,
It's
you're
one
right.
thing. See, they said they
I was thinking.
actively, see, the word is actively, materially misleading statements, not actively omitted.
Yeah, but that's. I was thinking like private company, like saying how they make money, like who like really cares? But no, you're right. Like you
Yeah,
can't
and that
actively
securities must be
your
marketed appropriately. You know
securities.
that.
Yeah. That's you're right. I wasn't looking at that statement the right way. No, you're absolutely right.
Well, that's why I said I want to go look at it, because it's been a while since I've been down here. I just remember reading that it was just horror. I was just like, remember I went on the warpath. I was like, nobody use Robinhood. I don't give a fuck. I said, forget it. They're dead to me. One of the firms, somebody must have had like a flair for the dramatic. One of the firm's primary selling points was that it did not charge its customers trading commissions. In reality, however, commission-free trading came with a catch. The
Oh
firm's
yeah, this is so fun. This is so
I
funny.
told you, isn't it great? It's like the firm's customers received inferior execution prices compared to what they would have received from the firm's competitors. For larger value orders, this price
That's
difference
so
at the
bad.
firm exceeded the commission its competitors would have charged. These inferior prices were
so
caused in
bad.
large part by the unusually high amounts the firm charged the principal trading firms for the opportunity to obtain the firm's customer order flow. These payments are generally referred to as payment for order flow, blah, blah, blah. And the firm disclosed, so the firm's customer agreements and trade confirmations stated it may receive payment for order flow. And the firm disclosed certain information about those payments as required in 606 reports. However, in FAQs on the firm's website describing how it made money and in certain communications with customers addressing the same issue, it omitted payment for order flow when described its revenue sources because it believed that payment for order flow might be viewed as controversial by customers. The firm also instructed its customer service representatives not to mention payment for order flow in
Oh
responding to
yeah, baby.
questions about its sources of revenue.
Just lie to your. Just lie. Just
What a
lie to.
bastard. After media outlets
So
raised questions, the whether the firm's payment for order flow is affected. See, like somebody wrote this like a novel, you know? It responded by claiming as part of an FAQ page on its website that its order execution quality matched or beat that of its competitors. However, at the time, the firm had begun comparing its execution quality and was aware it was worse in many respects. Oh my god. That's so funny.
just
Enough people gave a shit that
Robin
Vlad
Hood.
had to talk to
Ro-
Congress, but nothing happened, right? He's still, you see what I mean? That's
Robin
why
Hood. Robin Hood went full on like fuck the retail traders.
Yeah, that's why
See, Robin Hood
I
needs to get
found
in line. Everyone says fuck the retail traders, but you do it like you do it subtly. Like, Robin
no,
Hood
they
just said no.
actively fuck them. Yeah,
Fuck
they
that.
actively fuck them. That's why
We're just gonna say
it's
actively
just
fuck
like
them.
Jesus.
Jeez, okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
They just said like, okay, actively fuck our retail traders. Like, all right.
yeah. As far as
I guess
like,
they're just space taking is not happening.
well,
Can't imagine it's a great business model, but I guess they did okay.
because it's about the fund flows. Think about it. They've offered people so much money to bring over their retirements.
That's
Now.
Here's the okay. I'll say this as a I don't want to like whatever. I'll just say as like a general industry knowledge for the chat. Paying for fund flow data from initiating firms is extremely common. I would venture to say almost every single firm does it. I mean, it is just extremely common. So saying that like Robinhood is doing it is bad is like a really weird take. But yeah, you can't lie to to your customers. Like that's the big no-no. The big no-no is lying about it. So yeah. I don't
Well, that's probably why retail has it out for them because they want to make them pay, and I don't blame them.
they got lied to. No, like yeah, like you obviously like you can't lie to your customers, right? That's obviously a bad thing. You can't do that.
Well, that's what the regulators really go after when you market things incorrectly.
Yeah, can't do that.
They don't go after
If
fucking retail trades, retail fucking people over. They just find that that's what finance is. They find
you
not
have to,
lying about it distasteful.
if you're gonna fuck over the retail traders, you at least have to give them the courtesy of telling them that you're gonna fuck them.
Well, that's what the order says.
Yeah. Okay, I'll say this. To encapsulate my point about how little, I guess, like, this matters in the grand scheme of things. Out of all the investment firms that I work with, I don't know a single one besides Citadel that actually pays for Robinhood's order flow. No one does. So this isn't as big of a deal as people think it is, but I think it's really funny. That they keep doing it.
Well, I think it's a
Like,
shame.
fuck.
That's why I constantly tell people, don't put your shit
Yeah,
on Robinhood.
just don't use Robinhood. Just don't use
Don't use
Robinhood.
it.
I don't know why they keep face taking the fines. I guess it's worth it for them as a business. Maybe like that seems dumb, but fuck it. If they're a company of like 15 people, I guess let them do it. Citadel's the prime broker. of
There's
Robinhood.
another
Citadel's
one, millions.
Citadel's the prime broker of everybody. So this is like not an issue for them. They don't really.
There's
Citadel basically
another
buys everybody
57
from
million one. Look at this one. See? Ordered to pay a restitution of 12 million.
$1 million. Jesus Christ. How many people does Robinhood employ?
I have no idea.
What's the head count of Robinhood? Are they paying more in fines than they do in staff?
I don't know what is their net income. They may so 3UD pulled the revenue.
2,400 employees.
Night, Chris.
It's their operating revenue. They're only $1 billion operating revenue. That's not a lot. That's really not a lot to be face taking these fines. That's a lot
What's their
smaller
net
than I thought it would
income?
be, to be honest.
Does it say there?
They're a lot smaller of a company than I thought I was giving them credit for.
Does it say what their net income is?
Let me check. Finance. $130 mil? 130 bill?
Did you say 130 billion is their net income?
Am I reading that right? I hate when people do this. I can't do this kind
Count
of
the
math.
zeros.
$130 million. It's their operating income.
Okay, so taking 260 million dollar fines isn't a good idea then.
That's what I'm saying. They're way smaller than I thought they were. This is not a good idea for them.
Well, yeah, but see, notice the size of the fines. They went from 60 million to 200,000 a clip. See what I mean? Like, they obviously said, okay, we can't be doing this. And they started to get lower fines. See what I mean? You can tell by the
Yeah, they fixed it.
progression.
I wonder if they just like didn't think that they'd get as many accounts as they thought, and they just were not prepared to handle it.
I don't think they were. Look at this. They didn't have a plan for outages to continue business, I guess.
Yeah, I think that, like, to me, like, assuming like realistically, as a business, like you're not out to just like straight up be a villain.
Look at this. They
It's, like, probably
approved
just
90,000 accounts that had been flagged for fraud, and they just approved them anyways.
hell yeah, hell yeah. Dude.
Flagged for AML, and they're just like, "Fuck it, we're gonna." approve it anyways."
One thing I learned about companies and fines, they don't have to always pay up front and can negotiate for a lower fine. Depends who's giving the fine. And depends what the fine is. There are absolutely fines that you have to pay within a certain amount of days. They will make you liquidate assets. And I know because I've literally been at a company where this has happened before. You had 30 days to pay the full amount. Did I say that Robinhood's car senior product that got out of hand? No, I mean it's like someone wanted to start a broker dealer and then just got way more users than they thought. And they just they couldn't, they didn't have the infrastructure in place to be able to handle that many accounts, so they just started fucking winging it. It's what it looks like. And then they finally got enough money to fix it.
Okay, look at this. The firm provided false information to customers about the risks associated with options, whatever. For the firm issued erroneous margin calls and margin call warnings, telling customers they were in danger of a margin call when they were not. The firm displayed inaccurate account information to millions of customers.
This was with the not accurately pricing your spreads, right? This was that was this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was this. I remember this. I remember it's like it's a known thing against with broker dealers of like a script for major like stock splits of how to handle people saying like they got margin called. And it's like no you didn't, like just give, you got to give it like 5 minutes because of how pricing works. But I think Robinhood just obviously like does not know how to deal with that, or because they didn't have a phone number that you could call them. So
It's because they didn't have. That's what it is. I think it's because they didn't have a phone number. You know.
Yeah. Why is it show me a margin call $3 million? Like, oh, it's just because there was some corporate action. Just give it a couple seconds and it'll figure itself out.
I did not pick that up, but Cal did. That you said it. Robinhood was someone's college senior project that got out of hand.
$12 million people moving over to Fidelity. Yeah, Fidelity going to zero, zero transaction fees was a big play for them. I mean, kudos to them for being first to the industry. I mean, it's like one good thing that came out of Robinhood was competitive pricing for retail traders. So that is good for them. I mean, how they did it was terrible, but every other firm that actually knows what the fuck to do had to adjust. So I mean, good for them. Indirectly helping retail traders.
Okay, I had a lot of fun, but it's my bedtime. I had to go. I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Okay, but I had a lot of fun. That was a trip down memory lane reading the garbage that they did. Yeah, they shouldn't be doing this to people. It's just ridiculous. Grow up.
Yeah, don't use Robinhood people. These are real broker. Okay. All right. I probably should go to sleep too.
Well, I had fun.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by and knowledge dropping on us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, cool. Course. All right. I will talk to you later. I'll let you sign off. Later.
Bye. Okay, guys. Thanks for hanging out. So hopefully you enjoyed hearing from Hitch. He was a community member who ended up jumping to be an institutional. So it's really interesting to hear his perspective. I mean, I like hearing from everybody's opinion. You never know where you can find some alpha, and him spending time with us shows, anybody who wants to come around and spend time with the community and spend time explaining to people, or, I mean, even though Hitch is a little sassy, but it's funny. I don't know. And, I think it's important to hear from people outside of the community. So hopefully you enjoyed him being on mic and hanging out with us. I didn't mean to stream this long, so hopefully you guys were okay with us just hanging out. The brokerage by Cal. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. And I'm happy you guys want to duke it out with, facts and figures. It's really cool. So just keep it funny and light, and I think we will all be better for it, for finding, just like we did. We just went through a bunch of stuff, as always, I'm concerned about retail traders, and I'm right there with you. So I get fucked over too. So anyways, hopefully you guys, I would love for you guys to watch the VODs if you can, and you get some value. We also have development of the tool coming up. So as always, if you have suggestions, go to the Discord, put them in workshop. It has a little robot thing. It's for AJ. If you have any ideas or compliments to him to encourage him, that would be great too. Remember, it's about building people up. So, constructive criticism would be welcome. Anything you want to contribute, help a degen out. Okay. And so if I see stuff like that, I'll give out points. And I'm trying to get AJ to link it to Twitch chat, so that way you can get a credit for your Twitch sub, or we can pull the points data to give you a discount on any kind of things that we build, any kind of things that we sell or build that require access to it. We can kind of try to do some free stuff. Obviously, that's down the line. We have to be patient and wait for AJ to develop, because it's so cool. So, and it was kind of cool to see Hitch say that he would use it. Oh, thanks for saying hi to the VOD viewers. Yeah, I feel bad. You guys are like there just watching and can't interact like a Twitch chat, They used to let you, do you guys remember they used to let you interact on a VOD? I used to watch the little comments and I would respond to them, I remember, and then they took it away. I didn't like that, but it is what it is. Twitch making their decisions. So, just keep the engagement up, and tell us in Discord if you have any things that you really like, so we can do more of that. If there's things you really hate, try to just tell us in a constructive way, because we're all we're all trying to do new things. You know, AJ hasn't done interfaces before. He's a cloud engineering kind of guy. So he's stepping out there. I'm stepping out there as well with trying to communicate my follow the money one, right? I usually don't go into the political stuff, but I think it's important because I don't want you guys to get fucked out there. Things are getting wily. I'm also trying to come back to the stream and, you know, start anew. So hopefully you guys will give me some runway for how it's going to be. The way they took away, yeah, they took it away, Moody. I hated it. It was so crazy because people would write on the VODs, right? Like, and they were actually surprised. I remember a couple people were like, "Holy shit, you're like the only streamer who responds." And I was like, I don't know. There's only like 3 comments. That's easy. There's only like 3 comments of VOD, so I can do it. He's like, well, no one responds. And I was like, well, then do it. I'll do it. Anyways, so Chris is doing the VODs. Koro is trying to very furiously updating the Notion so we can put out the research and the stuff that I document on stream. You know, with Hitch, I kind of just went with it and didn't document that stuff. But actually, I'll take the American Banker and the FINRA one. And we'll put it in there tomorrow. Or Monday when I stream. But, you know, it'll be a nice resource for everybody. Anything else you want to see, just drop a line. I think it would be really cool. I think it's a lot of fun. So, I'll see you guys later. Have a nice weekend. Oh, beach time is great. I get to do more tomorrow. I'm going on the boat. Maybe I'll catch some snapper. That's what's down here. Yum, yum. Bye, you guys.